May be seated. Good. No to lunch. Yeah, thank you. All right. Give me one moment here. All right, let's go on the record then. This is 23 CF 475 State versus Josie Dikeman.
Matthew Torbenson and Emily Rood appear for the state. Also present at State's counsel table is Investigative Sergeant Rich Amundsen.
Morning, Your Honor. Ms. Dikeman appears in person with her attorneys Chris Acker and David Bowles. Also present is paralegal Emily Sanchez.
At the end of yesterday, there was objection to the testimony of Mr. Bolito specifically, and I'll give you an opportunity to say some more if you want, Mr. Torbenson, specifically about his commenting about striking Mr. Pedrin striking his daughter in the face, that comment. Well, let me just cut to the chase. I started thinking about it. I didn't want to make a decision quickly yesterday. There's two problems with it. One, we don't know which daughter. Secondly, we don't know. It definitely happened after the fact. We don't know the context. It hasn't been really investigated. I don't think it's appropriate, given sort of the assertion that's made with no detail, and also the fact I don't know when it definitely happened after the fact because of what Mr. Bolito testified that he didn't work with Mr. Pedrin until after the incident. So, given that, the court's going to go ahead and strike it. I'll tell the jury I'm going to strike that part of his testimony to disregard it. Was there anything else about the testimony, Mr. Torbenson?
I was going to make further argument depending on how you ruled. Based on your ruling, I have no additional argument to make.
I know I made the ruling, but that's the reasoning for it.
Judge, I understand the court's ruling. Our position is that it's admissible because Mr. Pedrin testified untruthfully that he's never hit any of his children, and we've got him admitting out loud to, in the presence of strangers, that he pops his daughter on the mouth. I don't think it matters in terms of relevance whether that happened afterwards, after Alex's death or before Alex's death. The key here is that he lied and he was caught on that lie, and we're introducing it as impeachment evidence.
Given the ambiguity of it all, I'm going to maintain my ruling. Anything else this morning from the state's perspective?
No.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, I have a couple of exhibits from the last couple of days of trial here that I'm just going to admit for the record.
Okay.
276 is the copy of the state's exhibit that I drew on the elbow yesterday. So I'd offer 276. 277 is a transcription of the 911 call from November 12th of 2022 that we played previously in court, offering it consistent with the local rule on DAR reporting.
And it's 277? 277. Okay, any objection to those being received?
I don't have an objection to those being received. I'm trying to recall the circumstances under which the call was played and whether the whole call was played or just a portion outside the presence of the jury to refresh Mr. Pedrin when he was on the stand. And so if there's any additional questioning related or witnesses related to 277, I'd want to address that at some point.
Okay. I believe it was the 911, this is the 911 call that Ms. Dikeman made.
Yes.
And it was, if I have it in my notes that it was from the beginning to the end. I don't think it's Ms.
Judge, I can cut to the chase. I needed to look at the date. I was referencing the November 25 incident that was after the fact that the court rule was not admissible. Looking at the date, you're correct. So
okay.
No objection to this one.
All right. So that they'll both be received then.
And Judge, I would also offer any exhibits that we neglected to do yesterday that the court found admissible for their intended purpose.
You missing any? See 722. 272 is 271?
So 270 was marked only, didn't get used, I don't think.
271, no.
We did see it offered received, we didn't get that one.
Okay, so the one, when Misty Craig was testifying, there was a 271.
Yep.
Text messages for, I think it was to refresh her memory. It turned out to be somewhat contradictory, but one could argue.
Yeah, it turned out, I think it's admissible both as, it was used to refresh her memory, but it was also used as a prior inconsistent statement, as well as a recorded recollection. So I'd offer 271.
Any objection?
I don't think it's a prior inconsistent statement. I think she elaborated on exactly what she meant in that text and provided greater context. So it's not a prior inconsistent statement. I think it is a prior statement that she explained and provided some context to.
I'm going to receive, it will be received, but that's exactly, it depends on how you interpret that moment, but I agree that it could be sort of viewed both ways.
The 267, 68, and 69.
Those weren't received? Huh. So what, no, 267, 268, 269?
Cover those.
What was 269?
Was the transcript of Lorelei's interview.
Okay. For the purposes that they were used in the sections that were used, I offer 267, 268, 269.
It's a little confusing because the Sergeant Adamson's police report was already in here, but he used a different section or a certain point of it yesterday, so we had marked it.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
They'll be received. Okay. If we find some others, we can talk about them, but that's, I think, where we're at. Okay, do we, anything else before we bring the jury in from the state?
No.
No, Your Honor.
So we'll bring the jury in. Who's your next witness? Is it Dr.?
Dr. Endres.
Endres, okay. So why don't we bring the jury in, bring in then Dr. Endres. Let's bring the jury in. Everybody may be seated. Thank you, everybody. Again, starting right on time. I really appreciate it. As I said today, we'll see where we're at. My guess is it will go beyond up to 6 at the latest. But so, having said that, let's want to call your first witness then.
We'll call Dr. Courtney Endres.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Go ahead.
Ready? Okay. Morning, doctor.
Morning.
Introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Dr. Courtney Endres,
Could you spell that last name for the record, please?
Endres.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
And what generally is a forensic psychologist?
Generally, we do evaluations of individuals, although sometimes we essentially educate the court on matters of psychology as they pertain to the law. So that usually involves an evaluation of a person, although sometimes I do what's called expository testimony, where I just talk about various issues that may apply to an aspect of the case.
Sure. Do you have a curriculum vitae that you've prepared?
I do.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 274.
Thank you.
Does that document look familiar?
It does.
And does that appear to be your current curriculum vitae?
I think there's a couple of things that need to be updated, some continuing education that I've taken since then, but the bulk of it is correct.
Sure. Generally speaking, does it accurately reflect your education and training?
Yes, it does.
Offer 274, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
Received.
So, Doctor, could you briefly summarize your education leading to your career as a forensic psychologist?
Sure. I have an undergraduate degree in clinical psychology, and then I also have a master's and doctoral degree in clinical psychology. I did my forensic specialization with my pre- and postdoctoral positions.
So you specialize in forensic psychology in your fellowship?
Correct.
All right. And can you summarize your current practice for us briefly?
So I've had an independent forensic practice since 2012. I do primarily criminal work, so I work on NGI or insanity cases, competency issues. I also do a small amount of civil work with guardianships and protective placements, and then just answering general questions about psychology as they may pertain to issues in the law.
Are you currently licensed to practice psychology in Wisconsin?
I am.
And has that license been maintained and active in good status?
Yes.
All right. So, did you evaluate Josie Dikeman at my request?
I did.
What generally was the scope of your evaluation?
I was told that she had some head injuries, and so you asked that I evaluate her to determine whether or not there was any impact from a possible traumatic brain injury, just to essentially look at her neuropsychological status. Also to look at some emotional behavioral components that might be the result of some reported domestic abuse. So to essentially do some diagnostic testing with her, interviewing, make diagnoses, and talk about her functioning as those things may impact it.
Did I also ask you to offer some expositional testimony on domestic violence generally?
Yes.
Sure. So did you meet with Ms. Dikeman?
I did.
And can you tell us generally how or what you were doing in that evaluation?
So I interviewed her about her background history. We did quite a lot of psychological testing. And I think subsequent to actually meeting with her, I did also review some medical records.
Okay. Did you, were the records that were reviewed or those common in your course of review?
Your Honor, I object to her discussion of the medical records that was not disclosed to us or contained as something that she reviewed in her report.
Judge, you filed this as a 40-day hearsay notice.
It's hearsay, but we weren't noticed that Dr. Andres reviewed them or that she was going to testify regarding them, Judge. So I'm not saying that the records are hearsay, given the notice, just that her testimony on them was not noticed and therefore shouldn't be allowed.
It's not required by the expert notice statute, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were the records reviewed common records to review in the scope of your evaluation?
Yes.
Can we be heard on this?
Yeah, come on up.
Judge, for the record, Attorney Zacker's notice of expert testimony was filed as document 88. Ms. Endre's report, which I don't believe has been offered yet, was also filed as document 115 in this case. From my review, neither of these reflect either that she reviewed the medical records or that there would be testimony related to Ms. Dikeman's medical records in either the report or the notice.
Judge, what did the state think we were going to do when we noticed Dr. List's certified report of August 13th of 2021 as a certified medical record intended to use in Ms. Dikeman's case in chief?
I don't think that's my job, Your Honor, to come up with every possibility. It could have been used for a variety of witnesses in this case. This is why, Your Honor, we asked for the Daubert hearing originally related to Ms. Endres so that we could go into what she relied on in her opinions and the methodology for how she came to those opinions, including what records she reviewed and considered.
Judge, the notice was clear. The court did not require a Daubert hearing because the notice was clear. This is standard stuff. It was noticed as a hearsay exception, Dr. List's report. I find it ironic that the state is accusing us of not providing full and fair discovery when we got literal stacks of unnoticed text messages and summaries just this last week.
And I'm going to take an issue with the last statement Attorney Zacher just made. He had all of those text messages in discovery, Your Honor. And again, as been previously stated, this isn't a tit for tat thing. Nowhere in the notice of expert does it discuss the testimony related to Ms. Dikeman's medical records in any way.
In the notice, specifically not in the notice, in the report by Dr. Enders, there's a paragraph 2. It says, Dr. Enders will testify to how a patient with Ms. Dikeman's deficits, history of trauma, and the history of becoming submissive and complacent. So there's reflection about her history of trauma and cognitive deficits. You're saying that because they didn't say specifically medical records above in the notice or in the report, that came from the notice that was filed on November 25th, 2024, over a year and a half ago. You're saying that because they didn't write the word medical records in the above list that you did not have notice of the medical records? Is that what you're saying? The state didn't realize it? Oh, they're probably looking at the medical records, especially after they gave notice of the medical records?
Well, Judge, in her report, she doesn't indicate in her sources of information that she relied on the medical records in any way. So we can make a lot of assumptions about what they're going to rely on, right, when we look at these notices of expert testimony. But I think it's fair that once we have the report and the opinion of Dr. Endres, and it doesn't say anywhere that she relied on the medical records when she's coming to these conclusions, and then that is what is then given to us, I don't think it's fair to say we should have to guess at what they're going to provide as part of expert testimony. That's why what we have to lay out in our notices of expert testimony, I think, is so stringent, Your Honor. If we had known, right, that she's going to be talking about or interpreting the medical records as part of her opinion, that may have been something that we would have then gotten our own expert about if that was an issue, Judge. I'm not contesting anything about, right, her reporting.
So you're saying that a report you got a year and a half ago, that you would have gotten an expert if you would have known her opinion?
We don't know, Judge, because we don't know what her opinion is yet. We're going to get it for the first time today.
Her
and that's not
opinion's
fair.
in the report, right?
Not about the medical record. She even said she subsequently, after this report came out, reviewed those medical records, Judge.
Is that correct? It happened after the fact?
Judge, it's relevant to the issue of malingering testing, but the records were 157, or document 157, where we introduced this. Looks like that was e-filed on July 1st of 2025. The notice of intent to introduce Dr. List's report that's consistent with Dr. Enders' finding. That's the extent of the use of that document. Dr. List's report is independently admissible under this notice, Your Honor. We provided the state with that notice back in July of last year as required. So if you'd like, I can just ask Dr. Enders about Dr. List's report, but it's going to be admitted regardless.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, our position is that she considered this report after she wrote her report, then it's inadmissible. Attorney Zacher knows that should have been noticed, Your Honor.
Judge, it was completely properly noticed. This is absolutely consistent with expert notice reporting requirements.
Okay, so there's a report by Dr. Enders on April 4th, 2025. There was the defendant's notice of expert testimony in November 25th, 24. And then there was the notice, the notice of intent to introduce medical records on July 1st of 25. So I think the state had notice. I think the state had notice. So I'm going to overrule the objection. We'll bring the jury in. Everybody may be seated. Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Zacher.
Okay. Thanks for your patience, Doctor. So did you meet with Ms. Dikeman to administer any testing?
I did.
And is the length of time that you met with Ms. Dikeman consistent with what you would normally require to conduct the type of testing that you found to be appropriate?
Yes, I mean, it varies by individual, but yes, it was fairly common.
Did you review the criminal complaint before meeting with Ms. Dikeman?
I did.
Is that common for professionals in your line of work to review that document?
Yes.
So I'm going to cover this in greater detail and break it down, but were you able to come to any diagnostic impressions regarding Ms. Dikeman after meeting with her?
Yes.
And what generally are your diagnostic impressions of Ms. Dikeman?
So cognitively, I found that she had some significant deficits with memory and attention, verbal reasoning, expressive language. Emotionally and psychologically, there were a lot of post-traumatic stress symptoms present, anxiety, depression, re-experiencing. The results showed that, test results showed that she tends to view the world as a very hostile, untrustworthy place. She's very passive and submissive in relationships. That's her tendency. She also presents as very, we call it flat, but basically a lack of emotional expression that you can visibly see, and reduced emotional reaction to what would normally be provoking events. And what I found was that that was the result of the traumatic event she's experienced and coping with that versus someone who is callous and uncaring about things. So that was significant. And then lastly, I did look for malingering. I did not find that she was malingering. In fact, she often minimized her mental health symptoms.
Okay. And just for the record, what is malingering? What does that mean?
Oh, malingering means faking or feigning mental health symptoms for secondary gain.
Okay. So, Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 273. Did you prepare a report with your findings?
I did.
And take a look at that and just let me know if that appears to be a copy of the report that you submitted in this case.
Yes, this looks to be it.
All right. Are all the findings within it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Offer 273.
Objection, Your Honor.
They've received.
Thank you. So, Doctor, I want to start at kind of the top here. You diagnosed Ms. Dikeman with something called major neurocognitive disorder. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
So a major neurocognitive disorder means that there is noted cognitive decline from previous functioning, either reported by the person or by someone who knows them. Also, formal testing has indicated that there are some cognitive impairments in various areas like memory, attention, executive functioning, social, the ability to read social cues. And then all of that has to result in impairment in the person's daily functioning in various ways, but often in what we call ADLs, or activities of daily living, such as managing money, holding down a job, things like that.
What tests generally did you perform to evaluate Ms. Dikeman for that condition?
So I gave her a few neuropsychological tests. The most notable was, it's called the R-bands, or the repeatable battery for the assessment of neuropsychological status, and it looks at things like immediate memory, delayed memory, language, abstract, visual spatial skills, attention, maybe forgetting one. I also gave her the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, which is more of a screening tool for those same types of things. It looks at executive functioning, attention, memory, language. I also administered for short, it's called the DREFs, or the DELIS ratings of executive functions, and that looks at more of the emotional and behavioral components of executive functioning. So avolition, or lack of motivation, apathy, emotional management, working memory, attention, problem-solving skills, things like that.
What's executive function?
Executive functioning refers to our higher order brain functions, such as the ability to plan or foresee consequences, problem solve, decision making. Memory and attention is there as well, but it's really sort of those higher brain functions instead of, versus like the aggression and pain and pleasure, the sort of basic impulse that comes from different parts of our brain.
Did you also administer a tool called the HELPS brain injury screening tool?
Yes, I did that as well. The HELPS is a screening tool, just looks at different typical symptoms of people who have brain injuries, things like headaches, trouble reading, trouble calculating, concentration and attention difficulties, depression, anxiety, things like that.
Are these the type of instruments that professionals like yourself rely upon commonly in coming to conclusions about the extent of somebody's deficits?
Yes, we all tend to have preferences with different tools. I would say that R-bands is one of the most commonly used.
And have these instruments been validated?
They have.
What does it mean to say that an instrument's been validated?
It essentially means that it measures what it's supposed to measure. So it will look at other tools that claim to measure the same thing, see if it does an adequate job. It looks at different populations of people to see if it continues to measure the same thing it claims to measure. So it's a process of testing, repeated testing, to make sure that the test is actually doing what it says it's going to do.
Sure. So I know that you mentioned that the R-bands test 5 distinct areas: immediate memory, visual, spatial, or constructional perception,
Yes.
Language abilities, attention, and delayed memory. Did I get that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to start with immediate memory. What is that?
So immediate memory is the ability to hold on to something for just a minute or two, just sort of repeat it back. So for example, I may list 15 words and then tell you to repeat back what you can remember. So that's testing immediate memory.
Okay. And how did Ms. Dikeman score in terms of her immediate memory?
Very low. I believe that was one of the extremely low categories, so it would have been around the second percentile. So when you say second percentile, that means that 98% of people who also took that same test performed better than she did. And it breaks it down by age groups too, so you're not comparing a 20-year-old to an 80-year-old.
Sure. What's delayed memory? Can you give us an example of that?
Sure. So delayed memory, we're talking about maybe a few minutes or a few hours. On the testing that I did, it's more like a few minutes, but basically at the beginning of the test, for example, the list of words that I mentioned that I might ask you to repeat for immediate memory, maybe 15 minutes later at a different portion of the test, I'll ask you, hey, do you remember any of those words? And then there's also another test where you're given options. So was this word on the list to look at different types of memory? But essentially delayed is waiting a few minutes or possibly a few hours to see if a person can remember.
We're not talking about weeks or months or years when it comes to delayed memory.
No, those would be long-term memories.
And how would delayed memory apply to being able to remember or recite events that happened hours earlier?
How would a poor delayed memory
Yes.
affect that? Yeah, a person would have difficulty. They may not remember a conversation they had a few hours before, or they may remember it incorrectly. They're likely to forget appointments, not be able to keep track of those types of things. They may be forgetful in where they put things around the house, things like that.
Now, your report indicates that Ms. Dikeman tested in the extremely low range for delayed memory. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that not only is her immediate memory pretty poor, but her ability to then try to recall it later on is even worse. It deteriorates even more over time.
Do you even, and you've explained the fact that of the 2% significance, is that broken down by age groups?
It is. I believe, from recall, I think it was like age 20 to 36 band that she was in, or somewhere around there. But it's essentially by about 10 years or so. Once you get to the very young or very old, the bands get smaller. But yes, essentially her same age peers.
Generally speaking, how does having impaired memory like Ms. Dikeman affect a patient on a day-to-day basis?
Again, they're going to maybe misplace things around the house, forget where they put them. They won't remember where they're supposed to be at any given time. Conversations that can be difficult because people get embarrassed. They don't want to admit that they've forgotten things. So sometimes they'll say they remember, but they may not remember the full conversation. Just describing how things happened, telling a story, that may be much more difficult for people with delayed memory issues because they don't remember a nice chronological narrative that they can feed back to someone. So
in your notes in your report with respect to delayed memory, you had a line in there that says, once meaning was attached to stimuli, Ms. Dikeman struggled to remember anything at all. Do you recall that section?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So some of the tests, they might give unrelated information. So going back to that list of words, just an unrelated list of words a person may be asked to remember later versus a short story. That has more meaning. That has, there's semantic value there. Well, once that was incorporated, she had much more difficulty. Usually you'll find the opposite with people in that it's easier for them to just remember, things that actually they can find meaning to. We have little tricks in our brain to help us remember things when they mean something. But for her, my overall conclusion was that overwhelmed her brain. That was too much stimulus. And so it was more difficult for her once the information had meaning to it.
Can we take that to mean that if somebody with this deficit might struggle to identify what's relevant to a conversation and produce that information?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to get into this in a bit more detail later, but can stressors impede or make an already existing cognitive deficit worse?
Yes.
Generally speaking, in what ways?
Well, people, there have been a lot of tests that we've done over the years researching people's memories. And if you just give a person information to repeat backwards or back later and then compare it to maybe incorporating a stressful event or they're trying to multitask, people generally just perform worse when there's more things that are interfering with memory, other things that you're trying to sort of multitask in your brain that can become overwhelming, particularly for people that may be not operating at the level of the normal population to begin with.
Did you observe some of these same memory deficits in other instruments that you administered to Ms. Dikeman?
Yes, the memory deficits, that was consistent across everything.
All right, and I'm just going to talk briefly about the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. What does that do?
So that's a screening tool, looks at short-term memory, attention, some aspects of language, abstract reasoning skills, some visual spatial skills.
And you noted that Ms. Dikeman scored significantly below the normal range in that as well. Is that correct?
Correct. So you get a total score, and then you can also look at the different areas and how people performed. And her total score would indicate that her cognitive functioning is not in the normal level. It's below.
Does the Montreal Cognitive Assessment also measure delayed recall?
It does, by a few minutes, right?
And were the findings of the Montreal Cognitive Assessment consistent with what you found on the R-bands?
Yes.
You described in that section Ms. Dikeman's memory deficits as, quote, a glaring deficit in her working memory. What is working memory, and what did you mean by that?
So working memory is similar to immediate recall in that it's attention, being able to, so for example, if I say, I'm going to give you a series of numbers and I want you to repeat them back, but in backward order, you not only have to remember that information, but you have to remember it long enough to maybe manipulate it a little bit. So working memory is just sort of that information you need to hold on to for a few minutes and maybe be able to think about in more ways than just repeating it back. But it's that ability, essentially.
So the R-bands also measures language abilities, is that right?
It does, yes.
And what is expressive language?
So expressive language, as opposed to receptive language, which would be what we understand, expressive is our ability to clearly articulate our thoughts to another person. So things that could affect that might be a lack of extensive vocabulary. People with deficits there often mix up verb tense. They will say something past tense or future tense when they mean the opposite. They may just not have they have word finding difficulties oftentimes. And so just putting together a coherent narrative for people with deficits in expressive communication is difficult.
How can somebody with how does poor expressive language abilities, how does that interact with memory functions when trying to describe events?
Well, they exacerbate each other. I mean, if you already have trouble expressing your thoughts and then you don't remember parts of the story can get very confusing and jumbled and have gaps in it.
Okay. Would you agree that the ability to remember details and identify the relevant details is necessary to the ability to explain those details to somebody else?
Correct.
Your report indicate that Ms. Dikeman scored in the extremely low range for expressive language. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just generally speaking, how does that manifest with Ms. Dikeman?
Well, specifically, I mean, it was everything from vocabulary, so she had word finding difficulties, naming objects, to verbal fluency. And that was on the R-bands test, just in speaking with her. It was also notable when she would try to explain things. Sometimes it was very confusing. She would stop, she would pause and try to go back and correct herself or fill in the details. It was just, she seemed confused trying to explain things. So yeah, it was evident in both testing and just talking with her.
Would you expect a patient with Ms. Dikeman's condition to struggle in an interview, for instance, with police officers?
Sure, because there's added stress there, so I would imagine it would be worse.
How about during testimony? Would you expect somebody with her conditions to struggle?
Right, similarly stressful situation.
So, do your findings support the diagnosis of a traumatic brain injury?
Yes, they do.
And I'm going to talk a little bit about the HELPS tool. What does that measure particularly?
So it's a list of things that are commonly found in people with traumatic brain injuries. As I cited some of them earlier, some of them are physical symptoms like headaches. Some of them are, inability or poor ability to do things like reading or calculating. Some of them are related to emotional functioning like anxiety and depression. But essentially, it's a very long list of things that they've found are very common in people who have what we call TBIs for short, or traumatic brain injuries.
Sure, and I'm just going to list through the symptoms that Ms. Dikeman identified that you noted here. So,
Sure.
Headaches,
Yes.
and that's pretty common as you explained.
Yes, it is.
Anxiety,
Yes.
depression,
Yes.
difficulty concentrating,
Yes.
difficulty with memory,
Yes.
trouble reading,
Yes.
trouble calculating,
Yes.
poor problem-solving abilities,
Yes.
difficulty performing tasks in a job,
Yes.
difficulty with judgment.
Yes.
And these were all symptoms that were identified with respect to Ms. Dikeman in the HELPS survey.
Right.
Now, did her responses to any of your question on any of the assessments corroborate the expressive language difficulties?
Yes, as I stated, just in interviewing her, as well as on numerous other tests, she had difficulty expressing herself. She would become visibly frustrated when she was trying to make a point, and she couldn't find the right words to say it, or she would get things confused or in the wrong order, and it wasn't making sense. And I think at some point she even commented on that people commonly don't understand her correctly, or they don't understand her the same, I think she said.
Sure. And are the, based on your observations, was Ms. Dikeman's responses and her appearance consistent with somebody who's suffering from a traumatic brain injury?
I believe so, yes.
Now, that was one of the things that you mentioned, right, was that her fear that people were not understanding how she was, or what she was trying to convey.
Right.
Is that common for patients with traumatic brain injuries?
Yes, they become very frustrated because it's a change in functioning. Suddenly, they're trying to tell someone something and it's not coming out right. They can't come up with the words. They're using the wrong words. They can't tell a coherent story anymore, so they become very frustrated. A lot of times people just sort of stop communicating and sort of give up on it when it's not working, but it's very common for people to be frustrated with that.
What are some of the common reactions for somebody with those deficits if they're experiencing frustration and an inability to communicate?
Well, as I said, they may just sort of give up and say, they're not getting it. I'm not going to try anymore. They just become very frustrated.
Did you observe that reaction with Ms. Dikeman at all?
Yes.
So let's talk about post-traumatic stress disorder. You made a diagnosis of PTSD with dissociative features, is that right?
Correct.
What generally is post-traumatic stress disorder?
So a person has to have witnessed or experienced either something that was life-threatening or sexual assault, but essentially something where they feared for their life or their, basically, a threat. I'm sorry, I missed one. So they can also hear about the death or the threatened death of a close loved one. So it's those three things. They either were the victim of, witnessed to, or heard of a close family member or friend being seriously injured or sexually assaulted.
And we often hear about this label with the brave service members who come back from combat zones. Am I correct in assuming that this is not a diagnosis that's limited just to our service members?
No, it's not. I mean, you have to have experienced the trauma, but then there's a whole host of symptoms. There's 4 different clusters, different types of symptoms that a person has to exhibit to then be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. So there are people out there that go through very traumatic things and just recover well. They don't develop those symptoms. So just having gone through the trauma doesn't mean you'll be diagnosed with it. You have to manifest the symptoms as well.
Is it important in making this diagnosis to consider the patient's history of traumatic experiences that she's had?
Yes.
And did you do so in the case of Ms. Dikeman?
I did.
Generally speaking, what was important about her description of prior trauma to making this diagnosis?
Well, she had reported a history of being sexually assaulted, physically assaulted on multiple occasions. She'd had 2 traumatic brain injuries also from an assault. So those things all count as traumatic events. Okay.
And is that the type of information that psychologists commonly consider when making a diagnosis of PTSD?
Yes.
So did you conduct any testing or other instruments to determine whether or not Ms. Dikeman's symptoms are consistent with PTSD?
I did.
What assessment in particular?
Well, I did a general personality inventory. It's called the Personality Assessment Inventory. And so that would, among other things, it would pick up something like trauma symptoms. But then I also gave her a trauma-specific measure because I'd been informed that that might be an issue. I gave her the DAPS, or the Detailed Assessment of Post-Traumatic Stress. And then I also ultimately administered a dissociation inventory. I believe it's the multi-scale dissociation inventory.
Let's start with the DAPS. What does the DAPS actually measure?
So it's looking at, there's actually now 4 symptom clusters that they've identified for post-traumatic stress disorder. That one actually only looks at 3 because at the time the instrument was made, we didn't really understand the 4th one. But it looks at 3 of the major symptom clusters for PTSD, which are re-experiencing, things like nightmares, flashbacks, intrusive memories, avoidance behaviors, and then the hyperarousal, hypervigilance type of symptoms.
Okay, let's start at the top. What is re-experiencing?
So most often people think of flashbacks, although that's probably one of the less common ones. More common are nightmares and just intrusive memories, people thinking back on the event without wanting to, and those things interfering in their functioning. Nightmares, they're not even always about the traumatic event. They can be about other things, but it's those chronic nightmares and sleep disruption that happens.
Okay, and did you find that Ms. Dikeman meets this symptom cluster for re-experiencing?
She did.
In what ways?
So she had frequent nightmares. She reported that it was often of being beaten by her partner. She also reported having memories happen when she didn't want them to, things triggering them, so loud noises, and she'd have a memory of one of those events.
How about being yelled at? Was that something that she described?
Right, being yelled at, any sort of loud noises, but particularly, yes, human voices yelling was one in particular.
All right, so what is avoidance?
Avoidance can be in 2 forms. One can be sort of mental, so people using drugs or alcohol to try to mentally escape from thinking about the trauma. It can also be physical separation, so sometimes those are things that are reminiscent of the trauma. It may be a particular type of person or a place or a smell, things that they avoid that somehow remind their brain of the trauma, but it's and a lot of times it's just people don't want to talk about it. That's why getting people into therapy for it is so difficult, because people are trying to avoid thinking about it.
Did you find that Ms. Dikeman experienced avoidance?
She did. She didn't want to. Oh, sorry. She did not want to discuss a lot of the details of it. It's a little difficult when she was in a relationship that was abusive, because then it's a little bit more difficult to avoid those things. People then tend to sort of mentally check out. But there were things that she said she would avoid, like semi-trucks, loud stores. And again, that would be the loud, sudden noise that jolts people, that jolted her in particular.
And finally, what is hyperarousal?
Hyperarousal can be anything from what I think is commonly known as hypervigilance, so sort of being on high alert all of the time. It also is being highly reactive, overreactive to things that normally a person wouldn't react to, but their brain is reacting to it when they have PTSD. It can be a constant sense of agitation or anger, or just that high, your nervous system is on high alert all of the time, essentially.
Okay. And did you find that Ms. Dikeman experienced hyperarousal?
She did. Easily startled is another symptom of that. But yes, she was very hypervigilant all of the time, felt very anxious and on edge.
Okay. What is the 4th symptom cluster?
So that's a negative alteration in mood and cognition. So that can be chronic depression, chronic anxiety, inappropriate outbursts of anger and irritability, impulsivity, reckless behavior that has the potential for, sort of self-destructive types of things.
Did you find that Ms. Dikeman described symptoms consistent with that 4th symptom cluster?
I did. She had depression, she had anxiety, but she also had the sort of, again, that flat affect that I mentioned earlier. That emotional restriction, that's also common. It's sort of a desensitization. So instead of overreacting, the person underreacts because that's the manifestation of that altered cognition and mood for them.
Yeah, why don't you tell us what flat affect looks like in practice?
So it looks like a person maybe is very detached. They don't care. They're not reacting. You don't see any visible facial expressions changing. Usually people, when something provocative is going on, people react. You'll hear it in their voice. You'll see it on their face. Well, when people have flat affect, none of that is there. And it can be for a variety of reasons.
Is that a defense mechanism for patients?
It can be, yes. That can be one of the reasons that you see that is it's sort of a way, it's a coping way, because when people are overwhelmed by trauma and negative things, that's a way they can detach from it, is just by not reacting to it and sort of mentally separating from the dangerous environment.
Doctor, if somebody is displaying that flat affect and not reacting, does that necessarily mean that they're not experiencing emotions?
No, it doesn't.
Can that symptom be misinterpreted by others?
It can. I've seen that happen a lot, yes.
Let's talk about dissociative symptoms. What does that mean?
Essentially a mental separation from the environment. So again, it's a coping mechanism. When people are exposed to trauma, they get overwhelmed experiencing that, and so mentally their brain sort of separates from it. And a lot of times that comes with memory gaps because they're mentally not there. Somebody watching someone who's dissociating, they may just sort of look like they're spacing out and they're not really in that moment, or they may not. But essentially the mind is not in that moment. It's separated from the situation.
Why do patients with PTSD sometimes experience dissociative symptoms?
To cope. It's being overwhelmed. The stimulus around whatever's going on is too overwhelming. They can't stay in it. And so that's a way that they try to separate from it.
Did you observe any symptoms with regard to Ms. Dikeman that were consistent with dissociation?
I did. So she not only described, in describing some things, excuse me, describe what sounded like dissociative episodes, but when I was talking with her about specific topics, she seemed to possibly be dissociating at times where she would just sort of stop and not be responding and then get stuck and not remember what I had said to her, so sort of missing part of the conversation. You'll notice that in people who dissociate is they stop tracking. They just sort of look like they're zoned out. They're not engaged in the here and now anymore.
Is there an instrument that you use to rate the symptoms of dissociative symptoms?
I did. I used the multi-scale dissociation inventory.
What does that measure?
A few different things. So it looks at emotional restriction. It looks at mental separation from the environment. It looks at memory gaps. I think depression. There's a few other scales.
Sure. Let's start with separation from the environment. What does that mean?
So as I was describing, it's where the person mentally, has to detach in order to cope with the environment.
And did you find those symptoms in Ms. Dikeman with the multi-scale dissociation inventory?
Right. According to the inventory, she had very high levels of mental separation.
All right. What does it mean when you say a high level of emotional restriction?
So that would be that flat affect I was describing earlier.
Okay. And did the MDI also support the finding that Ms. Dikeman had a high level of emotional restriction?
It did.
And let's talk about significant memory disturbances. Can you tell us what that means in the context of this instrument?
So just not being able to remember portions of events. The person, when the mind separates in a dissociation, it doesn't encode memories in the same way. I mean, they've looked at this in neurological scans, lots of research. The brain actually doesn't encode the memories the same. So it's not that they're not in there. Sometimes they are, and they can be retrieved in ways later on, but they don't go into the brain in the correct way that you can just pluck it out and say, oh, I remember that. So because of that, when a person goes through an experience, they may be missing pieces of that and not be able to correctly recall them.
Okay. Did you find any Was Ms. Dikeman's MDI results consistent with significant memory disturbances?
It did that. That scale was also elevated, yes.
My understanding is that several of the other categories Ms. Dikeman did not meet in the MDI for dissociative symptoms. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about malingering. You said what malingering was, but do you have built-in measures to test for malingering when you're doing these instruments?
Yes, so there's a few different ways. There are instruments that specifically look for malingering. That's what they're created for. There are also often validity scales within tests to look for things like over-reporting of symptoms or under-reporting or inconsistent reporting. So those are also things that can give you ideas about malingering. Sometimes it's just looking at the consistency of responses, and I can maybe talk more about that later. But so there's everything from very specific formal measures to measures within more general measures, and then just behavioral observations we know to look for.
So it's built into the instruments themselves. Some of these are questions that you can look to for inconsistent or unreliable responses.
Right.
Any indication that Ms. Dikeman was malingering or exaggerating her symptoms as you discussed?
No, and as I stated in the very beginning, she actually minimized a lot of her symptoms. She didn't exaggerate them. She really wasn't trying to say that they were very strong for her. They would still come up in the instruments, but she minimized them essentially.
Why is that clinically significant?
Well, actually, what we find is people who have genuine mental illness, that's typically what they do. It's not the people saying, hey, I'm really sick, I'm really ill, this is what's going on. It's often the people who are saying, I don't think I have an illness, I don't think this is wrong with me. They don't want to talk about or acknowledge the symptoms, so that's pretty common.
Fair to say that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that they have something wrong with them?
Right.
All right. Is it important in examining malingering to review prior neuropsychological testing or records?
Yes, if they're available, that can be helpful.
Why is that important?
So you're looking at patterns over time. How long have whatever these reported symptoms are been present? If it's a legal case, it can be very significant because if you have records from before the person was accused of something, that's significant because then if you're only seeing it after the fact, they had no symptoms before, wasn't reporting anything, they get accused of something, suddenly they have this whole host of symptoms, that's a little bit more suspicious. Whereas if they were reporting these symptoms long before, not in the context of a legal evaluation, that's a lot more, that's a solid piece of evidence that that's been there for a longer period of time, that there's no motivation to be creating fake symptoms.
In the course of trying to evaluate Ms. Dikeman's condition and whether or not she was malingering, did you review a progress note by Dr. Raymond List, a neuropsychologist?
I did, yes.
And approach with what's been marked as 275. Take a look at that, just make sure that you see anything for it.
This looks to be it, yes.
Okay. And what about Dr. List's evaluation of Ms. Dikeman in 2021 was important to your findings here?
He noted several of the same things. I believe he gave her a diagnosis of PTSD. Yes, he did. He also said mild cognitive disorders. The diagnostic impressions were similar. He found some of the very same things I did, the significant memory deficits with memory, attention, all of those kinds of things. He gave the R-bands, which it's meant to be something you can repeat over time, hence the name. So he gave one of the same instruments I did, found similar results, significant deficits with language and with memory. So just very consistent with my findings, and this was, what I believe, 2021. So, and I did my evaluation in 2023. So yeah, several years earlier and before the criminal allegations.
Would you expect that consistency in somebody who's not malingering?
Somebody who's not malingering? Yes. Well, yes, I would expect consistency in someone who's not malingering, correct?
My apologies, that was a poor question.
Too many negatives there, yeah.
Offer 275.
Any objection?
Just what was already put on the record, Your Honor.
Okay, received.
All right. So Just generally speaking, were you able to come to any conclusions about whether Ms. Dikeman's emotional presentation could be misinterpreted by others?
It often is. People have an expectation of how other people should look or react in certain situations. And particularly when there's a mental illness involved or cognitive deficiencies involved, you may not see what you expect, but that doesn't mean that a person isn't feeling emotions. That may be, as I discussed earlier, a coping or a defense mechanism.
What are some common triggers for PTSD or episodes related to PTSD that could trigger some of those symptoms?
Things that are reminiscent to that person for the initial traumas, and that's different for everyone, but loud noises is a frequent one. Loud noises, loud, bright lights, being overwhelmed by a lot of people. Then it sort of gets more, those are sort of the more common general ones. Being more specific, it just sort of depends on the trauma. So maybe a certain smell or a certain type of person, if they were abused by a very overbearing type of person, maybe they had a beard, then everyone with beards, they may be on edge, things like that.
Sure. If a person with Ms. Dikeman's deficits struggles with memory, is that necessarily a sign that she's lying?
No.
And if a person with Ms. Dikeman's deficits struggles to display ordinary or normal emotion, is that necessarily a sign that she's lying?
No.
So, doctor, you have experience evaluating patients who have been survivors of domestic abuse?
Yes.
And are you familiar generally with the emotional and social aspects of domestic violence that help to perpetuate this cycle of abuse?
Yes.
Could you explain the dynamics just briefly to the jury?
Of
physically violent relationships?
Sure. Well, usually when there's physical violence, there's also some degree of emotional and psychological violence, and that can be a little bit trickier for people to identify as abuse. A lot of times the victim feels like it's normal, it's not as bad as it seems because of that aspect of psychological abuse in there as well. There's usually elements of control where, the person may be cut off from friends and family, the person controls the money, those kinds of things. They may convince them that they're not good enough to do other things. But essentially, it's a cycle where it's not always bad. They have periods, we often call it the honeymoon phase, where they're getting along great and things seem to be just wonderful. And then sort of the tension builds up and there's, some physical abuse or what have you. And then it starts over, they reconcile. But essentially, the victim comes to believe that either A, it's normal or it's somewhat justified, and two, that it's not something that they can easily escape. There's all of these different components to the abuse that they come to believe that's just something they're in.
Do survivors of abuse have difficulty leaving their abusers?
Yes, very often. I don't remember the statistic anymore. I think it might be like 7 or 8 times is usually the number of attempts that people make before they can successfully leave an abusive relationship. So it's common that they have difficulty.
Why is that?
Because of all of those elements of control and sort of coercion and manipulation. A person, some things that are typical. So if people have kids, they'll say, well, I'm going to make sure you never see your kids again. Or they will cut off the relationships a person has with supportive people like family, friends. I've actually even seen people physically, put cars in the driveway so the person couldn't leave, or take the person's car keys. They may control all of the money. They may do a lot of the emotional abuse where they're telling the person you're not good enough, nobody else would ever want you, you're not smart enough, those kinds of things.
Is it common for survivors of abuse to protect their abusers?
Oh, yeah.
For all of the same reasons?
Correct.
Is it common for people in abusive relationships to view it as their normal?
It is. It becomes their normal. Absolutely.
Now, you mentioned just briefly some of the factors of abuse, but am I correct in assuming that domestic abuse doesn't just include physical abuse?
typically you will also see the emotional component. And like I said, that can be much more confusing for people because wherein, if they have a broken arm, they can say, well, yes, he broke my arm. But there's so much manipulation and psychological aspects to the other forms of abuse that those are sometimes worse.
Seems like an obvious question, and it is, but how about sexual assault? Is that a form of domestic abuse?
Yes.
Do survivors of abuse ever feel guilt over their abuser's circumstances when they're arrested or accused of a crime for their abuse?
Yes, it really is a mind game. I mean, I've seen so many victims just protect and lie for their abusers. I evaluated a woman who had been in multiple abusive relationships, which once she was out of them, she could see they were abusive. But when she was in the one that she was in, and he was doing the exact same things, she couldn't see it as abusive because it's very confusing for them, the mind games and the manipulation that occurs.
Are all of these reasons why survivors have trouble reporting abuse to the authorities?
Yes.
Is there anything in particular about Ms. Dikeman's cognitive conditions that would be an additional barrier to her leaving an abusive relationship?
Sure. So she's not functioning at 100%, either emotionally or cognitively, and so that would make it more difficult for someone like her to leave an abusive relationship. She doesn't, she can't function as independently as someone without those deficits, and emotionally, she's constantly struggling, and so all of those things are just going to be amplified and making it difficult to leave.
Is Ms. Dikeman's PTSD symptomology consistent with somebody who's been domestically abused?
Yes, I believe so.
So, Doctor, are all of the opinions that you've offered here today to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
Yes.
And I would offer her report if I haven't done that at this point. I believe I have.
I think it's already been received, but it will be I think it was already received.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Dr. Endres, you were retained by defense counsel in this case, correct?
I believe so. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Specifically by Attorney Zacher?
Yes.
Have you worked with Attorney Zacher on previous cases?
I have.
How many times has he retained your services?
I'm not sure. I don't keep track of numbers.
More than 5?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe less than. I mean, maybe more, maybe less. I really don't know.
Okay. What about Attorney Bowles? He has ever retained your services in previous
I believe
cases?
so, yes. I saw him in the hallway, and I think I worked on a case with him in the past, yeah.
Okay. Were all of the cases that Attorney Zacher or Attorney Bowles retained you on criminal matters?
Correct.
And how many times has Attorney Zacher called you as a witness in a criminal hearing or trial?
Again, I don't know what the number is.
You have no idea?
No, sorry.
More than once?
Sure, yes.
Okay. More than 5 times?
Again, I don't know.
You keep records related to that, right?
Right. I keep records of every time I testify. I don't categorize it and keep track of the numbers of times I've testified for specific attorneys or in certain types of matters. I just don't keep those numbers.
You keep records as to your invoices for those matters, correct?
Right.
And have you been asked previously in proceedings how many times you've worked with a attorney?
Probably, although I don't remember specifically if I've been asked how many times did you work with this attorney, but I would guess I probably have.
Okay, you can't remember that either?
No.
Specific to this case, are you being compensated for your work?
Yes, I'm being paid.
And what does the fee structure for that look like?
My fee is $2.25 an hour, and then I have a flat rate for testimony, and then there's a different rate for travel costs.
So the time you spend doing the evaluation or communicating with counsel or writing your report, that's billed hourly.
Correct.
And then you have the flat fee for your testimony, is that correct?
Correct. It's different for in-person versus Zoom, but yes, they're both flat rate fees.
And at this point, how much compensation have you received related to this case?
Well, it was 2 years ago. I didn't look. I mean, it would have been several thousand for the evaluation and the report. I haven't been paid for testimony yet, but yeah, it was 2 years ago, so I don't remember what the exact amount would have been. I mean, it would have been several thousand, would be my guess.
Have you been asked questions about your compensation on cross-examination before?
Sure.
You know that question's coming, correct?
Well, they ask me if I'm being paid for my work or my hourly fee, yes.
And what is the flat rate you're receiving for your testimony?
It's $22.50 plus travel costs.
$2,250?
Correct.
And is your testimony that you met with Ms. Dikeman on August 4th of 2023, correct?
I believe that was the date. Let me double check. I mean, I believe you. That's probably accurate. I don't know where it is in here, but that was probably right. Or wait, August, no, my report was dated in May 2024, so I would have met with her prior to that. Oh, yes, August 4th, 2023. There we go. Yes.
And that was the only time you met with her?
Yes.
You're sure about that? Just a little bit of hesitancy there.
Well, I was just checking. Sometimes I do a follow-up via Zoom or in person. I was just sort of scanning down the list there. I don't see any notation of a follow-up.
And how much time of that 4-hour meeting was spent conducting the number of tests that you discussed previously?
Probably a majority of it. I mean, I don't have it broken up on here. I mean, I would have in the file how long each of the tests took, but generally interview, depending on the person and the issue, could be anywhere from an hour to 3 hours, and then testing, it all depends on the various tests. I could probably give you averages for a specific test, but I don't recall how much it was for her.
You don't recall how much time you actually spent talking to Ms. Dikeman?
And I don't have that in front of me, no.
You never observed Ms. Dikeman in her home?
No.
Or interacting with others?
Aside from the jail staff briefly, no.
You've never had the opportunity to observe her under stress or while she's experiencing heightened tension or stimulation?
Well, one might say my evaluation was a stressful situation, and being in jail is stressful, so.
But there were nothing going on during your testing other than the fact she was being tested that you would classify as being stressful?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was just the two of you in a room together?
Yes, that's correct.
The room was quiet. She could concentrate on your conversation and what you were talking about?
As I recall, I mean, generally I'll note in behavioral observations if there's something significant that was interfering, and I don't have those notes, so I would assume it was.
And, you know, given how the interview and the tests were conducted, you never had the opportunity to observe her in a situation where she may have been provoked?
Correct. It was just her and I didn't provoke her, I don't think so.
And I'm going to get into what you reviewed in this case in a moment, but were you aware that there are videos that have been introduced into evidence that show Ms. Dikeman in a stressful or provoked state?
I imagine there are. I didn't review a lot of the discovery in this case just because of the nature of the referral question.
When you say you imagine there are, is that just an assumption you're making, or is that something you were told?
I imagine because in these types of cases, there generally is video of, body cam, various things.
But you didn't think that observing her in those states, if those videos existed, would have been helpful to your overall conclusions?
So there are a lot of things that can be helpful in evaluation, but once I've done my initial meeting with the person, the initial testing, interview, if I feel like I have enough information, then I don't necessarily get all of the possible sources of information. If I feel like I'm missing something, then I may seek it out. But again, for this question, it didn't seem like that was necessary.
What if some of that collateral information would have contradicted your overall conclusions?
What if?
Yeah.
It's kind of a broad question. I mean, certainly things, new information, different information can alter my opinion on things. I don't know what the specific issue is here that that you think may or may not have.
And it was your testimony today that you did review a portion of Ms. Dikeman's medical records, correct?
I did. They were from Gunderson, I believe.
And when were those provided to you?
Shoot, I had a note in the file. It was after I had drafted the report on her, which is why it's not listed here. But I don't recall exactly when it was.
It was after you drafted the report. Was it after you submitted the report as well?
Well, I would assume so, but I mean, I'm not sure. Like I said, if I've reviewed something at the time I'm writing the report, it will be listed. But I do know that it was in the file, and I had a note saying reviewed and received. I just don't remember the specific date, but yes, it would have been after this was written.
And you have the ability to supplement a report after you've submitted it, correct?
Correct, but I generally, if an attorney appointed me, I would generally leave that up to them because they're asking the referral question. If they want an updated report, then I will do one, but it's not always requested. It's kind of their call.
Okay. So since it was their call, you didn't amend your report to include that additional information?
Correct.
Outside the record that was provided to you by defense counsel, you didn't review any other of Ms. Dikeman's medical history or behavioral health history?
I don't believe so, no.
Are those records you sometimes would consider informing an opinion?
Yes, again, it heavily depends on the referral question. So if this had been an NGI case, for example, I would have wanted to look at all of those, but here it was more a diagnostic. What do you see in terms of, testing results and current functioning? So sure, they may have been helpful, but they weren't necessary for this particular question.
It could have provided some insight into what those other providers identified or what the listed deficits were for Ms. Dikeman. Is that correct?
It may have.
Do you still have the medical record in front of you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Exhibit 275. And you're not aware if there were updated records after this note dated August 11th, 2021, talking about more current status of Ms. Dikeman's diagnosis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I remember there was a couple of 100 pages worth of records from Gunderson. This was among them. I don't remember the exact span, the date range.
You were given a couple hundred of pages of medical records from
It was
Gunderson's
less
review?
than 200, but yes, it was more than 100 as I recall.
And in terms of this particular note, did you have a conversation with defense counsel that this is the note that should be introduced at this trial?
Well, I don't know what he was going to introduce. He asked if I had seen the note by Dr. List, the evaluation note.
And when did that conversation occur?
I have no idea. I would have to look back at when I had a phone call with him.
Are you aware that Ms. Dikeman did have some improvements in her life related to her injuries after this note was authored?
I'm not specific.
Check the bag.
If you can be more specific, go ahead.
I'm going to have you look at what's labeled on the bottom of as 131 of Exhibit 275.
Okay.
And do you see under ADL on the bottom of that page, it indicates driving, not medically released?
Correct.
And can you tell us what ADL means?
Activities of daily living.
Are you aware that at the time Ms. Dikeman, or around the time of February 2023, Ms. Dikeman was driving again?
I don't know if I was aware of when she was or wasn't driving.
If she was driving at that point and had been medically cleared to do so, that would show improvement in her symptoms as were reported on in 2021.
Improvement from this 2023 that you're describing to me versus this time?
Yes.
I mean, there's not really any details here. I don't think I have enough information to make a statement or evaluate whether her driving had improved from this statement to what you're telling me. I don't know.
But you did testify that you had reviewed 200-some pages of medical records.
Right, and she discussed her driving as well. I mean, I recall that conversation, but I don't know. I have no idea what her driving looked like to compare it from one date to another. I'm not sure I could do that.
If we look on page 132, does it indicate in the doctor's summary that the PTSD, although still present, is under better control?
It does.
Okay. Were there any notes from your review of the medical records after this date that further discussed whether her PTSD was improving?
I mean, I'm sure being a diagnosis, they're going to comment on it and whether it's better or worse or what symptoms are presenting themselves, so that would be expected.
Dr. Andres, you talked a little bit about the source of Ms. Dikeman's PTSD on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that PTSD can result from a number of traumatic experiences that can happen over time?
Correct.
The fact that she has PTSD doesn't identify in and of itself that there's a single source of that trauma. Is that correct?
No, and oftentimes as clinicians we'll talk about it as complex PTSD if there are multiple factors over a long period of time, although sometimes people just find it easier to say PTSD. But yeah, certainly it can be one or a multitude of factors. And
the psychological testing that you completed can't independently determine what event or events caused the PTSD?
Well, part of the DAPS, the Detailed Assessment of Post-Traumatic Stress Test, does ask that the individual, it does an inventory of events and then asks them to pick an event that they feel like was the worst and then rate that one. So it does actually in a way.
Okay. So you're relying then on the defendant's reports of what affected them the most with that testing?
Correct.
How comprehensive is that history that's given with that testing?
How comprehensive is the history?
Yeah.
Can you be more specific? I'm not sure what you're asking.
So you talked about them discussing, right, the history of traumatic events and saying which one affected them the most.
Oh, so it's, I think the first section is sort of a checklist of various events, asking if they've ever experienced them, and then there may be a rating or frequency with that, and then they pick one, and then they're going through the other sections are basically different symptoms or experiences that they might have had as a result of that event, and they rate the severity. That's sort of the structure of the test.
Would that include childhood trauma events?
Yes.
Did Ms. Dikeman list any childhood trauma events that affected her PTSD?
I believe, yes, actually yes, she did. There was some incidents when she was a child.
You didn't mention that in your report as a contributing factor to her PTSD though, correct?
I may not have. I mean, there was a history of physical abuse throughout her life from various people. I don't know that I described each specific incident that she reported.
You also didn't mention in your report that sexual assault was a contributing factor to her PTSD, correct?
Oh, I thought I did. I thought I talked about different types of abuse, but I'll take you at your word. If I didn't specifically say sexual assault, I thought that I mean, maybe I can look, but let me look here when we talk about it. Let's see. Yeah, I think I do just talk about it as abuse, but I did mention, I think in the earlier part, that there was sexual assault. I can't find it here, but if I didn't, yeah, she experienced sexual assault, and that was a contributing factor.
But not something you put in your report?
So this report was, he asked that I just write up my diagnostic findings, so there's not the background history and all of that I would normally have in a comprehensive report. So that's maybe why it's not in, it wasn't specific to a test result. And then in the summary, I think I just referred to it as abuse.
So again, that was a choice made by defense counsel, not by you?
Well, the specific referral question is just do these, look at her diagnostically, write up the findings, discuss these other issues in general. Yes, that was the request.
Did you at some point communicate to defense counsel that sexual assault was was a contributing factor to her PTSD?
I believe he was aware, yes.
Aware because you told him?
I believe.
Work product privilege.
Sustained.
Just wanted to touch on avoidance real quickly, Dr. Endres. It was your testimony that somebody who does that avoiding could engage in that behavior by using drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
You also discuss in your report Ms. Dikeman's inability to understand consequences sometimes. Is that correct?
Right. She had some deficits in executive functioning, part of which is being able to sort of make good decisions, problem solve. Part of that is being able to foresee consequences, yes.
And you aren't offering an opinion as to whether or not Ms. Dikeman has I apologize. That was a bad question. I'm going to go back to that in a moment. I believe what you'd said is that her consideration also of cause and effect is hindered, correct?
Correct. That's also part of that executive functioning ability.
And I believed when you're talking about predicting consequences, the phrase you may have used is diminished. Does that sound accurate?
Probably, yes.
And diminished doesn't mean absent, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying she's incapable of understanding consequences.
I am not.
Okay. And you aren't offering an opinion that she wasn't able to fulfill her legal obligation to protect children in her care, correct?
It was not my role to determine her level of responsibility for any specific act in this case or any case.
Doctor, can efforts to avoid detection reflect an awareness of consequences?
I'm sorry, I missed the question. What was that?
Can efforts to avoid detection affect or reflect an awareness of consequences?
Sure, that's often something that we look at, for example, in NGI cases is, did the person try to avoid detection? That may suggest that they were aware of the consequences. It doesn't always, but it's certainly something to look at.
Is it also something to look at if someone's attempting to conceal conduct related to consequences?
Judge, I'm going to object to mischaracterization, and I think it's an improper hypothetical.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I would probably just give the same answer that it depends. It can, but it doesn't necessarily.
And would trying to influence what other people, including children, say reflect an awareness of consequences?
Action mischaracterizing.
If the facts don't support the hypothetical in the future, it can be ignored. Go ahead. You can ask the hypothetical.
It may.
It may.
It may.
You made some, or offered some opinions on how Ms. Dikeman may act when she's being questioned by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
You said that you would expect her to struggle?
Yes, I would expect there was some difficulty in her talking to the police.
You review the video of Ms. Dikeman's statements that captured her interactions with law enforcement?
I didn't view any video.
So you didn't observe what she remembered that day or how she was acting related to that interview?
Correct.
And you can't tell the jury exactly what she was thinking during those interactions, correct?
I don't think anyone could tell the jury what she was thinking.
Behaviors like hesitations or pauses or inconsistent responses can have multiple explanations, right?
That's true.
You talked about those memory deficits, correct?
Correct.
Can they also be influenced by things like stress,
Sure. Yes.
confusion?
Yes.
Can they be influenced by things like exhaustion?
Yes.
Can they be influenced if a person answering the question has a fear of the consequences?
Sure.
And can they also be influenced by a person who's attempting to avoid getting in trouble?
Yes.
You included in your report that Ms. Dikeman is overreactive to benign stimuli. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think your testimony was that stress can make many of these deficits worse. Is that correct?
True.
Would that also apply to that benign stimuli?
Well, that statement, the overreaction to benign stimuli, that was specific to post-traumatic stress disorder, where people are reacting to things that aren't necessarily dangerous or things that one would react to, but because of the way their brain works with the trauma, they're reacting to it. Certainly added stressors may exacerbate that.
I think you just said, right, that benign means non-threatening events.
They may be either not threatening at all to your average person, or they may just not seem that scary. For example, someone getting yelled at, one person might just think, oh, that's no big deal. It might be a little scary for another person. Somebody with traumatic stress due to physical abuse, that may be terrifying to them. So it's a different level of reaction to something.
They're talking about those ordinary, everyday experiences related to that person's reaction.
Correct. And that was just one example. There are lots of things that can trigger those overreactions in people.
And when we're saying overreactive, that means responding more strongly than the situation may objectively call for. Is that fair?
Right. I mean, and that may be outwardly seen and it may not be, but in the person's brain, yes, it's definitely an overreaction. It feels the nervous system is elevated.
You just said it may be outwardly seen?
Right. Sometimes, for example, you may be able to tell that person is jolted and afraid or upset or scared or whatever the emotion is. For other people, that may just be going on mentally, and you have no idea that they're terrified or they're whatever they're feeling.
So that can affect how a person would interact with other people, correct? If it's that outwardly seen?
Sure.
And that would include how they would interact with children?
I would imagine so, yes, anyone.
Children can obviously present stressful stimulation.
Sure.
Noise and chaos in a household can be stressful.
Correct.
Crying can be stressful.
Yes.
Repetitive defiance can certainly be stressful.
Sure.
And you also stated in your report that Ms. Dikeman tends to be more submissive than aggressive, correct?
Correct. Testing suggested that she has a more submissive personality style than aggressive or assertive.
I believe your testing also indicates that she is not manipulative of others. Is that correct?
Correct.
But that she does have a tendency to blame others?
True, yes.
If additional information outside of what you reviewed in this matter contradicted those impressions, would that be relevant to your overall opinion?
Sure, things can always be relevant, but for me to say how my opinion could or might change, I can't say that without understanding exactly what the information is.
Absolutely. But if you were given information, including other interviews or body camera related to this matter or communication records, that could have an impact overall, correct?
It could.
If there was evidence of threatening communication by Ms. Dikeman, would that be relevant?
Threatening communication, I
I
guess.
would object to vagueness and mischaracterization.
I'm asking a hypothetical, Judge.
Threatening communication, what are we talking about?
Yeah, be more specific if you want to.
If there is evidence of Ms. Dikeman sending threatening text messages, could that be relevant?
Judge, objection, vague, mischaracterizing.
It's a hypothetical. How can it be mischaracterizing?
The hypothetical, if I'm not sure the evidence supports that hypothetical, but go ahead and submit it.
So relevant to what what you're asking, if there were text messages from Ms. Dikeman to, I don't know who, I'm not sure what you're asking, any more specifics.
You're saying that she's more submissive, correct?
Correct. In relationships, she tends to be submissive with people.
So if there was evidence that contradicted that submissiveness in the communication, could that affect your opinion?
Again, it's too vague. To say that someone's submissive doesn't mean that they don't show anger, that they may not send what you're terming, and I don't even know if it is, a threatening text message. I mean, I would need details to make any sort of clinical opinion on that. I think there's just too many generalities for me to accurately answer that.
And you weren't provided any communication records for your review?
That's correct. I was not.
If there was evidence that Ms. Dikeman was trying to influence others, would that be relevant?
Objection, vague, mischaracterizing.
Yeah, these are hypotheticals that are so vague, you can have to be more specific what you want to ask her.
Sure, Your Honor. One of the materials you reviewed was a criminal complaint, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you considered that in making your opinions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It was one of your sources of information.
Right.
And why is that information helpful for you when you're conducting this kind of evaluation?
Well, I mean, it gives context to what she's being accused of. But the referral question wasn't for me to make any determination about, her level of responsibility or guilt in that at all. It was literally to look at diagnostically, what does she look like and how does that affect her functioning? I wasn't asked to, make a specific opinion about the particular offense or anything else. It was just very general about her functioning and how it affects her her behavior.
In your review of that, did you identify any behavior that could be classified as aggressive?
Did I identify any behavior in the criminal complaint that could be construed as aggressive?
Yes.
Sure, she's being accused of homicide, so I would, that's aggressive.
The criminal complaints included information about the forensic interviews of the children, correct?
Yes, that I recall. Mm-hmm.
And the allegations in those forensic interviews were that Ms. Dikeman kicked Alex, correct?
Correct.
That she choked Alex.
Right, I remember that as well.
There were allegations of Ms. Dikeman hitting Alex.
Correct, I think, yes. Hitting, kicking, yes.
There were allegations of threats to the children.
Yes, I believe so.
And there was discussion of Ms. Dikeman telling one of the children not to talk to professionals.
Right, I believe that I recall something when they went to the hospital, she may have made that statement. I don't recall the specifics, but I know that she was hesitant. I thought it was in the context of a hospital visit, but I don't recall specifically.
A hospital visit where Alex had a broken leg, is that?
Right, yeah.
And there were also allegations involving differential treatment of Alex from the other children, correct?
There were, right.
And despite reviewing those allegations, the testing then suggested that she was not aggressive or manipulative of others, correct?
Correct. In the general sense, it doesn't mean someone's never done anything aggressive, but it's looking at overall the PAI and specifics, I guess what we're talking about, general tendencies of a person. Do they operate in the world in an aggressive manner? It doesn't mean they've never done anything aggressive, but it's saying overall in general, that's not how she operates with multiple people. It certainly doesn't mean that the person's never committed an aggressive act or was not aggressive with someone.
It doesn't determine whether those historical allegations are true, correct?
No.
It also doesn't erase contrary information that had been reviewed by you before you had conducted that psychological testing, correct?
It doesn't what?
It doesn't erase that contrary information, the information about her being violent or threatening to the children.
Right, that was the information in the criminal complaint that you're referring to. I guess I'm not sure what the question is.
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have anything further.
Redirect.
Sure.
We'll take a break once we're done with this witness.
Doctor, is it common for somebody with a doctorate level degree to get paid for your time?
Yes.
And is your opinion for sale in the process of working with attorneys and judges and prosecutors?
Now, I do all my evaluations objectively. If a defense attorney asks me to do the evaluation, I may have an opinion he doesn't like, and then he may not use it. But it has nothing to do with who hired me. My opinion is based on my expert opinion.
And have I, in fact, used you as an expert before and declined to have you testify because of the content of your opinion?
Yes.
Does the fact that you're being compensated for your work in any way impact your opinion?
It does not.
And Doctor, you asked some questions about what you did or didn't review. Would it be typical to review more than 100,000 distinct discovery documents in the course of a review like this?
100,000, that might be excessive. I mean, it all depends on the referral question. I don't always need to look at all of the discovery, but yes, that would be a very voluminous discovery file.
And is it typical for us to provide you with the documents that we think you might be asked about?
Correct.
Okay. Now, have I ever asked you to form an opinion solely on the basis that you were paid?
No.
Have you testified for the state in your career as well?
Yes.
And I think what Ms. Rude was referring to earlier is that you were called as an expert in this county, in this courtroom, actually.
Your Honor, I object to this.
Well, have you served as an expert by order of the court, not either attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And have you done that in one of my prior cases?
Yes.
So, Doctor, I'm going to ask you a fairly obvious question. Why weren't you able to observe Ms. Dikeman in her home setting?
She was incarcerated. She had already been arrested for this offense by the time I met with her.
And is it something that's required to form your opinions to observe somebody in their home setting or out in the community in order to come to a diagnosis like you made?
It's not only not required, but I mean, it's not logistically feasible most times because a lot of times people are incarcerated by the time I meet with them.
Okay. You were asked about whether or not you intentionally tried to trigger a stressor or traumatize Ms. Dikeman to review her.
Your Honor, that wasn't my question.
Well, okay.
She intentionally tried.
Okay. You were asked if you ever observed her in a stressful or triggering situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you would ever do, trying to provoke or trigger a traumatic situation for somebody who that you suspect has post-traumatic stress disorder?
No.
In fact, it might be considered professional malpractice to traumatize a PTSD victim. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So I want to ask you a little bit about the submissive issue. You said that she's primarily submissive. Does that mean that she's going to be submissive 100% of the time?
No.
Can submissive personalities push back against people at times?
Yes.
And do submissive people always shut down in response to these triggers?
No. These comments were made in generalities. Certainly people act differently at different times.
And Doctor, you were asked why you didn't complete a comprehensive report. Is it common for people in our position to try and limit the cost by asking you for just the facts that we need?
Yes, there's always a very specific referral question, and that's what I need to address.
Do you assume the truth of the allegations that you see in criminal complaints?
An objection to relevancy.
She was asked about it and whether or not it.
Yeah.
They were talked about as allegations, Your Honor, and I think this goes to Hazeltine.
Well, no, she was asking about the complaint. You can ask about the complaint overruled.
Yeah, in the course of your allegations, or in the course of your examinations, do you assume the truth of the allegations in criminal complaint?
I assume that that's the report of the witnesses to the best of their ability. I evaluate the veracity of everyone's statement. I don't assume anything is 100% true. It's one person's perspective. That's why I try to look at different sources of information.
And did we ask you, Doctor, to make a finding at all on the credibility of the complaint?
No.
Do the instruments that you administer to Ms. Dikeman, do those take into account external allegations like a criminal complaint at all?
No.
Is it fair to say that those instruments are just plugging in input into the instrument or the test so that you can score it later?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Recross?
Just briefly. Dr. Andres, it was just your testimony that you don't assume the truthfulness of witness statements in the complaint, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you look to other sources, correct?
I assume that every statement, including the person I'm evaluating, may not be 100% true. I'm looking at consistency and trying to evaluate the veracity of all the statements I review.
But your testimony was that's why you look at other sources, correct?
The more sources, the better is sort of a general rule, yes.
But in this matter, the only source you reviewed was statements of Ms. Dikeman and her testing in your interview, correct?
Her testing, her interview, and the criminal complaint. That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, go ahead.
Is that also why you rely on these malingering scales that are built into the instruments to determine if somebody's potentially lying to you or not?
Correct. That's one component of determining the truthfulness of their statements.
And in any of the instruments that you examined, was there evidence that Ms. Dikeman was malingering?
No, there was not.
In comparing the consistency of Dr. List's findings to your own, was there any evidence of malingering?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any exhibits there to hand those to me? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
right, we're going to take a break. There's one thing I do want to do. I forgot to do right before we started, and I apologize to the parties. This has, just so it's clear, this has nothing to do with Dr. Ender's testimony at all. It's about testimony yesterday. There was testimony by Mr. Bolito, and specifically there was a statement that Mr. Pedrin had said to Mr. Bolito about his daughter. The court has considered that, but believes it's not relevant, not part of this case, and it should be disregarded entirely. Having said that, we're going to take, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at about 22.
Judge, could the court clarify that it's only that specific statement with regard to Mr. Bolito and not the rest of it?
Yeah, it's only that specific statement, Okay. You may sit down. First of all, I apologize. I forgot to say that before we brought them in. Although are we okay with how I stated that, Mr. Torberson?
Yes.
Mr. Zacher with the
With
request?
the caveat, yes.
Okay. So let's, 22, let's have you come back maybe a little bit after, give you 15 minutes.
There's just one thing I want to put on the record relative
go
to
right
Dr. Endres and her testimony. So she testified that she reviewed hundreds of pages of Ms. Dikeman's medical records. There were, I believe it's 4 pages that were filed under seal with the court that were offered as an exhibit. We were never given those 100 or hundreds of pages relative to Ms. Dikeman. I have sent emails to counsel over this weekend relative to their experts because they filed notice of expert testimony, but they have not provided documents about what those individuals relied on or the underlying basis of their opinions. We should have had access to those records if it became a focus of her opinion. So I'm asking the court at the very least to consider giving an instruction to the jury that the state was not given the hundreds of pages of medical records that Ms. Dikeman, that she relied on from Ms. Dikeman relative to her testimony in this case, that all the state had was access to the 4 pages that were brought in as evidence.
Judge, what I can assert as an officer of the court is that we initially provided her no medical records. I had Ms. Sanchez search through our correspondence with Dr. Endres here while we were doing this issue. It appears the only document we sent her was of Dr. List's neuropsychological testing. I realize she testified to that. I can tell the court that at the same time that this case was being prepped, we were also prepping and litigating the Zachary Fritz case where there were indeed, hundreds if not thousands of pages of medical records sent to her. I'm wondering if she's confused, but I'm asserting as an officer of the court that it was not hundreds of medical records that we sent to her.
Then I would ask that there be an instruction given to the jury that she gave inaccurate information as to the records that she relied on, that she testified inaccurately.
Okay. I'm just trying to remember what the actual reference to hundreds of pages. I think it was on cross-examination, right?
Yes.
That came up.
I'd also note that the state subpoenaed Ms. Dikeman's medical records in the course of discovery, so those should be available to them anyways. But I'm confident from my review of this case that the only records that we actually submitted to her was Dr. List's report, and that was just in the course of trial preparation, comparing it.
Those were not the medical records we subpoenaed, nor the range of the records that we subpoenaed. So it's just, we're comparing apples and automobiles.
Yep. I think it's appropriate for me just to say that there was testimony that she reviewed hundreds of pages, but we know that that may have been an error. She only reviewed 4.
That's fine.
Okay, let's take a break till 22.
Thank you.
I need to just put something on the record before we begin. Do you want me to wait for Mr. Bowles? It's more, it's a jury issue. Oh, here it comes anyway. All the parties are present in the courtroom. I've been informed that one of the jurors' cousins have passed away, not totally unexpected. What I would suggest is I think we can proceed right now, but at some point when I take a break, I could do what I did last time, which is just ask if this was something that they feel like they can continue on or not. I don't get the impression it was a big surprise, by the way, but either way, they did inform us that happened. Is there any objection to us proceeding that way? We'll get through this next witness, and then then I'll probably talk to him at the next break. Any objection from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, Your Honor. Like, obviously, if there's a funeral or something in the next 3 days, I trust the court's judgment.
Yeah, and I'll find out. I mean, obviously, the reason we have alternates is because of this situation. So we still have 14 people at this point. So when the jury comes in, I'll inform them of this is what I'm going to say. Is Dr. Enders indicated she reviewed 100 to 200 pages of medical records. She may have been that may have been an error, but she only received 4 pages.
Judge, this would be my request because credibility is an issue for the jury to determine. So we're inserting Attorney Zachar's belief that she made an error based on another case. That's not the evidence in this case. So what I would ask is she testified to that. The parties stipulate that she only reviewed 4 pages. That's the facts. She testified that she reviewed hundreds. The parties stipulate she only reviewed 4.
Judge, I would ask for the mistake language. I think it was very clearly a mistake on her part. This isn't some intentional deception that does or should impact credibility.
There's no evidence either way, and it's for the jury to decide her credibility is at issue. And they clearly knew about the hundreds of pages because when I brought it up, the response was as an officer of court, it was 4. They could have asked and clarified. So there's no evidence that's a mistake. And
Judge, it's 100% a mistake. And like Dr. Enders has testified repeatedly in front of this court. She's credible. She is not lying about this. She's not deceptive. And I think to classify it the state's version implies that she lied under oath, which is absolutely not the case.
Is she available for you to testify? She's gone.
Back to Appleton.
No, it's okay. Okay. I think factually what the state is saying is correct. We don't know what happened here. If the state obviously goes after her, either way, it was another error. I mean, it's either an error, so it's an error which can be, if the state wanted to exploit that in final and closing argument, they could. And either way, if it was an intentional misleading, I think that would. So this is what factually I'm going to say. Dr. Enders indicated she reviewed 100 to 200 pages of medical records. Parties stipulate she only reviewed 4, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, before we bring the jury in, we need to do a colloquy.
Okay. So, you caught me off guard. I didn't expect that at this point, but we'll do it at this point. What am I doing? That's what we're doing. That's fine. So why don't we point the microphone at Ms. Dikeman then? And actually, before we do that, so Mr. Sacker, it's my understanding you've now confirmed the indictment about testifying, not testifying. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had enough time to do that at this point?
I believe so.
Yeah, and my understanding is there's potentially more other witnesses, but it's her desire to do this colloquy at this point in time.
It is, and Judge, just with the caveat that if we're not finished by tomorrow morning, we have to break for Dr. Christensen so he can testify and get back to Salt Lake City.
Okay. All right. So why don't we point the microphone at Ms. Dikeman? Hi, Ms. Dikeman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I know it's a silly question, but again, make sure you can hear me okay. All right, we'll get a little closer to you. There you go. Can you hear us? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
All right. Do you understand that you have a right to testify?
I do.
And do you also understand that you have a right not to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand that decision to testify or not to testify is for you to make?
I do.
And you understand that has anybody made any threats to you at all to testify?
No.
Has anybody made any promises to you to testify?
No.
Anything has that influenced your decision at all, threats or promises at all?
No.
And have you discussed the decision to testify or not to testify with Mr. Zacher or Mr. Bowles or both?
Yeah.
And have you made a decision?
Yes.
And what is that decision?
I want to testify.
You want to testify?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can point it back to Mr. Zacher again. Mr. Zacher, have you had sufficient opportunity to thoroughly discuss the case and the decision whether to testify with the defendant?
I have.
Are you satisfied the defendant is making that decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily?
Yes.
All right. The court will make a finding that Ms. Dikeman understands that she has a right to testify and a right not to testify. The court will also make a finding that she understands that it is her decision to testify. No one has made any threats or promises to influence her decision. She has discussed it with her attorney. There was a break here for about 15 minutes plus during the course. She has made a decision to testify. I'll find that she is knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily deciding to testify at this point in time. Is that Mr. Zacher, you satisfied with that colloquy?
I am.
Mr. Toberson?
I am. I think the only issue we have to deal with, I think it's been dealt with already, but I want to make sure, are the number of prior criminal convictions for Ms. Dikeman.
Yeah.
Judge, it has not. It's nowhere in the record. The state conceded our motion in limine, requiring them to file a motion and litigate 90609 priors before trial. They filed no such motion. I'm asking the court to exclude that.
Judge, my recollection is we actually did have a conversation about it because we talked about, there's already been testimony about one of the convictions. The other conviction's a felony theft of a fraud, I think from 2013, which is of the same time frame. My recollection is different than Attorney Zachar's, that we did actually discuss her prior criminal convictions, that the court ruled that the number was 2. If I'm wrong on that, then I'm asking the court to hold that hearing now. But I believe we discussed prior criminal convictions for everybody.
It was 2 with respect to Ms. Love, but we've looked through the court record. I don't see any entry where we discussed Ms. Dikeman's priors, and that's why I have that standard motion in limine. Both of these convictions are quite old. The court actually excluded convictions with respect to Mr. Pedrin in this time frame because of the age of the convictions, and we don't have enough time to make a record on whether or not both of them should be included in the 90609 record. That's why I have the motion in limine.
Could you point to the day or the motion?
It would have been the day that we discussed all the criminal convictions for all the witnesses.
be June 20th of 2025, where we, number of them. I don't see it anywhere in the clerk's notes, at least, that we discussed Ms. Dikeman.
Yeah, I don't have time to do this right now, and not only that, I don't, they know about the prior conviction, they've already heard that, so if she does testify, it's yes one time. To be fair, I mean, I'll just do it that way, yes one time. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Okay.
All right, everybody may be seated. Defense, want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness will be Ms. Dikeman.
Okay. Dikeman, why don't you come up here? We'll have you sworn in, and we'll go from there.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ready, Judge?
Go right ahead.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Josie Dikeman.
How old are you today, Ms. Dikeman?
I am 33.
I'm going to start with the question that everybody is here to decide. Did you kill Alexavier Pedrin?
No,
How did you feel about Alex when he was alive?
he was my son. I loved him with all my heart.
How do you feel about Alex now that he's gone?
I miss him every day.
Do me a favor, just pull the mic a little bit closer.
You can pull all the way up if you want to.
Josie, do you have any other children?
I do.
Who are those children?
Zayden Ehlers, Major Hellrood, Alex Pedrin, Brantley Pedrin, and Araya Pedrin.
Why do you consider Alex your child?
Because he is. I raised him till he was a baby, since he was a baby.
Do the children have different fathers?
They do.
Who are the fathers of your children?
Zayden's father is Jess Miedema. Major's father, I think I forgot Jalen.
Oh, that's okay. Who's Zayden's father?
Jess Miedema.
Who's Jalen's father?
Jalen's father is Dustin Barnes, and he's deceased.
Who is Major's father?
Major's father is Mark Hellrood. Alex's father is Derek Pedrin, and his biological mother is Jenna Love. And then Brantley and Araya's father is Derek Pedrin.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Derek Pedrin?
I was.
For how long were you in a relationship with Derek?
Over 7 years.
We're going to talk about it in detail, but just generally, how would you describe that relationship with Derek?
Abusive.
Where'd you grow up, Josie?
La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Did you graduate from high school?
I did. I graduated from Central.
What year did you graduate?
2010.
Do you have any other family in the La Crosse area?
I do. I have my grandpa and my brother and my mom.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
Rebecca Ehlers.
What's your brother's name?
Gabriel Ehlers.
And what's your grandfather's name?
Richard Ehlers.
So, Josie, are you nervous about testifying here today?
Yes.
Why is that?
I've never had to do this before, and my TBIs, I have neurological issues that people base their opinions on me. They think differently of me because of how I am.
Have people ever misperceived how you're reacting or how you're feeling in a situation?
Yes.
Do you receive disability as a result of your brain injuries?
Yes, I do.
What % of disability do you receive?
I'm considered 100% disabled.
Were you 100% disabled before your brain injuries?
No.
And I want to talk about how things are a little bit different here. Have the brain injuries impacted how long it takes for you to think about things?
Yes.
Have the brain injuries impacted how hard it is to remember things?
Yes.
Have the brain injuries made it difficult to respond right away to somebody?
Yes.
And Josie, do you occasionally freeze up when you're struggling with your memory?
Yes, I do.
Is what we're seeing today, is this how you look and you act in everyday life?
Yes.
Is the way that you interact with people now different from the way that you interacted with people before your brain injuries?
Absolutely.
In what ways?
Before my brain injuries, I could do everything like any other person could. I could think normal, I could read, I could write, I could respond to questions right away like a normal person. I wouldn't lose my words. My memory was great.
Okay. Have you also been diagnosed with anxiety?
Yes.
How does that affect you?
I get anxious. I'm anxious all the time, it feels like.
How about PTSD?
I have PTSD it has its highs and lows.
Can you tell the jury about some of the symptoms that you have with PTSD?
I have triggers, I get nightmares, certain places, sounds, people, items trigger me.
How about when somebody's talking to you aggressively or yelling at you?
I think yelling is the biggest trigger.
Was that something that happened a lot with Derek?
Yes.
Now, Josie, have people ever misinterpreted you as somebody who doesn't care or isn't feeling?
Yes.
How does that feel when that happens?
I think it happens a lot. And it makes me feel like people just don't understand brain injuries or what it's like to live with a brain injury. I still feel emotion, but it's hard to like not just have a flat face, I guess. I just feel like my face doesn't express, I guess.
Or is it frustrating when people misperceive you like that?
It is. I mean, I guess I've kind of gotten used to having people think differently of me, but it's hard.
Josie, I want to talk about the incidents that led to your brain injuries, and I want to talk about the first one. Can you tell us what was going on that led to that first brain injury?
Sure. We were living on Hinchin Court, Derek, myself, and our children. He had drinking a lot of tequila, and I remember he was punching me, kicking me. He had drugged me by my hair into our bathroom, and he threw me in the tub. And then in between being punched and thrown in the tub, and he took my hair. He had me by my hair, and he was slamming my head into the tile on the ground like a basketball. I had lost control of my bladder and blacked out.
What were you thinking before you blacked out?
I thought I was dying. I thought that was the end of my life.
Was this the November 12th of, or excuse me, the March 1st of 2019 incident?
It would have been March 29th.
March 29th, excuse me. And Derek testified that it was his belief that he put your head through a wall several times. Was that the same incident or a different incident?
It was the same. There was never any holes in the wall, and it was the tile on the floor.
Okay. Now, Josie, when did you learn that something was different after that brain injury?
The next morning, I was puking my brains out, and from then on, I couldn't lift my daughter. I was dropping everything, plates, anything I picked up. I was off balance. I was in and out of the ER because I didn't know what was wrong with my head. Bright lights, loud sounds. I couldn't take.
Were there things that you were able to do before that date that you weren't able to do after that brain injury?
Yeah, I could walk. I could hold my daughter. I could lift a plate without dropping it.
Did the way that you think or remembered things change at all?
Yes. After that TBI, right away, my head was just felt like I got hit by a bus. I mean.
Have you suffered from any other symptoms since, like seizures?
Yes.
How about headaches?
Oh, yes, I have headaches a lot.
How about pain?
Yes, I will forever have pain and weakness on the left side of my body.
Tell us about that left-sided weakness. What's that like?
I have a great amount of weakness on the left side of my body compared to the right. And for a while, I was off balance and I would fall, and I've had to learn how to walk and live with that weakness.
Tell us about where after that injury, were you able to drive?
It was hard to drive. It was hard to focus on the road and the speed limit and the stoplights on several different things at once. And it was very hard to focus on multiple things.
Okay. Josie, my understanding is that there's a second time that you suffered a brain injury.
Yes.
What happened leading up to that brain injury?
Jenna Love was moving to Joplin, Missouri, and Derek wanted to go with her. I was still recovering from a brain injury.
Okay.
And
Why were you moving to Joplin?
Derek said that, with a fresh start, things would be better. The violence would stop.
Whose violence would stop?
His.
So what was the plan moving to Joplin? Was it just you and your family, or were other people supposed to come too?
It was myself, our kids. Jenna was already there. And Mark and Major was supposed to meet us a week later.
So the plan was to have multiple adults with different children kind of live together and co-parent all the kids?
Yes.
How long did that last for?
About a week.
What happened that caused you to abandon that plan so quickly?
Jenna kept disappearing. Derek confronted her about it. And then Jenna's boyfriend and Derek got into an altercation. It turned into a fist fight. I tried separating them. And then I got in the middle of them to try to break up the fight, and then Jenna jumped on top of me. And then I went to leave. I said, you know what, we're leaving. We're packing up and leaving. And then I walked in the kitchen, and next thing I knew, it was lights out.
What happened?
Jenna had hit me with a baseball bat from behind.
Did that cause you to lose consciousness?
Yes.
What's the next thing that you remember?
I remember Jenna and Derek pulling me outside.
Did they pull you outside to help, or where did you end up outside?
I remember being in the grass, but there was blood on my van seat, so I think they were trying to put me in the van.
How did you end up getting to the hospital?
Jenna's boyfriend at the time had brought a friend, and he called 911.
Okay, so it was somebody else that called 911 to get you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
At the hospital, Josie, were you evaluated by doctors?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to these and I'm asked for a sidebar.
This is marked Exhibit 286. What's in that photograph?
That's me in the hospital after I got hit with the baseball bat.
What do you look like there?
I was in pain and I had blood all over.
Looks like you're wearing a cervical collar around your neck.
Yes.
And what's that red substance all over your face?
Blood.
How about that red substance throughout your hair?
Blood.
It's been marked as Exhibit 287. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a closer up view of the wound on your head?
Yes.
What caused that wound?
A baseball bat.
And here is Exhibit 285. Is that a closer up view still?
Yes.
Is that how you appeared in the aftermath of Jenna hitting you on the head with a baseball bat?
Yes.
Offered 285, 286, 287.
Subject to the objection I place on the record and subject to the objection to our photographs on another matter.
Yeah, this is not a matter of, this was subject to a whole different motion. And court will receive it, but given the graphic nature, I don't think you need to publish it. Go ahead.
Okay. How did life change for you, Josie, after that brain injury?
Everything got worse.
What do you mean?
My brain, my memory, my weakness, my headaches, the ringing in my ears, my right eye doesn't work with my left like it's supposed to. I have eye pain because of the bouncing in the skull from when the bat hit my head.
Did it take you a long time to try and recover from that injury?
Yes.
Have you fully recovered from that injury?
No, I never will.
So Josie, after that incident, was Jenna prosecuted?
Yes,
Are you aware of whether or not she was sentenced to prison for 5 years in Missouri?
she was.
Were you scared of Jenna?
I was.
So after that incident with Jenna, Did you listen to how Dr. Andres described your brain injuries to the jury just this morning?
I did.
Do you agree with how she's described some of your problems?
I do. I think she put it into words the way that I never could.
And Josie, if it takes you time to answer a question, does that mean that you're lying to us?
No,
If you freeze up, does that mean that you're lying to us?
no.
So what did you, Derek, and the children do after that incident in Joplin?
I believe we had to wait a day, and then we came back.
Did you have a place to come back to?
No,
So what did you do? Where are you living?
we were homeless. We did go to Laura Lee's for a day, and then we stayed at Derek's mom's, and then Derek left it to me to find housing.
You're kind of going from couch to couch until you found something?
Yes,
What did you do to try and find housing?
I went everywhere. I went everywhere in La Crosse. I had to drive, so I had to have the kids read me the speed limit signs so that I could drive because I couldn't focus. But I had to find us a place to live. We were homeless and we hardly had any food. I went everywhere in La Crosse and nobody could help us because our family size was too big. I went to Brownsville and there was a place there that could help with domestic violence, and they gave me a list of landlords, and they said, if you can find a place, we'll pay first month's rent and security. And by the grace of God, the last person on that list had a place for us.
Okay, so is that how you ended up in Brownsville, Minnesota?
Yes.
And we'll get to Brownsville in a moment, but what I'd like to do is jump forward to the household in 2023. At some point, did you, Derek, and the children move to that house on County Road OS?
Yes.
And who was living in the house in that time frame?
When we first moved there? Well,
Yeah, let's start with when you first moved there.
my mom lived there at first, but then she had to move out and we took over.
And once you took over, who was all living in the house?
Myself, Derek, Jalen, Major, Alex, Brantley, and Araya.
Okay, so was Alex living with you pretty much full time at that point when you were in the house on OS?
Yes.
Was Zayden there full time?
Zayden didn't, after Missouri, Zayden couldn't be there anymore because he couldn't watch the violence from Derek and then the bat.
So where was Zayden living?
He lived with my mom.
How about Major? Was Major there full time?
I shared custody with Mark for a while, but at that, before Alex was murdered, I had him full time.
Okay. Was Derek working at all during this time frame?
Off and on.
Where was he working?
Chip Shape Car Wash.
Generally speaking, I know we have some different hours, but what were Derek's hours?
Usually 8:30 to, it depends when he got home. Sometimes he'd get home early, sometimes he'd work late, sometimes he'd have people clock him out.
Were you working at all, Josie?
No, I was 100% disabled the day March 29th,
So
2019.
what kind of things would you do around the house?
I tried, my main priority was feeding the kids, bathing the kids. I worked with a counselor and about my disability and about I would get tired due to my weakness and my pain. after 10 minutes. And she would tell me, work for 10 minutes, take a break, you know, don't overdo it, because then my brain would get tired.
Did you see the photos of how cluttered and messy the house was?
Yes.
Is that something that you felt like you were able to keep up with, Josie?
No.
What kind of things did you do as a parent?
I would read to the kids. I would take them places like the park, the beach, the library. We'd go to the library a lot. Anywhere to wear their energy.
Who did the majority of the cooking for the kids?
I did.
What kind of meals would you try to make for the kids?
Tacos, lasagna, pizza, spaghetti, chicken.
I'll ask you, I'll follow up on this in a moment as well, but did the kids always like your cooking?
No.
Was it difficult for you to keep up with the household, Josie, at all in terms of keeping things clean?
Yes, if I cleaned a room, they messed it up in 2 seconds.
How about with laundry? Was that something that was a constant chore with 5 kids and Derek and you in the house?
It was. I kept up with the washing, but not the folding.
So when we saw pictures of Jalen's bedroom with all of those clothes and all the bins of clothes in there, what was going on with that? Why were they in there?
That would have kind of been the spare bedroom, but yeah, that's where I threw all the clothes after I washed them on that bed.
Can you tell us about a average morning for you getting the kids up and taking care of them?
When I did take them to school, I would pick out their outfits before, because that was easier. And if I made them breakfast at home, after I got them ready for school, we'd make breakfast and we'd get in the car and we'd go after we got them dressed and brushed their teeth.
Were all the kids old enough for school at that point?
Not Araya.
Okay, so what would you do with Araya after dropping the kids off at school?
If I had appointments, we'd go to that. Sometimes we'd go to my mom's. Sometimes we'd go to the library.
Did you ever play with Brantley?
Yes.
How often would you play with Brantley?
I'd play with Brantley and Alex and Araya all the time.
What kind of things did they like to play?
Monster trucks, Hot Wheels. We'd buy slime, we'd buy Play-Doh, all kinds of things.
Kind of a never-ending task keeping the kids busy?
Yes.
What did Derek do to help with the household chores?
Nothing.
Did he help cook or make meals on a regular basis?
No.
Did he help clean on a regular basis?
He would clean his area in the living room.
So Derek had a special area in the living room that he had?
Yes.
How about the rest of the house, all that clutter that we saw?
No.
Did Derek do the grocery shopping?
No.
How about taking the kids to school? Did Derek regularly take the children to school?
No.
Was all of that kind of left to you, Josie?
Yes.
What about taking the kids to the doctor if they needed to go be seen? Who generally did that?
I did.
How about the dentist?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit about the home layout. I have some photos marked that are duplicates, or one of them's a duplicate of what the state introduced, right on them. So, Josie, this, I'm going to show you 3 photos that are 3D views from the total station that the State Patrol went out and did of your house. Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 278. Which floor of the home is that?
Down the middle floor.
The main floor?
Yeah.
How about 280? What floor is
The
that?
basement.
And how about 279? What floor is that?
Upstairs.
Okay, offer 278, 279, 280.
No objection.
If you received, go ahead.
Josie, this is Exhibit 278, and I'm going to zoom as far as I can here. I should ask you, since this was taken after the search warrant was executed, are all of the things in the same position, or are all of your property in the same position it would have been before Alex died?
No.
All right, I'm going to hand you the laser. Or I'm going to use the laser pointer here, and I'm just going to ask you to identify some of these rooms. So, right here, this room down in the middle, which room is that?
That would have been my room.
Was it originally a bedroom?
Yes.
I mean, was it intended as a dining room?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the dining room originally, and then I made it into a bedroom.
You said it was your bedroom. Was that a bedroom that you typically shared with Derek?
No, he was out on the couch.
Okay. And where was the couch located, Josie?
It would have been out here.
Okay, so I'm pointing the laser pointer to the rightmost area of the image in the center. Am I circling kind of the area where the couch was?
Yes.
Is that where Derek spent most of his nights?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to label these here. We have some impressions, so. This is Josie's room. And this is Derek's couch. All right. Now, I apologize. I have, my handwriting suggests that maybe I should go to medical school instead of law school, but everyone can read that. If anyone can't, please point it out. Josie, what room is this over here?
That's the kitchen.
Okay. How about this room over on the left side of the image?
That's Major's room.
Okay. And how about this room down here?
That would have been the laundry room, but the boys they like to go sit on top of the clothes and watch that TV.
Okay, so there's a TV in that room that they would sit on top of while you clean laundry and watch television?
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to label these. So this is Major. This is the laundry room. And what room is this down here in the bottom right corner?
That's the living room.
Okay, so this is all the same. This is all the same room.
Up there is where the new dining room was.
Okay.
That table.
Is it a connected room?
It's connected to the living room.
Where's the bathroom, Josie? Is it up
Right
here?
next to Major's room, yep.
Okay. So, are there stairs in this house?
Yes, there's 2 sets.
I'm going to hand you the laser pointer. Why don't you point out the 2 steps and where they lead? You got to.
I know, I'm trying to think. I believe right there's downstairs. Basement.
Okay.
And right here goes to upstairs.
So, Josie, I want to go through a couple of the other diagrams here and just briefly label some of the other rooms. So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 279. Does that appear to be the upstairs kind of composite view?
Yes.
And I want to go through some of the rooms here. Can you just point out the rooms with the laser pointer and tell me what we're looking at?
This was Jalen's room.
Okay, so this was Jalen's room. I apologize for mixing that up. All right.
This would have been Alex and Brantley's room. And then Araya would sleep over here.
How about that area at the bottom of the right? What was that?
This was just a walkway.
Okay. I don't see a specific bedroom for Zayden in here. Did he have a bedroom in this house?
Well, the laundry room was his room when he did stay there.
Okay. Josie, was there a crawl space or like a little cubby hole upstairs?
Right here, these doors opened.
Okay. So this is the cubby hole?
Yeah, and right, yeah, these. I think it's more over here.
Over there? All right. Extend the line there. All right. Did the kids always sleep in their bedrooms that they had reserved for them?
Never.
Why is that?
They slept by me.
Why did they sleep by you?
They felt safe.
So, I want to show you Exhibit 280 as well. And this looks like the basement, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Can you point out on the diagram where the stairs were in the basement?
I'm sorry?
Can you point out the stairs into the basement on the diagram there?
Right here?
Okay. And are you familiar with what the floor was in the basement?
It was concrete.
Where's the laundry area? Where did you do your laundry in the basement?
Honestly, I can't tell.
Sure. Was the laundry, were the laundry units in the basement?
Yeah, that kind of looks like the wash.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a washing machine. I'm just going to circle this and put washer. Okay. Josie, going back to the to Exhibit 278 that I wrote on, was there a door that you and your family usually use to go in or out of the house?
Yes.
Which door was that?
That door.
Okay, so this is the normal door.
Yes.
And I really butchered that, but everyone knows what I just said. So was there another door into the house?
Yes, this door.
Okay. Did you and your family typically use that door coming in or out of the house?
No, Araya, when she slept, she always was in my room and she liked to set up her dolls right there.
Okay. Josie, were you renting, buying, or something else with this house?
Renting.
Okay, so the condition that the house came in was just what you rented?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you what's been previously received as Exhibit 204. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Basement stairs.
And were you responsible at all for the conditions of those stairs?
No,
Would you agree that those stairs were not particularly safe?
they were not.
Let's talk about the stairs. What were the stairs themselves on the basement made of?
Wood.
Was it ever slippery if you're in your socks?
Yes.
I don't see any hand railings at all on this staircase. Were there ever hand railings when you were living there?
No.
And what does the floor look like at the bottom there?
It's concrete.
Okay. Did you ever have to warn the kids not to horse around or near the staircase?
Yes, I did.
They ever listen to you?
No.
All right. So Josie, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 281. What are we looking at here?
That's Derek's couch and our dining room table. That's the living room and dining room.
Okay. Is this about how it looked usually?
Yes.
Offer 281, move to publish.
Objection.
You received, publish.
So was this the Derek's area of the home, so to speak, where he would spend his time?
Yes.
And is this kind of a normal setup where you'd have a sleeping bag and some other stuff around his couch?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about your bedroom. And we don't have a particularly clean picture of the entire bedroom, but I'm showing you what's been previously marked and received as Exhibit 244. Is this your bedroom?
Yes.
Is that, I'll take the laser pointer back from you. Is this your bed up here in this area?
Yes, it is.
Was it usually in that position up against the wall?
No.
Had it been moved at all from the search warrant that you can tell?
Yes, everything was moved.
How about, where was Alex's place? Where would Alex typically sleep?
He either slept on the, I don't know what you'd call it. It was a couch with two different seats in a middle compartment.
Okay. So like
Either on that, and then Araya or Brantley would sleep on the other side, or he slept in my bed.
Okay. And if I'm pointing off here to the left side of the picture, is that generally where Alex's
The
couch?
double couch, but yeah.
Okay. I've got a better picture of that in Exhibit 282. You recognize this photograph, Josie?
Yes, that's the couch.
And does that represent where the couch would have been in that time frame?
Yes, it was.
Offer 282.
Objection.
Received?
Move to publish.
No. Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
All right. So are we looking at Alex's couch kind of in relation to where the bed was up against the wall?
Yes.
And I have seen in several of these photographs, this red curtain up there. When did you hang that curtain, Josie?
Oh, it was up there since I put the room in there.
Okay, so it was pretty consistently up there.
Yes.
How did you secure the curtain to the top of the wall?
I believe I nailed it.
So nailed it with nails or thumbtacks or something?
Yeah, I think I thumbtacks at first, and then I had to nail it because Derek was ripping it down.
Did I assume that the curtain is up there for privacy in your bedroom?
Yes.
Was it consistently in that position where it was from the top of the wall to the floor?
For the most part, yes.
Were there times at all where somebody would roll it up and put it in on the handrail to the upstairs stairway?
Yes.
And why would you do that?
If I was cleaning.
Okay. Did you have cats too, Josie?
I did.
And did the cats come in and out of the bedroom that way?
Yes.
So, looking at this side of the picture to the right in the center here, it looks like this is the edge of an end table. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Was there an end table directly next to that where you kept your medications?
Yes.
Sounds like you were on a lot of medications back then. Is that fair to say?
I still am.
You ever have a talk with the kids about what was or was not safe for them to take with mom's medication?
I did. They knew that they were all for my brain injury and that I had to take them for my head injury or for my headaches and my seizures.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about the other rooms here in the bathroom. So I'm showing you what's been marked as 283. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that a picture of?
My old bathroom.
Offer 283.
I just want to see it. No objection, thank you.
Received, republished.
All right, so Josie, how many bathrooms are in the house?
Just that one?
Just one bathroom for 2 adults and 5 kids?
Yes.
Did that ever cause any congestion in the mornings or after school?
Well, bath time kind of felt like an assembly line.
Okay. And just so we have the setup here, it looks like there's a laminate or a hardwood floor of some sort on the bathroom floor.
Yeah.
And standard setup, otherwise we have a toilet, a shower tub, and a vanity mirror.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously received as Exhibit 241. What are we looking at here?
The hallway from the upstairs stairs down and leading into Major's room and the laundry room.
Where's your bedroom in relation to Major's room?
It's right before the picture.
Is it over here on the
Yeah.
left side?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't see your bedroom in this photograph, is that correct?
Right.
Is this Major's room here in the back where it looks like there's a toy T-Rex or something back there?
Yes.
Josie, are you familiar with the layout of Major's room and what you can see from a perspective of Major's room?
I am.
I'm showing you what's been previously received as 243. Is this an interior view of Major's room?
Yes.
And where would Major typically hang out when he was in his room?
On his bed.
So I'm showing you what's been previously received as 242. Is that Major's bed up there?
Yes.
Why would he hang out on his bed?
Because he'd play games or watch TV.
Did Major usually have his own TV there in the room?
Yes.
Okay. Josie, from what you're able to observe, living in that house, is it possible for Major, standing at his bedroom door, to see into your bedroom under normal conditions?
When I look into Major's room, I cannot see Major.
Did you have to go up to the doorway and actually look into the room?
Yes, because I would constantly try to check on him from my room, and I could not. I would have to get up and look and go and check on him in his room.
The other staircase in the home, Josie, going upstairs, was that hardwood or was that carpeted?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
The staircase that led to the upstairs, was that carpeted?
Yes.
Would the kids ever do anything on that carpeted staircase that you had to talk to them about?
Yes, they would always slide down it like it was like a sled, like on their butts.
I'm going to switch gears now that we have an understanding of the house here, and I'm going to ask you about Alex. What was Alex like, just generally?
He was a happy kid. When he was with me, he was full of life. He was loving and kind, and he always, no matter what, even though his life was so crappy with his dad, he always had a smile on his face. Always.
How would you describe your relationship with Alex?
I loved him and he loved me with all his heart. I always think back, and the best times with Alex was him running to me, yelling "Mommy" at school, and going to the library and picking out books and reading them to him. going to the beach and making sandcastles. And outside, Mom, look at this, look at that. And he'd show me tricks with his bike. Running to the truck when I pull up. Like he was just so full of life.
You've described some of the things that you would do together. Tell us about reading with Alex. Was that something that he liked to do with you?
He loved to read.
What do you mean by that?
He would pick out books at school and be so excited to go home and read them.
Now, Josie, was it uncomfortable at all being a step-parent to Alex, knowing what his mother had done to you?
I didn't look at Alex as Jenna. I looked at Alex as Alex.
Did you love him despite what Jenna had done to you?
I loved Alex with all my heart, just as if he came out of me.
What was Alex's relationship like with your other children?
Him and Brantley were best buds. They did everything together.
How would you describe his relationship with Major?
Major was mean to the younger kids. Not so much Araya, but Brantley and Alex. He was meaner to Alex.
The allegation's been made repeatedly in this trial that you treated Alex differently because he wasn't your own son. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That's false. That's absolutely not true.
Why do you say that's not true?
I treated them all equal.
Did you care about Alex any less than you cared about your own children?
No.
Let's talk about Alex and eating habits. Were some of the kids picky eaters?
They all were at times.
And did Alex have any food that he particularly liked or didn't like?
Alex wasn't the pickiest out of the bunch, but there was times where he didn't like what was made.
Now, did you have any rules about dinners and food with the kids?
They had to try it before they said they didn't like it.
Okay, so you always, if you put something in front of them, they said, Mom, that's gross. You always said you have to try a bite before you get something else?
Yes, because I'd give it to them and they said they didn't like it before they even tried it. So they had to take a bite before, and then if they didn't like it, they could have something else.
What other options did the kids have if they didn't like what you cooked?
They could have something that went in the microwave. Like, I always had corn dogs. I always had chicken nuggets, Hot Pockets, Easy Mac. You know, anything that was easy.
Kids know how to access that?
I've made corn dogs so many times, they wanted to do it. They're like, Mom, I want to do it. I want to try. So, yeah, they learned how to make a corn dog.
And just for the record, how do you make the corn dogs that you were feeding to the kids?
You open the wrapper, you put it in the microwave for a minute.
Okay, something that the children knew how to do?
Yes.
Okay. Josie, did you have any healthy foods available for the kids?
Yes, I started hiding the snacks because I wanted them to eat better, especially with going to the dentist and all their teeth were rotting. I wanted to, I put out a basket with fruits in it.
Were the kids welcome to have those fruits if they needed a snack?
Yeah, they could have as much as they wanted.
So the allegation, Josie, has been that you intentionally starved Alex or withheld food from him. Did that ever happen?
No.
How about water? Did you ever withhold water from Alex?
No, and anyone who's ever been to my house knows that I have, right on the floor, I always had cases of water, juice box, Gatorade, everything ready for the kids.
Did Alex like sweets?
They all like sweets.
Would Alex ever get into the sweets?
He would get up and get into sweets or drinks or stuff that he would make him sick.
Were you ever mad at him for that?
No. I would
Would you-
talk to him about it, but I wasn't mad at him for it.
Okay. Can you remember a particular instance where Alex got up and ate something where he ended up getting sick?
Yes, a whole pack of ice cream sandwiches.
All right. Did you talk to Alex after that and about why he needed to only have one?
Yeah, the next day he had diarrhea and his stomach hurt, and I had talked to him that, it's not good to eat a whole pack of ice cream sandwiches because it's not good for your belly.
Let's talk about pizza. Did you get pizza regularly for the family?
We got pizza a lot.
So the claim has been made that you would only allow Alex to eat pizza crusts. Is that true?
No.
Did you have any rules at your house about the crusts?
Yes, they all had to eat the crust.
Do they all like eating the crusts?
No,
Why did you make them all eat the crusts?
because I was finding half-eaten pizza, and they'd want more, and pizza's expensive.
Did Alex ever complain about having to eat the crust?
No.
So this was a rule that applied to all of the kids in the house?
Yes.
So the claim's also been made, Josie, that you would force Alex to eat food with hot sauce on it. Has that ever happened?
No.
Can you think of a time when somebody put hot sauce on Alex's food as a joke or a prank?
Yes, I remember the kids crying because Major had put hot sauce on their food.
How did you react to that?
Major had to make them more.
Is this something that you use as a punishment at all?
Absolutely not.
Did you joke around with the kids about, well, wash your mouth out with hot sauce if they were misbehaving?
Not wash their mouth out, but like Laura Lee and I would say, you want hot sauce, but we never did it.
So let's talk about the dental care here. You mentioned that some of the kids had issues with their teeth.
Yes, Brantley and Alex had cavities.
So what would you do in response to the kids saying that my teeth hurt?
I limited the sweets.
Would you take them to the dentist?
Yes.
Did Derek ever take the kids to the dentist?
No.
Let's talk about Alex in particular. Were there any challenges getting Alex into the dentist right away?
When we first got him, yes. I couldn't get him under our insurance.
What was the problem with that?
He was under his grandma's insurance.
So you needed to get the insurance switched before you could take him to the dentist?
Yes,
Who ultimately ended up taking Alex to the dentist?
I did.
Was Derek involved in that at all?
No.
So I want to talk about a time when Alex lost a dental crown. Do you remember that happening?
I do.
What do you recall about that?
He was scared because he was with his dad when he had lost it, and he was scared, but he eventually told me, and I said that it was okay, and I had to tell Derek, and Derek tried shoving it back in his mouth.
How did Alex lose his dental crown?
He chewed on a piece of candy.
Okay, so like a sticky piece of candy? Is that yes?
Yes.
And when you said that Derek tried to shove it back on, what do you mean by that?
He made Alex open his mouth, and he shoved it back in, and Alex was crying.
Was Alex crying from your observations because that was uncomfortable?
It hurt him.
Did you think that that was a safe or appropriate means of putting a dental cap on top of a tooth that may have bacteria or candy on it?
No, and Derek was laughing.
What did you do once Derek was unable to get the dental cap back on?
I took it and I brought him to the dentist.
Judge, we're 3 minutes to lunch. I'm about to start a new section.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. All right. All right, we will take a lunch break. We'll start back up 1:15. If you need anything, let us know. Thank you. it's, so, everybody can send. You talk to the juror sometime during lunch, and then I'll come out and let you know if there's any issue. Anything else before we take a lunch break from the defense perspective?
I got it.
State?
No.
All right, be back about 1:10. Thank you. Have a seat, everyone. So let's begin. I think everybody's present, right? Okay, just to let the parties know, I did talk to the juror. It's RN 2246, just so you know. He's fine with continuing on with the jury. That it was sort of expected, sad but expected. Nothing's happening. So really, that's all I found out. Any concerns about that from the state's perspective?
None.
Defense?
No.
Okay. Well, anything we need to talk about before we begin from the state?
No.
Defense?
Your Honor, I should put on the record that I'm told, and one of my other paralegals was in here delivering us lunch earlier. She observed, and Ms. Dikeman observed, several members of the gallery shaking their heads, making gestures at Ms. Dikeman, gasping audibly, speaking. It was loud enough where I could hear it up here. Just ask the court to keep an eye on it and remind the gallery to not intervene.
Yeah, no matter who's testifying, we just need people to try not to respond. That's all I'd ask you to do. If it's hard for you not to do that, it is being streamed. You can step out, watch it, but otherwise, please, the desire is to get all the evidence in for the jury to pay attention to the evidence only. So, okay, having said that, Ms. Dikeman, why don't you go ahead and we'll have you go ahead and take the seat up here. We'll bring the jury in and we'll go from there. Yeah, you can come right up here. Go ahead and get the jury. All right, thank you, everyone. Have a seat, and we'll continue on with the question. Go ahead.
Sure. Josie, I want to ask you just a brief follow-up question about rent. How are you making rent at that home on OS?
I had to go to charities and churches and ask for help with rent.
Did Derek help out at all financially with the family?
He would give me a couple $100, and that was it.
What's your understanding over the rest of his paychecks went?
Drinking and drugs.
All right, let's talk about school. Did you communicate at all with the school for any of the children?
I'm sorry, can you?
Who communicated with the school at Hinchin when something came up with the kids?
I did.
Would you describe yourself as involved in the kids' education?
I was very involved.
Did you want the kids to go to school, Josie?
I did.
Why is that?
Because I wanted them to be at school, and it was important for them to learn, and honestly, I could use the break.
Okay. So, in other words, did you like the fact that the kids were missing so much school?
No.
Now, who would be the parent communicating with either the principal or the teachers if there were issues in class?
I was.
Would Derek ever handle that?
No.
What kind of things would you reach out to Alex, Brantley, or any of the kids' teachers about?
Birthdays. There's a number of times where there was bullies. Alex, I remember a couple times where Alex would come home and say kids were mean to him, and I did not stand for bullies. So I would contact the teachers first, and if that wasn't resolved, then the principal. Jalen also had bullies.
Okay. Why did that concern you if Alex was being bullied at school?
Because they shouldn't have to fear going to school.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as Exhibit 2. You recall talking that having an email exchange, looks like November 29th of 2022 with Mrs. Rocks?
Yes.
Who's Mrs. Rocks?
Mrs. Rocks was a kindergarten teacher for all of my children except Araya.
Okay. And what's the concern that you're expressing here to Mrs. Rocks about Alex? You need to pick it up. Are you having a hard time reading that?
It just takes me longer. That Alex and Brantley were getting bullied by another student.
Is this email the email that you sent to Mrs. Rocks to try and stop Alex and Brantley from being bullied?
Yes.
No objection.
Received.
Josie, at certain points, do you remember talking to Mrs. Rocks about your concern that Alex needs to get enough water and have chapstick at school?
Yes.
Did you email her on March 15th of 2022 to ask if it's okay to bring an extra water bottle and chapstick for Alex to school?
I don't remember the date, but if that, yeah. Yes, I do remember him having very chapped lips and needing a water bottle, yes.
So why did you ask her if it was okay to send an extra water bottle and chapstick with Alex?
I didn't want to just send him with the stuff and having it get taken away. So I wanted to make sure she was aware.
You thought that Alex needed this and you asked for permission to bring it in?
Yes.
Offer 289.
289. Okay. Any objection?
No.
Received.
Josie, did you communicate with Mrs. Rocks about things as simple as making sure that Alex's gloves fit during winter?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 290. Do you recall talking to Mrs. Rocks about whether or not Alex's gloves were the right size?
Yes, it was hard for the kids when they pull out the gloves. The holes kind of come out. And so I was practicing with Alex how to get his gloves on. And so I was letting her know that we found a pair that worked.
So the internal felt lining or cloth lining of the gloves would be pulled out?
Yeah, the fingers would come out, and then it was hard for him to get each finger back in.
Why did you work with Alex on putting his gloves on the right way?
So that he was able to have time to go and play at recess, and he wasn't struggling with his gloves.
Offer 290.
Any objection?
No objection. I would just ask that the dates be referenced to when these emails were sent, please.
I think I did, but if not, for the record, that email was sent on December 8th of 2021. Was there ever a time when Mrs. Rocks told you that Alex had picked on another student at school?
I don't
Do
remember.
you remember if Alex hit another girl because of she didn't like his shirt?
Yes.
How did you handle that situation?
I believe Alex wrote a card saying sorry.
Is that something that you suggested that he do?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 291. This is an email dated November 29th of 2021. And just read those two lines to yourself, Josie. Let me know if you're familiar with that.
Okay.
Josie, did you email Mrs. Rocks that you were having Alex work on a thank you card or a sorry card for Tegan?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hurt him or beat him up when you heard that Alex had been violent towards this girl in school?
Absolutely not. We talked about how it might have made Tegan feel when he hit her.
Offer 291.
Objection.
Received.
I get 288, please. 289, excuse me. Josie, when was Alex's birthday?
July 10th, 2016.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not the school had any birthday celebrations for kids during their birthdays?
It depended on the teacher, but not in Alex's classes.
Was it difficult to get, did Alex want to have his birthday celebrated in school?
He didn't, I don't remember him mentioning it, but I had talked with Alex if he wanted to celebrate his birthday at school, since his birthday fell on in the summer and not during the school year.
When the kids are in school, did they get to bring in special treats on their birthday and have a special celebration?
Yes, if kids had their birthday during the school year, they got to bring in a treat.
Is that something that you wanted for Alex, even though his birthday was in July?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 288. This is an email dated April 5th of 2022. What are you referring to, Josie, when you ask her if it's okay if you bring in Alex's summer birthday treat on Friday?
Can you wait just a second? I don't have a copy yet. Okay.
What did you mean by that?
I asked Mrs. Rocks if, since Alex's birthday was in July, if he could bring in a special treat to celebrate his birthday on Friday.
And did she agree to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Offer 288.
Objection.
Received.
Josie, was there ever times when you communicated with the school about the kids being sick?
Yes.
Were the kids sick a lot?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you one example here. This has been marked 293. Are you describing the symptoms as you and your family are experiencing them?
May I have a copy of 293, please?
Dated January 18th of 2022. Are you expressing some concerns about COVID starting to run through your house?
Yes.
And are you expressing your concerns in real time as you're experiencing them?
Yes.
Why are you telling Mrs. Rocks that COVID is running through your house?
Because it was?
You wanted her to know what was happening with the health of the kids?
Yes.
Offer 293.
Objection.
Received.
Josie, after Alex passed away, were you concerned at all about how the other kids were doing in school?
Yes.
Did you reach out at any point to the teachers of the children to see how they were doing after Alex passed away?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 294. This is an email dated February 23rd of 2023. So approximately 12 days after Alex died. Why were you emailing Mrs. Rocks on that day? Were you checking on Brantley?
Yes, I was.
Why did you think it was necessary to check on Brantley?
Because I wanted to know if he was okay. We had just lost Alex, and it was hard on all of us.
So you're concerned about your kids and how they were doing with that?
Brantley wasn't handling it well, no.
Brantley and Alex pretty close?
They were.
Offer 294.
Received.
So, Josie, it looks like you had a lot of communication with both Mrs. Oliver, the principal, and Mrs. Rocks, the kindergarten teacher. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not Derek ever reached out to the school about concerns with the kids?
He did not.
Now, were there times when Alex was given the option of remote learning?
Yes, there was a time where they all had to have remote learning.
What did you do to help the kids with remote learning?
I did everything I could.
What did Derek do to help the kids with remote learning?
Nothing.
Can you recall a time where Derek ever was available to help them log on?
Yes.
Did he do so?
No.
Were you involved in any way, shape, or form, Josie, with Jenna Love's request to see Alex's school records?
I was not.
Did you have anything to do with Derek choosing to sign or not sign that release of information?
I left that alone.
Let's talk about discipline. You've got 5 kids in and out of the house. I have to imagine that they misbehave every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
How did you handle discipline when a child does something wrong?
I had timeouts. They went to their room. I worked very close with Jeff Ryland, a counselor at Gunderson. He was seeing Major and Jalen and Brantley after Alex passed. And
What were you working with Mr. Ryland on
Objections here relevant.
as to the discipline?
Overrule.
he was not only helping me for Major's violence and
Move to strike, that's not related to discipline. Questions about discipline?
I think she can talk about what her experience is. Overrule.
violence and lying, but he would help me with ideas instead of saying, no, don't do that, and no all the time. How about we do this? How about we do that? He diagnosed.
Oh, we can't go into what he
Right,
diagnosed.
I
but,
know, that's why I stopped.
Um,
But he would give me better ideas for parenting all the kids and getting them to listen better, like a star chart or a star system. Like
what is a star chart?
I did, where they would get 5 stars, and they would earn them if they did something to help, or they did something good, or they would earn their stars, and if they got 5 stars, they would get something they wanted, or get to do something they wanted, or get extra tablet time, get to stay up late.
Yeah, you've listed a couple. What are some of the rewards that the kids would get with the star chart system?
I'm going to object to the relevancy at this point.
It's on discipline.
It's part of discipline, overruled. Go ahead.
This one's not a defense in this case,
It-
not a legal defense.
We're not saying that she used physical discipline, Judge.
That's not relevant.
Sure.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
What were some of the rewards that the kids would get with the star chart system?
It depended on the child, but it could be anywhere to treats, because I would limit those, to staying up late, extra tablet time, because I would limit electronics, or staying up late. I don't know if I said that.
Okay. Did the star system work?
Not for all of them.
Do you acknowledge that occasionally you would yell at the kids?
Yes, I would.
Did the star system work better than yelling?
Yes.
Did you ever hit the children as a form of punishment?
No.
Did you ever kick the children as a form of punishment?
No.
Did you ever use physical discipline with something like a spoon or a spatula or a paddle on the kids?
Absolutely not.
Now, have you had a chance to observe Derek's means of disciplining the kids?
Yes.
Was his way of disciplining the kids different from yours?
Yes.
How so?
He had a short fuse. He was unpredictable. He had no patience. He was very violent. He didn't treat them like they were kids.
What do you mean when you say that Derek was very violent?
He would throw them across the room. He would hit them. He would kick them. He would slap them. His go-to was the head.
What do you mean by that?
He would hit them over the head.
Did that appear to cause the children pain when he would do that?
Yes.
What kind of things would set Derek off where you would physically harm any of the kids?
Objection to bag is the timing.
Yeah, if you can be more specific.
Have you ever noticed what would irritate Derek to the point, can you give us an example of something that would irritate Derek to the point where he was become physically violent with any of the kids?
If he was angry with me, if the kids did something wrong, if they were crying, one thing he really did not like is if they had an accident.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but have you ever seen Derek hit Alex?
Yes.
How many times?
More than I can count.
Now, Josie, one thing that I didn't ask you about is choking or strangling. Is that something that you've ever seen Derek do to any of the children?
That is another thing that he did a lot.
Did he do that to you as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about you and Derek in the home in specific. Was there physical violence in your home while Alex was still alive?
Yes.
Who was the person behaving violently?
Derek Pedrin.
Was Derek ever violent towards you?
Yes.
And when we say violence towards you, what kind of things are you referring to?
He would hit me, kick me, grab me by my hair, choke me, punch me, throw me, rape me.
Okay. How many times would you say Derek has done those things to you?
More times than I can count.
Did the kids ever see Derek physically attacking you?
Yes,
How often did that happen?
all the time.
Were you scared of Derek, Josie?
I still am.
What kind of things would precede or come before an attack on you by Derek?
If I took too long at the store, if I took too long anywhere, if I wasn't home when he wanted me home, if I was on my phone, if I took too long in the bathroom, if I wouldn't talk to him, if he was too drunk and high.
Was Derek violent with you both when he was sober and when he was not sober?
Yes.
Did it matter if he was drinking or using drugs in
No.
terms of when he would become violent with you?
No.
Josie, I'm not going to belabor the point here, but I am going to ask you. You mentioned that Derek raped you. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
He would force himself inside me when I would tell him no or stop.
Would he do this when you had tried to break up with him?
Yes.
How many times did that happen?
I can't count over the years.
How did you feel during those moments?
Helpless.
I want to talk about some of the specific instances where the police became involved. Have the police ever become involved because of Derek's violence towards you?
Yes.
And have you called the police every single time that Derek became violent with you?
No.
How about with the kids?
No.
So I'm going to move you back to March of 2019. Is that the incident that you've described where Derek used your head like a basketball?
Yes.
And was Laura Lee there at that point?
Yes.
Did you ask her to call the police for you?
I screamed it running from Derek, yes.
Was Derek asking her to call the police on you?
No.
Now, that incident, I know you said that your head was banged against the tub. You recall hearing Derek say that there was another incident where he put your head through a wall?
Yes.
Was that a different incident or the same incident?
If he did it that time, I don't remember. But I know he repeatedly slammed my head into the tile floor.
Was this violence that you experienced in March of 2019, was that out of the ordinary for Derek when he was abusive to you in the future?
It was not. There's several times I thought I was going to die.
Let's talk about when you moved to Brownsville, Minnesota. That would have been around the summer of 2020, as I understand it.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You moved to Brownsville after you moved from Joplin.
Yes.
And I know that you were kind of homeless for a period of time in between. Is that right, Josie?
Yes.
Now, were you working with anybody at the Salvation Army trying to get funding for your housing?
I was.
And did you discuss any concerns about violence in the home during that time frame?
Yes.
Did Derek agree to move out or leave?
No.
So I want to bring you to July 13th of 2020. Do you remember 911 being called in Brownsville on that day?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, Josie, can you tell us what happened?
I'm sorry, did you say it was a hang-up?
Nope, this is not the hang-up. This is the, was there, do you recall an incident where Derek threw you to the ground and broke
Yeah.
your phone?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you remember about that.
He had beaten me and broke my phone.
Were there any kids present for that?
Yes.
How about Alex? Was he present?
He was present.
And was Alex ever present for any other time that Derek was abusive to you?
He was present a lot of the times Derek was abusive to me.
Would Alex ever try to help you out when his dad was behaving like that?
He would, and he would scream and cry, "Mom."
How would Derek react to that when Alex would scream and cry, "Mom"?
He would take the boys and he would throw them in the room and he would tell Alex, "I'm not his mom."
How did that feel, hearing Derek say that you're not his mom?
It would hurt that he'd use him as a pawn.
That's something that you said before, right, Josie? Using him as a pawn?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
He would bring him in the middle, and sometimes I was his mom, sometimes I wasn't, and when we were fighting, I wasn't, and I didn't feel like that was fair to Alex.
Now, was Derek arrested from that Brownsville incident?
Yes,
When's the next time that you saw him?
when he got out.
Bringing you forward to August 26th of 2020, do you recall the police coming to your home following a 911 hang-up?
Yes,
What was happening leading to the 911 call?
that was one of the severe beatings.
So Derek was hurting you?
Yes,
Do you recall what you told the police when they arrived?
that one of the kids had accidentally called.
Why did you tell them that?
Derek had made me do it.
How did he make you do it?
He threatened to kill me if I didn't.
Would he make you talk to the police and tell them that things didn't happen on other occasions?
Yes,
Would you agree to do that for Derek at times?
I felt like I didn't have a choice.
Moving you forward to November 12th of 2022, this is at the house on OS. Do you recall Derek being arrested by the Sheriff's Department on that day?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the date?
Sure, November 12th of 2022. This is an incident involving hamburger meat. Do you recall that? What was going on leading up to that incident?
Derek was mad at me, fighting with me. I told him it was over. I'm sorry, my brain's going through a lot right now, and it's
Sure.
starting to block everything out, but I'm gonna try.
Let me just redirect you here, Josie. Was there a point in time where Alex was separated from the rest of the kids?
Yes, I had went to a rummage sale, and Derek wouldn't let Alex go with,
Why not?
because he was drunk and high, and he said that he was gonna take Alex to a hotel to see Aubrey, his sister,
Do you remember where the rummage sale was?
Galesville.
What were you getting at the rummage sale?
Out of their basement, they sold a bunch of Tide and just household cleaners for really cheap. They bought pallets of it, and so monthly I'd go stock up because it was really, really cheap.
Okay. When you got back from the rummage sale with the rest of the kids, were Derek and Alex still there?
Yes, Derek was passed out drunk on the floor, and Alex was sitting next to him with a bag of chips, and his hair was wet, and he had brushed it to the side.
Why was Alex's hair done like that?
I called him over, and I asked him, did he do his hair, and he said yes, he wanted to look handsome for his sissy.
Did he look handsome?
He looked very handsome.
How did it feel seeing Alex on the floor eating chips with his father passed out?
It hurt.
What did you do once you saw Alex on the floor eating chips next to Derek passed out?
I told him to bring the chips upstairs and not to wake his dad, and that I'd make supper.
Why was it important not to wake Derek up?
because he'd start screaming and being violent like he had before I went to the rummage sale.
Josie, did you make supper?
I did.
What do you recall making, or what ingredients do you recall using?
I was making hamburger, and I don't remember if I was making tacos or spaghetti.
What happened next?
I was browning the hamburger, and then I remember I was going to dump the grease, and Derek had woke up.
What happened when Derek woke up?
He had came in the kitchen and started screaming at me for cooking the hamburger.
He was upset that you cooked the hamburger meat?
Yes.
What happened after that?
He started fighting me for the hamburger meat, and he was trying to fight me for the hot pan, and it all dumped in the sink.
Was that the end of it?
No, he started beating me, punching me, kicking me, choking me.
Were the kids around?
Yes,
Is this one of the incidents where we saw videos during Derek's testimony of him hitting you?
yes,
And Josie, just to jog your memory, is this the video where Major was crying inside of the closet?
yes,
Now, during that video, you said that Derek had threatened to kill you, and you sent that video to Laura Lee. Is that something that you did?
I did.
Why did you send videos like that to Laura Lee?
I sent her a lot of videos because Derek would go through my phone and delete them.
Did you want her to have evidence in case Derek did something more?
Yes,
Now, you made a 911 call that we heard earlier in the evidence. Do you remember listening to that?
I did.
What did you mean, Josie, on that 911 call when you told the 911 dispatcher that he just did the same thing to his 6-year-old?
That he had just beaten his 6-year-old.
Choked him?
Yes,
Were you telling the truth when you're talking to the dispatcher?
yes,
Did anybody ever ask you what you meant by that comment on the 911 call?
no,
Now, was Derek arrested as a result of the November 12th incident?
yes,
Was he prosecuted for strangling and battering you?
yes,
Did the abuse stop after that point?
no,
In that 911 call, you also made a comment to the dispatcher that he was teaching his son to lie. What did you mean about that?
he would take Alex outside or in the living room, and he would tell Alex to tell me or other people that I hurt him, or he would even video him saying that mom hits him, mom kicks him. He would try to get Alex to say those things, and Alex would cry.
Did he ever call Alex any names when Alex sided with you, or?
There's times where Derek would be so drunk and high and violent that Alex would be scared to go by him. And Derek would call him a traitor.
How did Alex react to being called a traitor?
I would tell Alex that Derek didn't mean it. And Alex would say, I know, he's just drinking liquor.
You said wicker, is that right? Is that yes?
Yes,
Is that how Alex pronounced liquor?
yes,
So he was able to attribute some of his father's behavior to his substance use?
yes,
Moving you forward, Josie, to February 7th of 2023. This is 4 days before Alex died. Do you recall seeing those videos? It was a series of 2 videos where Derek came in screaming that you were a whore, and then the subsequent video, he says he hoped you died and pulled down the curtain.
yes.
What was happening leading up to those videos?
I'm sorry, I'm getting a block.
That's okay. Um, it appeared that all the kids were in the room. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What were the kids doing in the bedroom?
They always slept by me because they were scared, because Derek was always drunk and high.
Is that pretty normal for the kids to all be in the bedroom with you even on a regular night?
Every night.
Did the kids ever go and sleep with Derek around him when he was drunk or under the influence of a substance?
Never.
How about when Derek was yelling and screaming like that? Would they ever go and sleep by him?
They'd be scared.
So it was pretty common to have a bed full of kids and then have kids on the couch?
Yeah, I'd always have them in my room.
Now, during that video, does Derek say did Derek say anything that was concerning enough to you that you had to call the police?
I know he said he was going to kill me, and
this is how he was acting at home just 4 days before Alex died?
yes, it only got worse.
Josie, I've asked this of multiple witnesses, but I want to get your take on this. Was it your impression that Derek was out of control in that video?
Yes,
You recall what Derek did when the police arrived at your home on February 7th?
he ran
Where did he run to?
into the woods.
Now, are you aware of whether or not Judge Horn issued a no contact requirement between you and your home after that?
He did.
Did he ultimately comply with that contact?
No.
So, Josie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as. Did it say that?
Yeah, it's already been.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as 233. Did you turn to Laura Lee whenever Derek would be violent in these moments?
Yes.
Was she somebody you could talk to about what was going on at home?
Yeah.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as 233. This is a series of Facebook exchanges on February 7th, beginning at the UTC time is 7:28 and 37 seconds. However, subtracting 6 hours for Central Time would be approximately 1:28 a.m. Have you seen these before?
Yes.
And why are you reaching out to Laura Lee?
Because I always talk to her when things happened with Derek.
Okay. And do you recall telling Laura Lee that it was bad enough, or that Derek got arrested before it even got too bad?
Yes.
So what we saw in that video wasn't Derek at his worst?
No.
And do you recall Laura Lee's impression, or initial impression of asking you, did he lay his hands on you again?
Yes.
Was that something that she knew about, all of the violence that was ongoing?
Yes.
Now, there's a comment in there saying that he wouldn't even let you talk to me yesterday. Laura Lee says that to you. What's she talking about?
He wouldn't let me talk to anyone. I wasn't allowed to talk to family. I wasn't allowed to have friends. It was just him and home. He expected me to answer his text messages and his phone calls 24/7 when he was at work. If I didn't answer, it would be a fight, even if he was working.
Would he tell you that you couldn't talk to friends like Laura Lee?
Yes.
Would he tell you that you couldn't talk to family members?
Yes, and if I was with Laura Lee, I was cheating.
That was his impression?
Yes.
Did he ever ask you to do anything regarding your social media friends?
He already went through my Facebook and deleted everyone he wanted to delete. I never went on Facebook because I was accused of cheating if I was on there.
Were you made to exclude some of your male friends?
Yes.
Now, you reported that Derek told you that he wanted you dead on that day. Is that something that you were reporting shortly after this incident happened?
Yes.
And was that the truth?
Yes.
Now, at the end here, Laura Lee says, duck him, maybe I need to get my friends get on him again. Do you recall that comment?
I do.
What's that referring to?
It's referring to her friends from the birthday party, her Hispanic friends, who she's known for several years.
At 233 hasn't been received in its entirety. I'd offer it now.
Any objection?
No.
Be received?
Now, Josie, these times that the police were called, were these all of the times that Derek abused you?
No.
Why didn't you always call the police when Derek got like that?
I remember times where I would fight for the door, try to send the kids to the neighbors to get help. He would take every phone in the house, every tablet. I thought we'd all die that day. It was impossible to get help.
Was it so normal, Josie, that you accepted that Derek would become violent with you and the kids?
Yes, I thought it was normal. I thought that was our life.
Let's talk about drug use. Are you aware of whether or not Derek was taking any prescribed prescription medication?
Not prescribed.
What are you aware of?
He was taking Xanax.
How do you know that, Josie?
I watched him, and I've seen his phone, and I've seen him with it.
So what would you see Derek do in terms of how would he take it?
He would snort it on his table in the living room.
Would he take it any other ways?
He would take it in his mouth.
Okay, like a normal way that one would take a pill?
Yes.
How many times would you say that you've seen Derek use Xanax?
More times than I can count.
Has Derek ever admitted to you that it was Xanax that he was using?
Yes.
What did the Xanax look like?
Bars, but there's times I've seen other types of pills that I assumed were Xanax.
Do you notice anything about the colors of the pills? Or the bars?
I think they were like not like a white, but like a off-white maybe. I didn't get too close to it. A bluish color.
You ever saw him? Yeah, you saw him with the blue pills as well.
Yeah.
Did you know where Derek was getting it from?
Yes.
Had you ever gone through his phone and seen some of those text messages?
Yes, I've never met the person, but he's told me who it was, and he's told me he was going to that person's house, and he sent me pictures of guns on the table at that person's house. And yeah.
How did that make you feel when he sent you a picture of guns on his drug supplier's table?
Scared. He
How
was
many-
like trying to brag about it, like, these are my friends. If and there's times where he's threatened me, if I don't kill you, I know people who will.
How many times would you say that you've seen text messages on Derek's phone going to buy Xanax?
I haven't gone through his phone that many times, but I know at least 3.
How was the Xanax packaged when you saw Derek with it?
He had it in like baggies.
Like a sandwich baggie or a Ziploc
Yes.
baggie? Okay. Did you know where Derek kept his Xanax at the house?
I did not.
Now, were you able to observe any changes in Derek after he would either snort or swallow Xanax?
It just reminded me of when he was drunk.
Were there times where he could appear calm?
No.
Were there times when he would look or sound particularly high to you?
It just reminded me of his slurred, stumbly, drunk Derek.
And did Xanax prevent Derek from acting violently?
No,
Now, Josie, I'm going to ask you, did Derek ever give you Xanax?
no,
Were you taking Derek's Xanax?
no, I was not.
I want to talk to you a little bit about one of the videos that we saw of you and Derek arguing on a couch in the living room. Do you remember that one?
I do.
What did you mean when you confronted Derek and said, you mean the Xanax that you bought and took?
They were his Xanax that he bought and he took.
What did you mean when you said that you checked his messages and then sarcastically asked him, so you just buy the Xanax from your friend?
That they were Xanax that he bought from his friend and he took.
Did you have any reason to believe, Josie, that this video would be played more than 3 years later in a trial that you're facing prosecution for homicide?
Absolutely not.
Were you speaking the truth when you confronted Derek about using and purchasing Xanax?
Yes.
Now, Derek's testimony was that he bought Xanax, but only to give to you. Is that true or not true?
Not true.
Was Derek doing much of anything that was nice for you towards the end of that relationship?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that text from July 6th of 2021 to your mother asking her if she wanted to try a Xanax. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was going on?
I was talking to my mom about I was going to go over there and help her because she wasn't doing well. And Derek hated going to my mom's. He hated me being at my mom's. He hated me giving anyone else attention other than him. And he told me to ask her if she wanted Xanax.
So it was Derek offering to provide her a Xanax?
Yes.
Did your mom take one?
No.
So, Josie, the claim has also been made that you would get Xanax from your mother. Was that true?
No.
Would you occasionally pick up prescriptions for her?
I would.
It was at the Walmart pharmacy in Onalaska?
South side of La Crosse, next to where I pick up the kids from school.
Oh, sure. Now, Josie, do you deny at all that your mom would occasionally give you prescription painkillers?
I do not.
What was she giving you the painkillers for?
I was in a lot of pain from being beaten and my left-sided pain.
Would you ever get pills like hydrocodones for after Derek had been violent with you?
Just hydrocodone, that's it.
Did you have a prescription of your own for hydrocodone at some point?
Yes, I did. I was on a very low dose.
Was it ever Xanax that you got from your mother?
Absolutely not.
I want to talk about Ted Colkind. Who's Ted?
He is a family friend that my mom's known for several years.
Okay. And what were your interactions like with Ted?
I would, if I went to the store, I would help him with groceries. If I always made dinner and there was always way too many leftovers because it seemed like if I made a meal, the kids wouldn't like it. So I'd bring him leftovers and honestly, he was a getaway, a place to go with the kids to avoid going home.
How would you describe Ted's health generally?
He has poor health. He's in a wheelchair.
Okay. Has he needed people to help take care of him, clean his apartment, cook his meals, go to the grocery store, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Is that something that you've been doing for Ted?
Yeah, I help him when he needs help.
And it sounds like your mom helped him out too as a family friend.
Yes.
Did Ted get to know the children at all?
Yes,
Would you ever bring the kids over to Ted's house?
I would.
How would you describe the kids around Ted?
They'd draw him pictures. They thought it was really fun to go under his bed and grab like the remotes and he has a grabber and he'd drop that under the bed or whatever he'd drop under the bed. Alex and Brant would crawl under there and grab all his stuff he dropped under there. So, it was teaching them to help too.
So one of those like toy claws that you get at the
Yeah.
the fair. Okay. Did Ted appear to get along with the kids?
Oh yeah, he's very good with kids and the kids loved him.
Was Ted somebody that you could confide in at all about what was going in at home?
Yeah, I would talk to him.
Talk to him about Derek?
Yes.
Did he ever express to you that you need to get out of that relationship?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustain?
Was Ted ever in a position to see Derek become violent with you?
Yes.
Was there a period of time that he lived with you and your mother after a knee surgery?
Yes.
You need to take a headache medication, Josie, or are you doing okay?
Can we take a break?
Can we get 5 minutes maybe?
Yeah, let's take maybe we can go in a bit. Anyway, let's take about a 10 to 15 minute break. We'll see you after the break.
I can look at my email.
About 15 minutes. Yeah, about 25 after. 25 after.
Please rise.
Be seated. Looks like all the parties are here. Okay. Can we bring the jury in from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Ready?
Okay. Bring him in. All right, everybody may be seated. Go ahead.
Josie, did you experience a moment of brain fatigue or headache that we've talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to ask questions slowly here. At any time, did you receive fentanyl patches from Ted Colkine?
No.
Would Derek accuse you of things like that on video?
That and multiple other things, yes.
Is that something that he would do when he knew that he was being recorded?
Yes.
So let's talk about this. Why did you make the decision to start recording Derek?
Because I thought that he would stop. I thought I needed to show, I thought in case something happened, I would have something to show if something happened, but
You'd have evidence?
yes.
Did you ever think that that might protect you, that he wouldn't become violent if he knew there was a camera on him?
Thought there was a chance.
Did that ever serve as a shield? Did that ever protect you when you had a camera up?
No.
How often would you say that you were recording Derek?
A lot more than what we've seen.
And how would Derek react when he would do something like hit you or hurt you on camera? How would he react to the videos?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Did Derek ever take any steps to delete the videos?
Yes.
What did he do?
He would take my phone and delete them. during the abuse or after.
Did he ever destroy any of your phones?
Yes,
More than one?
yes,
Did Derek ever take SD cards out of your phone or other devices?
yes.
Now, I want to talk about some of the videos. I'm not going to play all of them again here, but I want to talk about the video where Brantley is walking around with his fingers in his ears. Do you remember that one?
I do.
Was that something that Brantley just knew to do when Derek was acting like that?
It did. Or he did.
And what's Derek talking about when he's yelling at you that I have cameras in here, you know?
He had,
Objection, that calls for speculation. Unless she knows.
She knows.
Yeah.
Derek had cameras in the house.
Both of you had the apps on your phones for those camera systems?
Absolutely.
I want to move forward and talk a little bit about the video that was completely dark that we played in opening statements, where Derek was in there yelling at you and then eventually hit you. Do you remember which video I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you notice anything about his appearance from what we were able to tell?
He was drunk and high.
Is that a state that you've seen him in before?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time of day that was?
It had to have been in the night. I think I said maybe 12 or 12:30.
Yeah, if you said out loud that it was midnight, do you believe that that would be about the time that this happened?
Yes.
So Derek's testimony was that he never hit you in this video. Did you get hit?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get hit?
In the face.
Is that why you said that he confronted him and said that you just hit me in the face?
Yes.
When Derek said that he only hit your cell phone and nothing else, was that true?
No.
Is it normal for Derek to mock you afterwards and say, what?
It is. Yes, that's normal.
Was it normal for him to threaten to send materials to Mark to try and get Major taken away from you?
Mark or my lawyer, he would say.
Your lawyer being Sean O'Neill at the time?
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary in that video, Josie, in terms of the abuse that you experienced at home?
No, it was that and worse.
So, did you wear patches at times on your skin?
I would try to quit smoking, yes.
So what were you doing to try to quit smoking?
I would wear the nicotine patches.
Would Derek frequently accuse you of wearing a fentanyl patch?
Yes, he would.
I want to talk about the video of you in bed with Brantley, and you can see Orion part of the video. Do you recall which one I'm talking about?
I do.
You sounded very congested at the beginning of that video, Josie. What was going on?
I had been crying
Why were you crying?
because Derek had beat me with my child in my hands.
Which child was in your hands?
Brantley.
Is this the incident, Josie, where you used something to get him off of you?
I did.
What did you do?
I grabbed it was a flower pot, a little flower pot. That was all I could reach, and I hit him in the head with it.
What was Derek doing to you before you hit him in the head with it?
He had slammed me into the countertops, and as I was going to the ground, I had grabbed the flower pot.
Do you recall Brantley turning to Derek and saying,
Objection, calls for hearsay.
the video's already been played, Judge?
We'll play the video.
How did it make you feel, Josie? Brantley's response on the bed.
Or watching it hurts me to see that those kids had to went through all that. I mean, the mind I have now versus being in that situation, I didn't know that there was safety.
Was that a way that you felt often back then?
Back then, I thought that was normal. I thought that was life forever. I thought we were trapped.
Was it apparent to you that the kids knew when Derek was out of control?
Question calls for speculation, also vague.
Overruled.
Was it apparent to you that the kids knew when Derek was out of control?
Yes, they did.
And they knew enough to tell him that he was drunk and scaring them?
Yes.
Now, during that video, Josie, you said that Derek had pushed you and punched you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you say those things to Derek?
Because he did. That's the flower pot one, correct?
Yes.
He did. He had pushed me into the counter. We fell to the ground and he was punching me, and that's when I hit him with the flower pot.
On the subject of Brantley, how long had it been since you'd been able to see him or talk to him or interact with him?
The only child I have seen is my oldest son, Zayden. The rest I have not seen in 3 years.
What was it like seeing Brantley for the first time in this trial?
Heartbreaking, especially hearing all of the lies that he...
Objection. She's commenting on the testimony of another witness. I ask that that be stricken.
They are lies.
Be struck. Go ahead.
Were you crying when Brantley was in here?
Yes, I was.
Were you crying in part because it was really hard not to see your little boy for 3 years?
It was very hard, and he looked very lost.
Now, there were any number of claims throughout this trial that you didn't treat Alex the same as the other kids. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Disagree. It's false.
Was it so when Derek was saying in that video that you treat Alex like shit and your other kids get everything they want, what was going on?
He was lying.
Is that something that he would do on other videos?
He would.
How would Derek, or did Derek ever separate Alex from the other kids when he was angry at you?
He would, and that's when I felt like he would treat the other kids different than he treated Alex. I mean, the other kids didn't get the option to go to the hotel or didn't get the option to do anything. He would just separate them, and they would feel like, why does Alex get to do these things that we don't get to do?
So, Josie, moving on from that video, I want to talk about some of the others. Are those videos, do they represent kind of the regular overnight at your home when you were still living with Derek? Where he's drunk or high or screaming at you?
That was every night.
Every night? Yeah, what did you mean in one of the videos when you said, every night, this is my life, you standing over me drunk?
That's how it was.
What did you mean when you said that the kids need a better life?
They did. Every day I prayed and wished for a better life for them. I just didn't know how to get it.
What did you mean, Josie, when you said that maybe once we're broken up, the kids can finally go to school?
That's how I felt.
Did Derek's behavior keep the kids up that you were able to observe?
Yes, it did.
And I saw in a number of these videos that tablets or TVs were on at times. Can you tell us why that happened when Derek was in there yelling at you?
I would try to drown out the sound. It was hard to keep the kids in their rooms because they were always scared. They would have nightmares. They wanted to be by me.
So you would turn on the TV or let them have the tablets so that they didn't pay attention to what was going on with their dad?
Yes.
Josie, because of the abuse at home, were you ever physically incapable of taking the kids to school?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why that is?
I would have bruises all over my legs, head to toe. I would feel like I couldn't walk, like I physically could not get up and get my kids ready for school. And
Were there times when Derek was so exhausting at night, yelling and screaming, that it was hard to get up in time?
especially with my brain injury, yes. Mentally, with a brain injury, it's in no sleep, it's hard. I mean, especially during this trial, it's not getting any sleep. It's mentally hard to function.
So, Josie, in one of the videos, Derek accuses you of being a pill popper, and your response was, that would be you. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
What did you mean by that?
Well, since my first TBI, all I had was a thyroid medication before that. After that, I have like a whole pharmacy due to my TBI and seizures. He called me a pill popper since then.
Why did you tell Derek that he was the pill popper?
Because he takes Xanax.
Was that a common accusation from Derek when he was angry at you, that you were just popping pills?
Yes.
Were there ever times, Josie, where you would need to pack up your kids in the middle of the night and go to your mom's?
Yes.
Why is that?
Objections vague is the timing.
I asked if there's ever times, Judge. We don't need to, yeah.
You can identify the times.
Were there ever moments in your relationship with Derek where you would have to pack up the kids in the middle of the night and go to your mom's?
There's been more times than I can count that I've had to, where I felt I had a window of opportunity, that I had enough time to pack the kids up and load them in the van, and he wouldn't be able to stop me. Very rarely was I able to feel like I was safe enough to have that time to be able to pack them up and get in the vehicle and go.
One of the videos that we saw ended with you saying that you have to pack up the kids and go to grandma's, and you said, "Come on, kids, let's go." What was happening in that moment?
I wanted to pack them up and leave. Whether I made it to the door and into the vehicle, I'm not sure.
Now, Josie, were the videos that we've seen all of the videos that you've taken of Derek over the years?
This has been asked and answered at this point.
Yeah, sustain.
Did those videos represent a good idea of what it was like living with Derek in that time frame?
This has also been asked and answered.
Sustain.
Josie, did you have particularly incriminating videos that you kept anywhere?
I did. I had a SD card in a phone in my backpack at my mom's before I got arrested, and that had a lot of a lot of videos and pictures of the abuse of Derek towards Alex, towards the other kids, and towards me.
I'm going to project what's been previously accepted as Exhibit 210. Josie, did you communicate with Derek often by text and Facebook and other means?
I did.
And do you recall this conversation with Derek over text message on April 26th of 2023?
I do.
What were you referring to when you said, "Fuck you, dude, I'm releasing these videos"?
The SD card that I had hidden with the videos and pictures
What videos in particular?
of Derek beating the kids and I.
You go on and say, starting with the ones of you beating Alex. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you have more than one video of Derek beating Alex?
I did.
Did you ever, were you able to record a video of Derek with his hands around Alex's neck?
Yes, and him throwing Alex across the room and him kicking Alex.
Does Derek ever deny that these videos exist?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Um, In the text messages or,
At any point.
okay, it does call for hearsay, sustain.
Did Derek know that you had some of these videos?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, there's a comment about videos in the text message. Go ahead.
Did Derek knew that you had some videos of him behaving violently towards the kids?
He did know.
Did he ever ask you to give him the videos or delete them?
No.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
To strike the answer?
Yeah, that the answer is struck. Please disregard.
So, Josie, what did you mean when you said in that, well, strike that. I'm going to ask you, were there moments in your relationship with Derek that you tried to stop him from hurting the kids?
Yes.
What happened to you as a result?
I would have him beat me instead of the children.
Did that happen more than once?
Yes.
And were there times when you felt that it was better to have some evidence of what Derek was doing at that point in time?
There was times where I was beaten on the floor and couldn't get to the children, and I would, if I had a phone available, I would record.
So this SD card with the particularly bad videos, where did you keep that?
Well, when I was at my mom's house, it was in a backpack.
Did you go to your mom's house and live with her after Alex died?
I did.
Now, did Derek ever show up at the house?
Yes.
Josie, I'm going to point you to May 17th of 2023, 2 days before you got arrested. Did you end up interacting with the police on that day?
I did.
And why was that?
Because things were stolen out of my backpack and out of my vehicle.
What was stolen? What was stolen regarding your vehicle?
My TV deck.
Okay. How about the vehicle, the key, or the, I guess what you call the smart fob for a car?
Yeah, that was stolen.
And anything from your backpack stolen?
Yeah, the fob out of the key fob out of my backpack, and I had noticed later that my SD card in my phone.
Josie, was anything else taken that you could tell?
Just those two things.
Okay.
Derek had went in the house when I was not there.
Objection. It calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Ask that be stricken.
Be struck.
Did Derek ever talk about guns in a way that scared you?
Yes.
Was the video that we watched of Derek threatening to shoot Brian an example of that?
Yes.
And for the record, who is Brian?
Brian is a friend that I've known since high school. He's always just been a friend. He's been someone I could talk to, someone who could be there.
Have you been able to confide in him about some of what was happening with Derek and the kids at home?
Yes.
How did that make you feel, hearing Derek say that he was going to shoot Brian if he showed up?
Scared.
So, we've talked about the fact that you've seen Derek physically abuse Alex, and I want to ask you approximately how many times you've seen Derek hit, kick, choke, or otherwise abuse Alex.
I can't count. It's been ever since he was a baby.
Many times?
Yes.
Now, tell us about crying. Was crying something that was particularly aggravating to Derek that you could tell?
Derek hated crying.
How would he respond to that?
He would get angry.
What would he do when a child was crying or wouldn't stop crying?
He would get more upset at the child and become violent.
Did he ever use his hands to stop a child from crying?
Yes,
Can you describe that to the jury?
he would cover their mouth or choke them.
So cover their mouth like this with my palm against my face?
Yes,
How many times would you say that you've seen Derek do that to the children over the course of your relationship?
I'm sorry, I don't have a number.
Sure. Did it matter whether Derek was drunk, sober, or using Xanax in terms of when you would see him physically abuse Alex?
No, it did not matter.
Did Alex ever get hurt after Mr. Pedrin had hurt you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
There was a time that I remember where Derek had beaten me and I was laying on the kitchen floor. I was hurt head to toe. He had punched me, kicked me, choked me. I couldn't move. My whole body hurt. Alex was crying on the stairs, and Derek was drunk and high. He had drug Alex down the stairs. He was mad that he was crying. He drug him into the living room. I tried crawling into the living room, and all I heard in there was slaps, crying. Sounded like he was throwing him into stuff. I tried crawling in there. I was screaming at him.
Okay. The staircase that Derek dragged Alex down, which one was that? The one leading upstairs or the one leading to the basement?
Upstairs.
Did you ever try to stop Derek when he was hurting the kids like that?
Yes.
Were you ever physically strong enough to get him off of the kids?
No, Derek was way stronger than me.
Did you ever get hurt when you tried to intervene with Derek abusing the kids?
Yes.
Did that happen frequently as well?
Yes.
So, Josie, I gotta ask you, why not just call the police?
I was scared. He would threaten me. He
Threaten you
threatened
with what?
He threatened to kill me. He threatened to kill me, the kids. He threatened to kill me, the kids, and then himself.
Did the police ever stop Derek from coming back to the house after these incidents?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that the police would be able to protect you and the kids if you called 911?
I did not, because he always came back. The charges always got dropped.
At this point, I would like to play a previously accepted exhibit, the video.
Ready.
Okay, if we can flip over to video there. All right. So this is the video that we've marked as 21 IMG 6527. It's part of State's Exhibit 105, I believe, or 5. All right. Go ahead.
Stop. Alex. What? What? You're gonna puke because you won't fucking calm down. Fucking stop now. Dude, do you just like getting your fucking ass beat? Then just stay in your goddamn seat. I will see you when I get home.
Yeah, like, oh, but I told
You
my
got it.
money. It never was done.
told you you got it. I will call you in a little bit.
Alex?
Sit. Dude, I'm gonna fucking lose it with you.
Mom! Can I buy toys for my money? You school when you want to school. Mommy, my pants are wet.
My GP?
Here,
Settle down.
let him hold it.
Alex?
Just hurry.
Fucking quit crying. You will see me in a little bit.
Mom, can I buy toys with my money?
Yes.
Mom, can I have money?
Josie, did you record that video?
I did.
What caused you to hit record on your phone?
Derek was being violent towards Alex
Why do you have your phone towards the seat rather than pointed at him?
because I was scared of Derek.
What did you think would happen if Derek saw you pointing the phone at him?
He would have been pissed.
Now, in the video, we've heard testimony that Derek was just yelling at Alex. Was that true?
No,
What was Derek doing to Alex?
he was hurting him.
Was he hitting him?
Yes,
Choking
he
him?
was choking him.
And the sound of that slap that we heard in the video, Josie, what was that?
Derek hitting Alex.
How about the sound of a kid coughing or
That was because Derek was choking him.
was this how Derek talked to the kids when he was angry? Do you just like getting your fucking ass beat?
Yes,
Is that the first time you've heard him use language towards Alex or any of the kids in that manner?
no,
And at one point in that video, does Derek yell at Alex to quit fucking crying?
yes,
Was that one of the triggers that we can observe of Derek where he doesn't like kids crying?
yes.
So, Josie, the testimony, I think,
At the end of that video, I hand Alex back the phone and I tell Brantley to hurry up so that Derek leaves him alone. And that's when Alex stops crying.
yep, and that was my next question is, what did you mean when you said let him hold it?
Yeah, that was the phone. I said let him hold it. Let Alex hold the phone.
So part of the testimony we heard was that this was you going to school. Were you going to school or someplace
We
else?
were not going to school. We were
Oh.
going to the store.
How do you know you're going to the store?
Brantley wanted to spend his money.
Okay. And was that common for you to take the kids to the store for little treats or to take you for your shopping runs?
Yes, they each had money to spend.
Josie, do you agree or disagree that the reason Alex was upset was because he didn't want to go with you?
It was not because he didn't want to go with me.
Was what we saw in that video of Derek's behavior towards Alex the way that he acted frequently towards Alex?
Yes,
Did Alex ever confide in you that Derek had hit him?
Objection calls for hearsay. Objection, it's vague as to timing. And
It was in the other X motion, Judge.
it's hearsay.
Still hearsay.
Okay. Was Alex the only child that you saw Derek? Well, Judge, I want to go back and say, like, I think it's present sense impression or statement of then existing mental or emotional condition.
Are you saying this is a statement at this time?
No, the statement that Alex made to Ms. Dikeman.
Still hearsay. I don't have enough detail to get present sense impression.
Sure. All right, I'll move on. Did Derek ever hit, choke, kick, or throw any of the other children around?
Asked and answered at this point.
Yeah, sustain.
So, with all of this going on, Josie, I got to ask you, why didn't you leave him?
Asked and answered at this point.
Not asked and answered, Judge. I asked why she didn't call 911.
Overruled.
I was told that if I left, he would pick me up and throw me back in the house. And if someone tried to help me leave, he would kill them. He basically told me that there was no way out unless I was in a body bag.
Did you listen to Dr. Andres' testimony about the cycle of abuse?
Yes, I did.
Was any of that true to your experiences after hearing that?
Objections commenting on our witness's testimony.
I'm asking if it was true to her experiences.
This is not
Talk about her experiences.
right. Overruled. I think we could be here for about a long time. If she thinks she experienced those things, she can talk about them, not necessarily about Dr. Ender's observations.
Okay. You feel like, Josie, that you were stuck in a cycle of power and control?
My experience was I felt like my world was different than the world I feel now. I felt like I was stuck in a different reality, like I could not leave. I felt like he had power and control, and there was no way out. I was going to be in that abuse, in that life for the rest of my life. And he would control who I talked to. He would control where I go, what I do, forever. That was what I thought at that time.
Did Derek ever promise you that he would change or get help?
All the time. And his last promise was he was going to use the Xanax to stop drinking. That was his last promise. He promised me that he would stop the drinking, use the Xanax, but then he started drinking on top of the Xanax. And
Did he ever get help that you're aware of? See a counselor or somebody to talk about his behavior towards you and the kids?
no, he didn't. And after he gave me the TBI and made me medically disabled, he promised to take anger management, and he never did that.
Josie, were you trying to leave Derek at points? Sorry.
I would try, but he would put me down, tell me I would never make it. He would take the kids from me. I can't live on disability. Nobody would believe. Nobody would put up with me. He would just break me down to the point where I felt like a piece of dirt, and I believed him.
Other than Brian, did you confide in anybody about how difficult it was for you to leave this relationship?
You mean Raphael?
Well, sure. Did you confide in Raphael about that?
I did. We talked for a while. He was also in a relationship with his partner being an alcoholic, and so we had a lot in common in that aspect, and so we talked about how hard it was with partners who were alcoholics.
Did you ever confide in a social worker at the Salvation Army?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever confide in healthcare workers that Derek was abusing you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with New Horizons?
Yes.
Did you ever try going to New Horizons for help?
No, I didn't feel like I could.
Why not?
Derek's mother works there.
So the man who's abusing you, his mother works at the only domestic violence shelter in town.
Yes, and when Laura Lee's ex-husband, when Laura Lee was divorcing her ex-husband, Laura Lee had went there, and Derek's mom would give us information about Laura Lee being there, so I didn't feel like I would be safe there.
Josie, we saw text messages and I think some Facebook messages as well where you're calling Derek things like babe or telling him that you love him, both before and after Alex died. Do you admit sending those to him?
I did.
Why'd you do that?
Because I felt like, when you're in that relationship and it's either fight or tell them what they want to hear. And
Okay.
you just get used to this system. And when you feel like you're stuck in that life and day to day, you just don't want to fight.
Did you do anything to try and keep Alex away from genocide of the family?
I did not. I stayed out of it.
Did you have any control over who Alex was allowed to see from her side of the family?
No, Derek had control over that. He did not want Alex going with that side of the family.
Josie, did you go out of your way to try and cut off contact with Jenna and Alex?
No.
When Jenna or her family would call wanting to talk to Alex, did you have any control over whether or not he was able to do so?
I did not.
I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about the Alex's femur injury. And I want to talk first about the kids that were kind of in and out of your home in January of 2023. Can you tell the jury kind of who was there regularly?
Regularly, Jalen was there off and on. She didn't like being there because she did not like the abuse.
Action calls for hearsay.
Sustain, will be struck.
Okay, yeah, okay, what other kids were there?
Jalen was with my mom a lot. Major, I had primary custody of, so he went for supervised visits with his father. Alex was there. Brantley was there. Araya was there. And then Sebastian, Laura Lee's oldest son, was at my house. I had him more than Laura Lee had him. He always wanted to be at my house. He called me auntie. I would take him to and from school.
Okay, so Josie, how would you describe how the kids played together generally?
In fact, it's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Alex and Brantley and Sebastian would play for the most part. And I guess Major would play with them too, but sometimes yeah.
Did they ever play rough with one another?
Yes.
They ever do things that they might have thought were funny, but had the potential to hurt others?
That was more
Vague and it's speculative.
I think overruled.
Major was more rough, not Sebastian and Alex and Brantley. Major liked to be the strongest, the toughest, the bigger, badder, I guess. He was more rough than the other three. Three, yeah.
Any of the kids ever get hurt or bumps or bruises when they're playing rough together?
Yes, sir.
It's vague as the timing.
January of 2023, Judge.
Okay, January of 2023 is what we're talking about, so.
I mean, yeah, they would ride bikes. They'd go down this hill and ride their bikes down it. They would jump on the trampoline. They would, yes.
Okay. I want to bring you to the day that Alex injured his leg. So, Josie, how did you become aware that Alex had been hurt?
I didn't like them going down those stairs because they were dangerous. So even I would throw the clothes down there. I told the kids, throw your pajamas down the stairs and I will go get clothes and make breakfast. So I was going upstairs to get their clothes for the day, and I heard the thump. I heard that, and then I heard Alex screaming.
What did
I
you
didn't
do
know it
once
was
you?
Alex, but I heard screaming.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you. You can finish that.
And so I ran back downstairs, and I seen Alex at the bottom.
Did you notice any other children in the area?
Sebastian was in the kitchen, and I seen Major and Raya. I'm not sure if I seen Brantley.
Okay. What did you do once you saw Alex at the bottom of the staircase?
I ran down the stairs.
What did you do once you got downstairs?
I asked him if he was okay. He was crying, and I picked him up and I brought him upstairs
Why'd you pick him up?
because my baby was crying and hurt.
At some point, did you find out what had happened?
Yes. I was screaming, like, what the hell happened? I don't think I said hell. Maybe I did. And I don't remember who said Araya pushed him, and I started yelling at Araya, and Alex said it was an accident.
Okay. Did you tell Araya or any child to push Alex down the stairs?
No, but I found out from Sebastian that
Okay, we can't do that, Josie. It's hearsay. But at some point, what did you do with Alex once you got him upstairs?
I tried to like touch his leg to see where it hurt, and I thought it was like a sprain, and I put some ice on it and gave him, and he was walking.
Okay, so you said that he was walking. What were you able to observe?
He was limping.
So you thought that it might be a sprain or a bruise or something else?
Right. And then I gave him some Tylenol or ibuprofen. I think it was ibuprofen. And then I iced it.
Did you talk to Derek about the fact that you had this plan to wait and see if this got better?
Yeah,
Did he agree with that plan?
he did.
Now, did you have a talk at all with the kids about how important it is to play safely around the stairs?
Yes. And Araya was crying because I yelled at her.
So at some point in the day, I believe the day after or the day of the leg injury, you go to this birthday party at Laura Lee's home in Sparta. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for the record, what was your relationship with Laura Lee at the time?
She was my close friend.
Somebody that you considered one of your best friends?
Yes.
Who was the birthday party for?
Her younger son, Christian.
Do you recall whether or not alcohol was being served at the party?
Yes, they were all drinking. It seemed like more of an adult party than a kid party.
Was Derek drinking?
Yes.
So, Josie, did you have any second thoughts going to the party with Alex that maybe you're at the point you need to take him to the doctor?
Yes, I had to carry him inside, and I told Derek we need to take him to the hospital. And Derek said, no, he's fine.
Okay. What vehicle did you use?
I was borrowing Ted's van because he wasn't using it.
So, at the party, why don't you tell us what you did with Alex?
I don't drink. I was sitting with the kids in Sebastian's room with Alex, playing with them, and I was doing ice on, ice off with Alex and monitoring his pain.
Were any other kids in the room with you?
Yes, Sebastian. Kids were going in and out. Liliana,
Who's Liliana?
that's Raphael's daughter.
Okay.
And Jalen and her were going in and out, but for a while she sat there and played Pokemon cards with us. Christian would go in and out. Sebastian, Brantley, Araya,
Okay, so the kids are kind of coming in and out.
yes.
In what bedroom was this?
It would have been Sebastian's bedroom.
Now, do you recall telling Laura Lee at that party that you wanted to take Alex into the doctor?
Yes, right when we walked in the door.
And you recall what Derek wanted to do at that time?
He wanted to stay and drink.
Did Derek drink?
He sure did.
How would you describe Derek's appearance in terms of his intoxication?
He was drunk, very drunk, to the point where he could hardly walk.
And did anything of note happen at this party after Derek began drinking?
Yes, he had pushed my daughter off a rocking horse and hurt her wrist.
How would you describe Jalen's appearance?
I'm going to object to that representation because it's my understanding she didn't see any of that happen. I think it should be rephrased and asked if she actually saw it.
Judge, I intend to offer an excited utterance at this point.
Okay. So say what she saw and then go from there.
Okay. What did you see initially, Josie?
My daughter came in crying with tears pouring down her face.
And what did she say was the cause of her pain?
Derek pushed her off a rocking horse and she was holding her hand like this.
What, if anything, happened after that point?
I asked Derek why he hurt her. Like, why did you push Jalen? And he said he didn't. And so I knew Jalen wasn't lying. So I went to Lily, who was the other girl, a little older than her. I said, were you out there? Did you see this happen? And she said, yes, he pushed.
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Okay, yeah, I stipulate to striking that last remark.
Okay.
But what, if anything, happened to Derek after Jalen came in crying and holding her hand?
Hispanics, there was a bunch of, Laura Lee had knew these Hispanics for multiple years. She's taken me to their building sites, and so she was really close friends with them, and they're gang affiliated, I guess, and
Yeah.
Object.
Yeah,
Sounds like speculation,
that
Your
was
Honor.
unanticipated. I stipulate to striking that last
So
comment.
that will be struck.
sorry.
Okay. What happened between Derek and the Spanish-speaking men?
Laura Lee came in and got me and said, Derek's being beat up outside. I was in the room with the kids holding her infant baby. And she said, come here, come here. So I went to the window and I seen a bunch of Hispanics in a circle beating Derek up.
Was this inside or outside?
They were outside, I was inside.
Okay, so Josie, Laura Lee claimed that you were watching from the window and laughing and saying that Derek deserved it.
I was not laughing, and I did not say Derek deserved it. I said, there's nothing I can do, I'm holding a baby.
Okay. How did Derek react when he came back in after getting into that fight?
From what I remember, he was out there for a while. But I remember the Hispanics left pretty quick. But when he did confront me, he said I set him up.
Was he mad at you?
Very mad at me.
And how did that manifest? What did that look like?
He wouldn't leave me alone. I wanted to just stay there. I didn't want to go with him. I knew I was going to be in trouble.
What do you mean by that, that you knew you were going to be in trouble?
I was going to get beat. I knew it would be my fault.
At some point, did Laura Lee tell you to leave the party?
Derek wouldn't stop, banging on windows, banging on doors, trying to get to me. So she eventually kicked me out.
Okay. Did you feel safe going home with Derek and the kids in that condition?
I did not.
Did you have any choice at that point?
I didn't. I was kind of like, wow, my friend's kicking me out with this man, but I had to go.
How would you describe the ride home?
Violent.
What was happening?
Well, Laura Lee and I agreed that Jalen needs to stay there since he already had.
Okay. What was happening in the car?
He was punching me. He was punching my face, punching my arms, punching my legs. I had to pull over multiple times and tell him to get out, or I'd stay parked there, and he didn't want police contact because he was on a no drink.
So he was punching you while you were driving?
Yes.
Were there kids in the car?
There was kid. They all fell asleep because it was late, and there was kids in the car.
Was Derek yelling and screaming?
He was.
What kind of things was he yelling and screaming?
That I had him jumped, and it was my fault, and I'm sleeping with the Hispanics.
And for the record, did you have Derek jumped?
I did not.
For the record, were you sleeping with the Spanish-speaking men?
No.
Josie, I want to talk about when you pulled over and stopped the car when Derek was behaving like that. How many times do you think you had to do that throughout the ride home?
4 or 5.
4 or 5? Was this something that was out of the ordinary for Derek when he was acting that way in a car?
Absolutely not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 296. So this is a Google search pulled from your Cellbrite download of your telephone. The UTC time is January 15th, 2023 at 4:27 and 28 seconds a.m. Subtracting 6 hours for Central Standard Time, that would be 10:27 and 26 seconds p.m. on the 14th. Do you remember making this search?
I do.
And what are you searching for?
Sparta Police Department.
Why are you Googling the Sparta Police Department?
Because I was gonna call the police.
Was this during one of those times where you had stopped and Derek was out of the car?
Yes.
Did you end up calling the Sparta PD?
No, I was too scared.
Offer 296.
Objection.
Received.
Josie, I'm showing you a latter Google search on Exhibit 297 here. And the UTC time is January 16th of 2023 at 12:51 and 16 seconds a.m. Subtracting 6 hours from that, it would be on January 15th at 6:51 p.m. Do you recall making this search?
I do.
And it looks like you're Googling the Onalaska Police Department in that one.
Yes.
Why were you Googling the Onalaska Police Department?
Because I was trying to call the police.
Offer 297.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Did you end up calling the police on Derek that night?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What happened once you got back home from that birthday party?
He beat me.
Could you describe that to the jury?
He choked me. He threw me. He punched me.
Were you injured as a result of that?
I was.
Let's talk about the decision to take Alex to the hospital. At any point, did Derek say that he needs to go into the hospital?
No,
Who made the decision to take Alex into the doctor?
I did.
What led you to make that decision?
His leg was getting worse.
So, Josie, was Derek even around when you decided to take Alex into the hospital?
No,
Did you have any difficulty kind of arranging that, being able to get Alex in?
yes.
What difficulties did you have?
vehicle, the amount of pain I was in from being beaten, and multiple kids to manage while I was in that amount of pain, and I had to carry Alex.
Did Derek participate at all in the decision to take Alex to urgent care?
No,
So when you got to urgent care, you went to Mayo. Why did you choose Mayo?
because that's where the kids were being seen.
And the impression has been given of you that you weren't allowing Alex to speak. Was that the case, Josie?
Absolutely not. I told Alex to tell them what had happened because I didn't want them to think that I was telling them. I wanted him to tell them what happened.
Based on your experiences with Alex, could he sometimes confuse things like yesterday or 2 days ago or timeframes like that?
Yes, and that all kids his age, a lot of kids his age don't know Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You could take them to Chuck E. Cheese on a Tuesday and it could be Friday and they'll say, I went to Chuck E. Cheese yesterday, because they don't understand that Tuesday was not yesterday.
Were you aware of the fact that Alex described slipping at school at some point earlier?
Yes, I was aware. He did get in the van and tell me he fell on the ice and his leg had hurt. But he was being honest. It doesn't mean that's what caused his injury.
And at any point, did you interject and correct Alex or tell him to not speak up when he was meeting with the nurse practitioner?
No.
When did Derek get to urgent care in Mayo?
When I called him.
Had Child Protective Services already been called by that point, or are you aware?
Yes.
Okay, so Derek shows up at urgent care, and is he present with you and Alex through that process as Alex gets transferred to Gunderson?
Yes.
Okay. Josie, did you have a chance to listen to those recorded phone calls that the nurse practitioner talked about you?
I did.
How did that make you feel?
Objection's irrelevant.
Well, she didn't know it at the time.
Didn't know it at the time, no.
Okay. Sustain.
So let's talk about transferring Alex to Gunderson. Whose decision was that?
Sorry, I don't remember.
That's okay. At Gunderson, was Derek there with Alex when the nurses and the doctors started evaluating him?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a little bit of your Google searches. So we saw some Google searches where you're Googling, or using a search engine rather, battered child syndrome. Why were you looking that up?
I was looking at Alex's Mayo records, and I just wanted to know everything that was in the charts. I wanted to know everything that was going on because I don't trust the hospitals.
Why were you looking up things like DNR or DNI?
I didn't know what they meant.
You didn't know that meant do not resuscitate or do not intubate?
No,
Why were you looking up full code?
I didn't know what it meant.
So these are all things that you saw on Alex's Mayo chart?
Yes,
Josie, did you ask some of the providers for their names?
I did.
Why?
I just wanted to document everything. I mean, I also called my lawyer that day because they were involving CPS. I mean, I had a situation with one of my other children before that was a bad experience. So I just wanted to make sure I documented everything. I called my lawyer that day. I just wanted to make sure, I was on top of everything for
Were you
Alex.
upset with the hospital workers for doing their jobs?
No, I wasn't. I was just trying to be thorough. And with how people interpret me, sometimes that doesn't look the way it's supposed to.
And to be clear, your lawyer at the time was not me or Mr. Bowles, it was Sean O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay. So, Josie, At the hospital, were you trying to cover up anything that had happened to Alex?
No,
Did Derek interrupt and tell the providers that Alex wasn't telling the truth or something else had happened?
Objection, it's irrelevant, and he also wasn't home, so how would he know?
I'm not sure what statement you're.
Okay. Did Derek ever clarify anything that you told the hospital providers?
yes,
So he was there and able to give them some information as well, is that correct?
yes,
Now, there was some discussion about the fact that you didn't want Alex to have pain and medications. Is that true?
I was worried about the type of pain medication
Why were you worried about that?
because opiates, I know from experience that opiates are addicting.
Did Derek, at any point, did anybody else instruct the staff to give Alex opiate medications?
Can you repeat that?
At any point during that first conversation, did anybody tell the hospital staff to give Alex opiate medications?
I'm sorry, my brain is like,
Sure. So Josie, what I'm asking is, Derek was in the room at that time?
yes,
And to your knowledge, nobody else told the hospital staff, I'm overruling Josie, give him the opiate medication?
correct.
Calls for hearsay.
Absence of hearsay, I guess, but.
Sustain.
Josie, were there times when you, in fact, asked the staff to provide Alex additional pain medication?
Yes, after I seen that the pain medication was helping and how much pain he was in, I did tell them he needed more pain medication.
Okay. Did you like seeing Alex in pain?
Absolutely not.
So, let's talk a little bit about the elephant in the room here and why you don't like hospitals. Have you been through an investigation for child neglect in the past?
Yes,
And was that child referred to by the initials of HT or Haley?
yes,
I want you to tell us, like, approximately how old you were at the time that this happened.
I was 19.
How many kids did you have at that point when you first came into Haley's life?
I had two,
Which kids were those?
Zayden and Jalen.
And were you in a relationship at that point?
It would have been with Jalen's father, Dustin Barnes.
How old was Mr. Barnes? Was he older, the same age, or younger?
He was older than me.
Okay. Where were you living with Dustin and the kids?
With my mom.
Was any of, did Dustin have any kids of his own?
He had just Haley.
Okay. So, you're 19 years old, and you and Dustin have 3 little kids running around your mom's house. Is that accurate?
Yes,
I'm just going to ask you right at the front here, Josie. Do you agree that you and Dustin neglected Haley?
yes.
Do you feel like you were a good mother at that point?
I was not a good mother at that point.
Were you a good mother to any of your kids at that point, Josie?
No,
What was happening in your life that caused you to be a not good parent?
I was addicted to drugs and I was not a good parent at that time.
You concerned more about not getting sick and getting your next high?
Yes, that's all I cared about.
How about Dustin? Was he using drugs?
He was.
Was he using drugs at the same level as you were?
And he was further in his addiction than I was.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about Haley and some of these injuries. But first I'm going to ask you, was Dustin also prosecuted for child neglect?
Yes, he was.
Stipulate to that, it's part of the stipulation.
Okay.
He was prosecuted for child neglect.
Let's see. Let's just talk a little bit about the home at the time. keeping a careful watch over the children at home?
I was not all, I was high, or I was trying to get high.
How about Dustin? Was he keeping a careful watch of the children at home?
No.
Were there reasons for, do you acknowledge that you would have Haley have her hands up when she was toilet training?
Yes,
Why was that?
because she was playing in the toilet.
Playing after she had used the toilet?
Yes.
Were there parenting techniques that that you agree were not appropriate parenting techniques for a child of that age?
Yes.
Now, was there any concern at the time that Haley was overweight initially?
Dustin had concerns with her weight.
Did you?
I did not.
So tell us about feeding Haley. What were your practices with Haley and eating?
I was I seen she was losing weight, and I was trying to get her to eat more.
Is that why you would have her sit at the table until she finished all of her food?
Yes.
Now, Josie, did you ever intentionally abuse Haley?
I did not.
Hit her, kick her, choke her, anything like that?
No.
Was there a time frame where you were home and Haley fell down the stairs?
Yes.
Josie, was there a child gate at the time?
No.
Why not?
Because we didn't have one.
Do you remember saying anything to law enforcement that it was broken?
It was
By
so
bleeding.
it was so long ago, I don't remember.
He doesn't remember. Go ahead.
Okay. So, did you intentionally cause Haley's injuries?
No.
What did you do when you noticed that Haley had fallen down the stairs?
Took her to the hospital.
So, where did notices for Haley's doctor's appointment go to? Who were they addressed to? Is
Dustin.
that because Dustin was her legal parent?
Yes.
Was Dustin working back then?
No.
Were you working at all?
Yes.
So Dustin would have been home a large period of the time with Haley?
Yes.
Now, were you Haley's parent or legal guardian in any sense at that point?
No.
What did you see Dustin do with the notices that he would receive from Gunderson for her appointments?
Throw them in the garbage.
Josie, did you plead guilty to neglecting a child?
I did.
Why?
Because I was.
And I'm required to ask you at this point, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
Is that one time?
Yes.
How do you feel like you were as a mother back in 2011 to 2013?
I was a horrible mother back then. All I cared about was getting high.
Do you feel like your mothering skills improved at all over the years?
Yes. I love my kids with all my heart. I'm not who I was then. I successfully completed probation in drug court. I changed my life. Drug court saved my life. I've never used those drugs since.
Josie, to be fair, have you used prescription opiates at times since that point?
Yes, they are prescribed, and those are not the drugs I was using back then.
And have you gotten prescription medications from your mother at times, prescription opiates?
Yes.
So I want to bring you back to the hospital here. Is your experience with Haley in that scenario, is that something that's caused you any distrust with the hospital system or the child protection system?
Well, I feel like since then they treat me like I'm always guilty, or I'm looked at as a bad person.
So I want to bring you back to Gunderson. How was Derek treating you when you got to Gunderson with Alex?
He was treating me horribly in the hospital.
What do you mean by that?
He was saying that if CPS gets involved, it's all my fault, and I better not say anything about abuse. And he had me in the bathroom crying.
So Derek's remarks were causing you to go into the bathroom and start to cry?
Yes,
While in the bathroom, did you communicate how you were feeling at that time to Derek?
I did.
And I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as Exhibit 270.
Can we wait till I get a copy, please?
I don't think it was, it was offered but not admitted, but you should have the copy and I'll show it to you in a second. So, Josie, was it common for you to communicate with Derek by Facebook Messenger at that time?
Yes.
And just read this to yourself. Just don't read it out loud. Let me know if that's a message that you sent to Derek about how you were feeling at the time that Alex got to the hospital. Have I shown you that
Yes.
Facebook message before? And is that a message that you sent to Derek? The UTC time would be January 17th at 5:41 a.m. Subtracting 6 hours would make this January 16th at 11:41 p.m. Did you send this to Derek?
I did.
Offer 270.
No objection to,
Be received.
All right, move to publish.
object to it being published. I don't know what the reason for it being published.
It's a statement of then existing mental, physical, or emotional condition and present sense impression
Of Ms. Dikeman?
of Ms. Dikeman and the circumstances in the hospital.
Can't she just testify to that?
She's taken a long time to read this. I'd like to just publish it and just go through it with her.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read this out loud. So it says, I'm here for Alex, not you. I won't ask you to do nothing else. I am so sick of your abuse. I cannot be right by their side 24/7, so no, Derek, this is not my fault. Pretty sure all of our kids got taken because of you before. I will not let you put me down and blame me. I go and clean the house up and you get treated like garbage because it's not fast enough for you. You wanted shit from the house too, remember. I ask you to do one thing to help me out and you roll your eyes and huff and puff. But I need to grow up, huh? I'm done with this life you give us. You can't stay calm and be helpful to save your life. I'll get myself together in here and then I'll come out and be there for Alex. If you don't want me here for him, say so, and now I'll go pack my shit and leave because I'm done with how you treat me. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
What are you trying to tell Derek in this message?
That the only reason I'm there is for Alex.
Did you care about Alex's well-being in that moment?
Yes.
What did you mean when you told Derek that you're so sick of his abuse?
That I was sick of his abuse and all I cared about was Alex.
How about when you told him that he can't stay calm and helpful to save his life?
It's true.
And that was how you were feeling during that argument when you were in the bathroom?
Yes.
Showing you 298, Josie. Is this a second Facebook message you sent in that same time frame? The UTC time is January 17th, 2023 at 5:48 and 26 seconds a.m.
Yes.
Were you describing how you were feeling in that time?
Yes.
And were you talking about any concerns related to Alex in this message?
Yes.
Offer 298.
Objection.
Received.
Move to publish.
Objection.
Go ahead.
All right. It says, when my eyes are better, I'm out of here. I'm tired of you hurting me, throwing Alex in my face, saying he isn't mine when I've been there for him. I'll be out here in a little bit. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What are you trying to tell Derek in this message?
That when my eyes were better, I was leaving, and I was tired of him throwing Alex in my face.
What do you mean by throwing Alex in your face? Saying he isn't yours?
Yeah, he would always throw Alex in my face. When he was mad at me, he would say Alex wasn't mine.
Did that hurt you?
Yes.
What was wrong with your eyes?
Derek went like this to my eyes and pushed in.
So you demonstrated 2 thumbs into your eyes?
Yes.
Did that hurt?
It hurt very bad.
Was that something that he's done to you in the past when he was angry?
Yes.
All right. Josie, I'm showing you 299. This appeared to be a Facebook exchange with Derek the following day. UTC time on the top is January 17th, 2023, 8:47 and 6 seconds p.m.
Yes.
And in this message, Josie, are you and Derek still arguing?
Yes.
What did you mean by, what did you tell Derek not to talk to you? We aren't here for Derek, are we?
Yes, I did.
Why were you saying that?
Because it was about Alex, not him.
And does Derek respond to you, you're right, I'm here for capitalized my son?
Yeah, he always tried to hurt me by putting Alex, saying that Alex was his and not mine.
Judge, I'd ask that if we're going to read the messages, can we read the whole thing and start with the very first one?
Sure. Offer 299.
I assume no objection.
Correct.
So you publish it. And what, this is January 17th, 23, 8:47.
That's the UTC time. It'd be about 2:47 p.m.
Go ahead.
So, Josie, it looks like Derek says, I want us to get along. And your response there is, don't fucking talk to me. We aren't here for Derek, are we? Is that correct?
Yes.
Was Derek still badgering you about Alex being injured?
And CPS.
All right. Now, Derek's response to you is, how about when you come up here, come up trying? Is that right?
Yes.
And he responds again saying, you're right, I'm here for my son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your response to Derek is, how about you fix yourself and maybe I'd want to. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
His anger issues, his violence.
Okay. And do you say that Alex won't be in won't be in your custody for long if you want to keep your shit up? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you say, keep using him as a pawn and I will walk out. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by using Alex as a pawn?
That's been asked and answered.
Move on.
Did Derek ask you not to report certain details to CPS?
He did. He threatened me.
Did what in particular did Derek not want you talking to CPS about on that day?
His violence and his drinking.
Did you agree to not report that to CPS for Derek?
I didn't feel like I had a choice.
So, Josie, I want to go forward and talk a little bit about the days after Derek or Alex was released from the hospital. Did Derek's violence let up at all in that time frame?
No.
How long did it take for Derek to begin drinking and using drugs heavily again after Alex was released from the hospital?
The next day.
The next day? Did you ever have a conversation or an argument with Derek about how he lied to Child Protective Services?
I did.
Showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 223. Just take a quick scan, Josie. Is this one that you've seen before?
Yes.
And did you in fact send that to Mr. Pedrin?
I did.
The UTC time is January 19th, 2023 at 9:32 and 51 seconds p.m., making this 3:32 and 51 seconds p.m. Offer 223.
I don't have a copy, so I don't know.
Offer 223.
Objection.
Right here, proceed.
Publish.
Go ahead, publish.
I'm just going to read this out loud. I'll ask you if this is it's doing that thing again where it's a little fuzzy. All right. You wouldn't do what to me, LOL. You have beaten me more times than I can count. No man is ever supposed to touch a woman. Then you push my daughter off a toy and hurt her thinking it's funny. Then to the CPS lady you lie and say you didn't choke me. I'm getting real fucking sick of you lying about that night. You think you can just put your hands on me then lie about it? That's bullshit. How do you think that makes me feel? You won't change if you don't admit what you did. Did you send that Facebook message?
Yes.
What were you trying to tell Derek?
That he's never going to change if he doesn't own up to what he does.
And did you have any reason to believe at the time that you sent this, Josie, that it would be read out loud in a homicide trial more than 3 years later?
Absolutely not.
Were you telling him what you believed to be the truth?
Yes.
So, has Derek ever threatened you as to what would happen if CPS were to become involved or take your children?
Yes.
What was that?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
Listener.
Effect on listener not being off for the truth of the matter. Go ahead.
That he threatened to take my children from me. He threatened to blame me for things I didn't do. He threatened that I would get what was coming to me. He's threatened if I told about his abuse or to the kids or to me that he would kill me or he would find someone else to do it for him.
And again, only for the effect on you, did that influence what you would say to Child Protective Services about Derek?
Yeah, I was terrified.
Let's talk a little bit about some of what we've heard in trial here. The allegation's been made that you kicked Alex. Is that true?
No, I never
It's been
kicked.
asked and answered already.
Sustain.
Is there something about your condition that would make it difficult for you to kick Alex?
My balance.
What about your balance?
I have a hard time with my balance. That would make it very hard to kick.
Okay. And the allegation's been made that you would bend Alex's leg backwards until it was injured. Did that ever happen?
No.
So, Josie, did you have concerns about Derek's behavior after after Alex got back to out of the hospital?
Yes.
What concerns generally were those?
Object. This has been asked and answered.
Yeah.
After the hospital, Judge?
That
No,
was asked.
we've already talked about the days after the hospital, so
Okay.
if there's something new, move to that.
Well, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 302. Is this a Facebook Messenger exchange between you and Derek?
Yes,
And the date on this looks like it's January 19th, subtracting 6 hours would be 5:06 p.m. and 21 seconds. Is that correct?
yes.
What are you trying to tell, and this would be one day after Alex got out of the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
What are you trying to tell Derek one day after Alex got out of the hospital?
I forgot what it said.
Sure. Offer 3 of you.
Any objection?
I think she can look at it again, say what she said.
Any objection to being received?
No.
Be received.
So, Josie, did you tell Derek that, Derek, I just need to leave you?
Yes.
And Derek's response to you is?
That's hearsay.
Sustain?
Did you tell Derek, I'm sick of how you are, followed by a text or a message that says, how you are with Alex?
Yes, I did.
What were you trying to tell Derek about how he was with Alex?
He was abusive. He had no patience. Didn't matter if his leg was broke, he was still abusive towards him, violent towards him.
Did you have any concerns about Alex getting up and walking around after his leg was broken?
Yes.
And I'm showing what's been previously marked as Exhibit 205. Is this something that, this conversation that you had with Derek about that?
Yes.
And Josie, you tell Derek that Alex said if he sits up in the couch, he wants to sleep where he is tonight. He fell off the bed last night, so it's safe for him to be on the couch chair where he can't fall. When I picked him up from the floor last night, he was spraying my spray all over his blanket, and he wanted it to smell good. If he hurts his leg worse, then they will operate.
Yes.
Why did you tell him that?
He got mad when he was really drunk one night, and he said he wanted to know everything about Alex.
What was your concern about Alex falling off the bed?
That he would re-injure it and have to have surgery.
So did you tell Derek later in that exchange, now he said he didn't fall, he was trying to get up, so I talked to him about making sure he is with a parent at all times. He said he didn't want help, he wanted to go alone. I explained if he didn't follow the orders, he could hurt his leg worse and they will operate.
Yes.
Was this you showing concern for Alex and trying to make sure that his leg was healing?
Yes, because they were really adamant at the hospital that if he hurts his leg worse, they will have to operate.
Did you say after that that we will have
Judge,
to...
I don't have these messages. So
It was previously offered as 205. Did you tell Derek that we will have to make sure he doesn't get up by himself?
Yes.
Why'd you tell that to Derek?
Just so that, because he needed 24-hour supervision, so we had to make sure that we were always with him, or he wakes someone up if he wanted something.
And did you tell Derek, in response to a comment that I'm not going to offer, I know, but he tries to sneak. He got into the car wax light and was playing with things on the shelf. This was at 3 a.m. He's got to know that he has to follow the rules because it's what's best for him. He isn't being safe, which is going to fall back on us with CPS.
Yes.
What were you talking about in that?
That we had to find a way to teach him that he has to wake someone up, because I didn't want him to re-injure it because the hospitals assume the worst.
Josie, were these all real-time concerns that you were expressing to Derek about Alex being safe?
Yes.
And why were you expressing your concerns about Alex being safe?
I didn't want him to re-injure his leg.
Is there a break in your?
Can I ask one more? I'll just finish up this block here and we can.
Okay.
Josie, did the reference to the 3 a.m. car wax light, what was that?
That's like, those wax warmers with the light bulb that has a tray and you put the wax in it. The boys like to stick their fingers in it so their finger gets wax on it and then they peel it off.
Where was the car wax light in the bedroom?
Next to the couch,
And this would be your bedroom that we're talking about?
yes,
Was Alex sleeping in your bedroom after he injured his femur?
yes.
What concerned you about Alex getting up at 3 a.m. to stick his fingers in the wax warmer?
As long as they didn't burn themselves, I mean, the wax warmer, it was that he was on his leg.
Was this an example of Alex getting around or getting up and kind of sneaking around at night?
Yeah, and I just didn't want him getting hurt.
Okay. Judge, I think I'm going to be moving on here in a moment if we want to take a break.
Yeah, why don't we take, at least, let's take another 10 to 15-minute break. As I said, we're going to probably go a little later today, but given how long we've gone, I want to take a break. So about 4:15. Let's have a seat for a second. Do you expect that your direct will take the rest of today?
Yes. Believe it or not, this is the short version, Judge.
Well,
Judge, I have concerns then about breaking up cross. When I was told that we'd make an exception for the doctor, I did not believe it would be the defendant, which is a very different thing than any other witness.
Judge, we're going to preserve
we
this.
broke up. We're going to keep the schedule as it is. My hope is, can I just ask for the doctor, do you know how long, have an idea on that? Is that a very long witness?
Cross, I would imagine maybe a couple hours. Mr. Bowles is witness.
Okay. And, okay. All right. We'll be back at 4:15.
One thing I want to address on the
Go
record
ahead.
related to Ms. Dikeman's testimony. So Ms. Dikeman just testified to her prior drug use, and she also said that she's been substance-free except for prescription medications. We have evidence to the contrary. I believe that testimony opens the door to that evidence. So I'll be asking permission to go into those specific instances of conduct for which she herself admitted to when she was interviewed by police when I cross-examined her.
Can I ask you what type of conduct are we talking about?
Ed Colkind made a report about a number of OxyContin pills being stolen from his residence. She was interviewed during the course of the investigation, and she said she did not steal them, but she did buy OxyContin, which she did not have a prescription for, from Ted Colkind. There's other text messages that further confirm such transactions. So.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Zacher, did you want to respond to that at all? We're sort of anticipating tomorrow.
I'll have to take a look at it. Obviously, we'll have to put that into context with the other individuals who were in the home, but.
It's her admissions, and it directly
Right.
contradicts
I
what she
understand.
said.
Okay, 4:15. Hey, step down now. I'm sorry, I could have told you that earlier. May be seated. Anything with the state's okay with bringing the jury in?
Yes.
Okay. Bring the jury in. All right, everybody may be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Zacher.
Okay, so Josie, bringing it back to the days right after Alex got out of the hospital, you said that Derek lasted maybe a day before he went back to drinking and using drugs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The UTC stamp on this is January 19th at 22:03 and 26 seconds, making that 4 p.m. and 4:03 p.m. Did you send this to Derek on that date and time?
Yes.
And what were you trying to convey to Derek at that point?
That Alex needed to be home resting his leg and healing, not out getting drunk and high with him.
So, Josie,
Judge, I don't think I have this one.
Josie, is this what you said to Derek at that time?
Yes.
Offer 300.
No objection.
Received.
Judge, she just read what it said. I don't know that we need to publish it.
Well, let me read all of it.
Go ahead.
Right. Josie, did you tell Derek you take Alex out of here and everything is on the table to CPS?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
That I was going to tell CPS everything about his abuse to Alex.
What was Derek doing to take Alex out of there?
Alex was just freshly in a cast, and Derek was very drunk and very high, and he was trying to take Alex down our big long driveway without a vehicle while he's drunk and high to go get more drunk and high. And there was snow on the ground.
Was Derek arguing with you during that time frame?
Yes.
I mean, is this an example of him separating Alex from the rest of the kids?
Yes.
Did you follow that up, Josie, with a text where you said he needs to be home healing, not out getting drunk and high with you?
Yes.
Why did you say that he needs to be home healing, not out getting drunk and high with you?
Because Alex had just gotten home from the hospital, and there's a risk of him injuring his leg worse to where he could have surgery, and that was a big risk. And Derek not being able to walk and wanting to take Alex by foot while he's drunk and high, with him to go get more drunk and high.
Sure.
That was not okay. I told him, you know, Alex needed to stay home, rest his leg, not go out in the snow and because Derek wanted to get drunk and high.
Okay. So, Josie, when we're talking about high, what are we talking about?
Xanax.
Showing you 303. Why they had that? This is from the following day, January 20th. The UTC is 1:20:23, 22:21 and 35 seconds, making it about 4:21 p.m. Is this a series of text messages that you sent Derek, or Facebook messages, excuse me, that you sent Derek the following day?
Yes.
And does this convey how you were feeling at the time?
Yes.
Offer 303.
Any objection? Hearing none, received.
Move to publish.
Go ahead.
Yes.
There's statements from Mr. Pedrin. I'll read them.
Okay.
All right. So did you tell Derek, I tell my own friends not to fucking come here because I'm sick, then you get drunk and invite people over?
Yes.
I'm so sick of your life, Derek.
Yes.
I hate you.
Yes.
I can't feel comfortable in my own house
Yes.
because you want to get high.
Yes.
I don't want people in my house, so go to his house.
Yes.
What was happening in that exchange where you sent him those messages?
Derek had a bunch of people over. He was getting drunk and high, and they were coming in and out of the house while we were trying to sleep, and Alex was trying to heal.
And when we say that he was getting high, what was Derek doing?
Xanax.
This would have been 3 days then after Alex was released from the hospital?
Yes.
Can we get the time? Because the witness said they were going to sleep. What was the time?
The time on that text message, or that Facebook message,
Yeah,
excuse me.
when everyone's going to sleep.
I don't see that in this exchange.
She said it when she
time
was
stamp.
testifying, and you asked her about this. So what was the time?
The time of the last text exchange was 22:24:21 UTC.
Which is what?
You're not this is not proper. You can do it during cross-examination. Go ahead.
Josie, would Derek throw parties like that to drink and use drugs in the middle of the day?
Yes.
And did Alex need his rest at that point that you were able to observe?
Yes.
All right. So we talked about the escalation leading up to Alex's death. How many times would you estimate that Derek became physically violent with you between Alex coming home from the hospital and Alex dying?
Can you repeat that?
How many times would you estimate that Derek became physically violent with you between Alex coming home from the hospital and Alex dying?
I can't count. I mean, he was escalating.
Did you ever express to Derek how scared you were of him in that time frame?
Yes.
And did you send him a Facebook message on February 1st? It'd be converted for UTC about 2:18 and 34 seconds in the morning.
Yes.
I'm approaching you with Exhibit 207. Did you send that?
Yes.
And this would be 10 days before Alex died, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you expressing to Derek how you were feeling at that time?
Yes.
Offer 207.
Any objection?
I just see it. Objection.
Move to publish.
Any objection?
Judge, I think the whole context of the conversation should be shown, not just one text. So that would be my objection. We're showing one message out of a series of a complete discussion. There's no context whatsoever given. It's just her one statement.
And the state can do that on cross-examination.
Right, publish, let's go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm going to read this out loud. It says, I feel like all you can show me is anger and I'm scared. I haven't been able to sleep because I'm scared to shut my eyes. I feel like I don't know what I can and can't do anymore. I'm so suet, I assume that means upset,
Yes.
and angry, my chest hurts. Sometimes I just want to run away from everything, but I can't do that to my kids. Something has to change though. I can't be okay or a good mom or a good person while we are together. Did you send that to Derek 10 days before Alex died?
Yes.
Josie, I want to talk to you a little bit about what you're trying to express to him. What are you trying to tell Derek here?
That I'm scared and it's hard to sleep and I couldn't, something had to change.
What did you mean when you said that I feel like I don't know what I can and can't do anymore?
That's how I felt. Felt like I was walking on eggshells.
Around Derek?
Yes.
What did you mean that sometimes I just want to run away from everything, but I can't do that to my kids?
I felt like there was no escape, so sometimes it felt like I just wanted to run away.
Did you feel like you were able to be the best mom that you could be when you were around Derek?
Absolutely not, because I felt like they were starting to learn a cycle of abuse, and there was nothing I could do. And it made me feel like a bad mom.
All right. So, did Derek become any less violent with Alex that you were able to observe after he was released from the hospital?
No.
And did you see Derek physically abuse Alex in the time frame between when he was released from the hospital and when he died?
Yes.
What generally did you see Derek do to Alex?
He was too rough with him. He would grab him by his arm. He'd drag him faster than he could walk.
And Josie, I'm going to have you demonstrate that on me. Why don't you show me what Derek would do to Alex? You can sit down. Ms. Dikeman grabbed my right bicep, held it up, and said that that he would be dragged in that direction. What were Alex's bathroom habits like with his broken femur?
He wouldn't always make it to the bathroom because he would struggle because of the cast went right up to his groin area.
Would Alex sometimes wait until the last minute to go to the bathroom anyways?
He would. He'd get distracted, or, it wasn't comfortable having that cast on or moving, sometimes it would pinch, or getting on that toilet seat was really hard for him with it going up that high. You kind of had to hold him. So he'd wait till the last minute, and sometimes he wouldn't make it.
So he had some accidents when he had that cast on?
Yeah.
How did you react to Alex having accidents?
I didn't, you just clean him up and wipe him up. And
Was it a big deal to you if Alex had an accident?
no, I've had so many kids, it happens.
You've dealt with accidents many, many times?
Yes.
How would Derek handle it when Alex had an accident?
Derek would did not have patience for accidents. He would lose it.
What do you mean by that?
He would scream at him. He would get violent.
Was Alex wearing pull-ups in that time frame where he had the femur injury?
Yes.
Was
Some of the time.
Was he always wearing pull-ups?
No.
Did he have regular underwear too?
Yes.
So, Josie, I'm going to ask you about February 7th, this time 4 days before Alex died. We've already watched the videos of Derek coming in and screaming that mom is a whore and pulling down the curtain. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that fairly consistent with how he was behaving in the days leading up to Alex's death?
Yes.
Is that a nightly thing?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about the health condition of everybody in the home leading up to February 10th. Was anybody sick leading up to that day?
Yes. COVID, we had picked up COVID from the birthday party.
Is that what you were referring to in that email to Mrs. Rocks?
Yes.
Who got sick first?
It's been, I can't remember who got sick first, but I remember Alex and I got it last.
Okay. Now, in the video where Derek was screaming at you and saying that you tried to poison him, do you recall saying that you had COVID?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Derek have COVID in that period of time?
Yes.
So I want to talk about some of the symptoms that both you and Alex experienced. Did you see anything related to Alex's physical condition that you thought was symptomatic of COVID?
He had a sore throat. He had diarrhea. He was puking. He had a stomach ache.
Okay. Did you have any symptoms like that?
I had a severe sore throat. I had body aches. I think I had diarrhea.
Did you notice whether or not Derek was throwing up in that time frame?
I don't recall his symptoms.
Okay. So when you said that the kids had come down with COVID, was that the truth?
Yes.
Did you do any rapid response tests?
We did take COVID tests.
My understanding is that Alex was able to actually do his own swab.
Yes, we had the kids do their own swabs because it was easier than trying to get a swab from them.
At some point, did you remark that Alex was better at it than the rest of you?
Yes.
So after those COVID tests came back, were the kids out of school for a period of time?
Yes.
So you described how you were feeling. Were you feeling that way leading up to February 10th?
Yes.
Do you think you were on the upswing and recovering, or do you think you were still very, very sick at that point?
I know my throat still hurt.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you were supposed to do something for Ted Colkind on that day?
I know, yes.
What were you supposed to do for him?
Drop something off.
Groceries?
Yes.
And by the 10th, had Derek come back home with that no contact order still on?
Yes.
So, Josie, were you well enough to drop the groceries off for Ted Colkind?
No.
What else was going on with your health in that day?
I had a UTI. I was peeing blood.
You've had UTIs before
Yes.
and have held consistent with prior UTIs that you've had?
Yes, very consistent. I had a lot of pain when I urinated, and I was peeing blood and bad stomach ache.
At some point, did you want to get yourself checked out in urgent care?
I did. I just didn't have the strength to bring all the kids to the hospital.
So what did you do instead of going to urgent care?
I asked Laura Lee for antibiotics because she never took hers.
Did Laura Lee agree to give you some antibiotics?
Yes,
And did she deliver that, or did you go get them from her? How did that happen?
she brought them to my house.
So it was bad enough that you wanted to go to urgent care, but just couldn't get the kid, or couldn't bring yourself to get all the kids, bring them into the doctor's office with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really kid-friendly, and when you take yourself in, they want to jump and run and play, and I didn't have the strength.
You have a thyroid condition as well?
I do.
What is that?
Hashimoto's thyroid disease.
And do you take medication for that?
I do.
What is that?
Levothyroxine.
Josie, did you have the current prescription strength of your levothyroxine as of February 10th?
No, the dose I had was way too low.
Okay, so we saw some levothyroxine. Was that the dose that you were actually taking?
No,
Were you taking the lower dose of levothyroxine?
no.
What does it feel like when you're not taking your levothyroxine?
You get very fatigued. You get water weight. You get headaches, sore throat.
So it sounds like you're feeling pretty miserable on the 10th.
I was.
What would you do for food for the kids when you were feeling that unwell?
We picked up McDonald's that day.
Okay, so you felt like you could get the kids into the car and go to McDonald's?
I believe I had to pick up other kids from school, so we picked it up on the way home.
What did the kids get from McDonald's?
The youngers usually got Happy Meals. The olders got a regular meal.
Would Alex have gotten a Happy Meal on the 10th?
He did, but all he wanted was a Sprite.
His Sprite?
I think he ate a little something, but he puked it up.
Okay. So, as of the 10th, Josie, were you still trying to leave Derek?
I was.
And did you talk to Derek at all about whether or not you could fix your relationship?
I told him several times that it was over.
Was Derek still sleeping out in the living room that entire time when he's trying to fix the relationship?
Yes.
Did Derek take no for an answer about not being able to fix the relationship?
No.
So, was it fairly common for Derek to accuse you of cheating on him in this time frame?
Yes.
Was it fairly common for Derek to do things like text you when you're in the bathroom to ask who you're talking to?
Yes.
And did that happen at points in your relationship with him?
Yes, he would also, if I was showering or going to the bathroom and I locked the door, he would break in. I wasn't allowed to shower by myself. He would always be in there.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as 215 and admitted as 215. Josie, is that representative of text messages that Derek would, or Facebook messages that Derek would send you while you were using the restroom?
Yes.
And do you know what he's talking about when, or is he confronting you about talking to somebody in the bathroom?
Yes.
What is he, or how did you take it to mean that when Derek asked you if you were saying goodbye to your turds?
He was accusing me of talking to someone. He didn't like that the door was shut.
Were you talking to Raphael?
No. I mean, I was talking to him at the time, but it wasn't, that's all it was. I never ever met with a guy. Nothing in our whole relationship. I was just talking.
How did you get introduced to Raphael?
At the birthday party, his daughter Liliana was there, and she
introduced the two of you?
yeah,
Was Raph actually at the birthday party or no?
he was not there.
So, Josie, did you think that you were doing anything wrong setting up a date with Raphael?
No.
Is that because you've repeatedly told Derek that you're broken up and you're single?
Yes, and I was trying to meet this person and see if I could find a way out.
So the day of the 10th, the day before Alex died, do you recall whether or not Derek was arguing with you over Facebook Messenger?
What day, I'm sorry?
The day before Alex died?
Yes, he was arguing. We were arguing over Facebook.
Was he still trying to fix the relationship with you on that day?
Yes,
Did you tell him that you didn't want to be in a relationship with him?
yes.
So, Josie, I want to talk a little bit about where Alex was when you got back from McDonald's. Where was Alex?
On the couch.
The couch in your bedroom?
Yes.
What was he doing in that time frame?
He slept for a while before Derek got home.
Was Derek supposed to come back to the house on that day?
No.
Did you, in fact, tell him at some point that you really should be following the no contact?
Yes,
Why'd you say that to him?
because that's what I thought was right, and I was scared of him.
So, when Derek got home from work, did you notice any interactions between him and Alex?
Yes,
Tell us what you noticed.
he came home and went right into Alex. And he was talking to Alex, and then when Alex had thrown up and I was in there, he had grabbed me a bag and a bucket when Alex puked.
Did he notice anything else about Alex that changed Derek's demeanor?
Yes, when I had went upstairs to check on Jalen, I had thought I heard something downstairs. I didn't know for sure. But then after a few minutes, I went down to check and I heard pounding and screaming in the bathroom. And I went to the bathroom door and I asked, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he said, "Cleaning up Alex's shit."
What did you hear inside of the bathroom?
I heard Alex crying. I heard Derek saying, "You're too old to be shitting yourself." And I heard what sounded like banging on the walls. And it sounded like he was throwing Alex around.
Were you able to see what was happening in the bathroom?
No,
Why not?
the door was shut
Was
and locked. I tried to open it.
Okay. What was your impression from what you were able to hear from outside of the bathroom as to what was happening inside of the bathroom?
That he was beating Alex.
I'm going to ask to publish what's been previously received as Exhibit 216.
Okay.
Josie, do you recognize that underwear in the bathtub?
Yes.
Whose underwear is that?
They're Alex's because blue is his favorite color.
And we've heard previously that red was his favorite color. Was that not your impression?
That's not true. I was with Alex every day, and blue was his favorite color.
So what do we notice about the underwear there?
Looks like he had an accident.
Josie, when you cleaned up children after an accident like that, where it's poop, what would you do with the underwear?
Throw them away. I didn't clean up poop.
Would
with
you
the underwear?
Would you launder or put through the laundry underwear if it was just pee?
If it was pee, yeah, I'd rinse them out and wash them, but I did not clean out poopy underwear. I just tossed them.
Did you put that pair of soiled underwear in the bathtub of the home?
No.
And I see up there that there appears to be a empty bottle or something of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that was for?
Instead of Derek putting him on the toilet, he would have Alex pee in a bottle,
So you would just empty that into the bathtub?
I guess.
Did you put that bottle there?
No.
What did Alex look like when they emerged from the bathroom?
His stomach was red. He had boogers coming out of his nose. He was crying. His face was red. And his arms were red.
How did Alex look to you?
He looked hurt.
Is it your impression that he had boogers on his face because he had been crying?
He was crying, yeah.
Did you hear him crying inside of the bathroom?
I did.
Did you see him crying afterwards?
He was more like sniffling when he came out.
Was Alex wearing pants or underwear at that time?
No, Derek took him into my room and put a pull-up on him.
What did you notice about Alex after Derek took him into his room and put the pull-ups on him?
He put a pull-up on him and put him on the couch, and Alex started to calm down, and I put a movie on for him and asked if he was okay, and he said yes, but a lot of times he said that.
Did you have any reason to believe, Josie, that whatever Derek did to Alex in the bathroom that evening was life-threatening?
No.
Was this a normal event with Derek and the kids?
Yes, and when Derek came out, I asked what the fuck he did to him, and he said nothing.
Now, you previously told law enforcement that Alex was asleep between 5 to 7:30 p.m. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but that's what I seen or read, I think.
Was he actually asleep from 5 to 7 p.m., or were you estimating?
I was trying. I'm so bad with times, with my memory. I think I'm worse with times. I'm really bad with times.
Sure. So, did this incident in the bathroom happen before Alex went to sleep?
Yes.
At some point, did somebody get Alex into either a pajama top or pajama pants?
Yes, before I put him in my bed, I put pajamas on him.
So, did Derek make the threat at all during this incident in the bathroom to the effect of, do you want your ass beat again?
When he was saying he was too old to be shitting himself, he said to him, "Do you like getting your ass beat?"
Was that something that he said to Alex often?
He said that to all the kids, yes.
So you said that you saw some visible redness on Alex when he got out of the bathroom, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see at that point any of the bruises or the other injuries that we saw in the death photographs?
It was all red. I didn't see the bruising.
So, was Alex paying attention to any particular part of his body when he got
He
out
was
of the
holding
bathroom?
his stomach.
Did he say anything about his stomach?
He didn't say it, but he was holding it.
What did it look like to you when he was holding his stomach?
His stomach hurt.
At some point, the police arrive at the house. where were you when the police first knocked on the door?
I was in Major's room checking on Major, I believe.
And what was Derek's reaction when it was apparent that the police were knocking on your door?
He ran to me and said, "The cops are here. Do not tell them I'm here."
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Why did you agree to do that?
I didn't feel like I had a choice.
So, when the police arrived, Josie, do you agree that you were somewhat standoffish with them?
Yes.
And why were you doing that?
I was scared.
Of who?
Derek.
Was Derek in at all your bedroom with Alex after the police knocked on the door?
Yes.
Were you able to see into your bedroom when Derek was in there and you were talking to Sergeant Kernine at the front door?
When I came back, he was in my room.
Had you seen Derek use what you believed to be Xanax at all on that evening?
I did. Yes, he used Xanax.
What did you see?
When he got home, he snorted the Xanax on his table.
So he would crush up the pills and then snort them as a line?
Yes,
You saw that yourself?
I did.
So, do you have any idea what Derek did with his supply of Xanax once the police arrived?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to his Xanax. I didn't care about his Xanax. I wanted nothing to do with his Xanax.
To your knowledge, Josie, had Alex been awake at some point before the police arrived?
Alex did not look. When he came out of that bathroom and I seen him on that chair, he looked different than the way he looked when the cops were there, and I didn't notice that at that time.
Yeah, let's talk about Alex. I'll start by asking, do you know from personal knowledge how Alex ended up with Xanax in his system?
No.
Who was the only person that you saw in possession of Xanax the evening before Alex's death?
Derek.
And we saw the welfare check video, or portions of it, of Alex on the couch. Do you remember watching that?
I do.
Did you give him melatonin earlier in the evening?
I don't remember.
Was that pretty common for you to give the kids melatonin?
Yes.
Was that something that the doctor recommended to you?
Yes.
And did that help them sleep, that you were able to observe when Derek was behaving like that?
Yes.
Would it have been out of the ordinary for you to give Alex melatonin?
No, but I just don't remember. I mean, it was a normal thing every night. With him puking, though, I don't remember.
Sure. So, when you told law enforcement that he'd been sleeping from 5 to 7:30, were you trying to mislead Sergeant Kernine?
No.
Was that just you struggling with dates and times?
Yeah, I was just trying to tell him what happened, and I didn't remember the times.
Josie, are you aware of whether or not Derek gave Alex Xanax in order to calm him down before the police came in?
I don't know.
Do you agree, like watching that video, that Alex appeared to be pretty out of it at that point?
Yes.
Let's talk about your pill bag. So that was the Coach bag of old medication, is that right?
I don't know what type of bag it was, but yes.
I think it said Coach on it. What was in there?
When I first got my brain injury, the first one, they put me on a bunch of different trial medications. They continued to do that for a while. and I didn't respond very well to all the trial medications. I believe they were them. That had to have been them in there.
Why hang on to him?
When we came from Brownsville to that house, COVID had hit, and I wanted to bring them to a proper place to dispose of them, but I never got around to it.
So it looked like there were a lot of different pill bottles in there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would the kids ever use empty pill bottles for anything in the house?
Yeah, I'd give them like old containers, old bottles, to build towers or to make tracks for their cars or their monster trucks.
So they would use them kind of as pole positions for racing their cars or their monster trucks?
Yes.
Would they run the cars into the towers at all?
Yes.
Was it unusual to have empty or old medication containers around?
If it was empty, yeah, I'd give it to them to play with, or I'd help them build stuff and use my old containers.
Do you recall at all where you had this pill bag full of old medications?
I believe it was on the shelf.
The shelf that we looked at earlier with Sergeant Amundsen?
Yes.
Now, would it have been, or do you know when that bag was moved from the shelf to the ground?
I do not.
Do you know whether that prednisone bottle that was located on the ground was moved there at some point on the 10th or had been there before?
I don't know. It could have been there for a while.
Josie, did you empty out a prednisone bottle into the bottom of that coach bag?
No.
Do you know whether or not Derek hid or stashed his medication in or around that coach bag?
I don't know.
So, looking at Alex, would you said that you would agree that he seemed to be kind of out of it?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you have any reason to believe that Derek may have given him Xanax?
No.
At that point in time, did you have any reason to believe that whatever Derek had done in that bathroom might be life-threatening?
No.
Who would Alex turn to when he was scared?
Me.
Did Alex do that during the welfare check?
He did.
What did he say?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What did you do in response to that?
I held his hand.
Why'd you hold his hand?
Because that's what I do when he's scared. I hold him.
Did he ever turn to Derek for comfort like that when he was scared?
No.
Was it always you?
Yes.
Was that normal for him to call you mom?
Yes.
So, Josie, I gotta ask you, when Sergeant Kernine was at the house taking a look at Alex, why didn't you tell him what you thought you had heard or noticed happening in the bathroom?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
Derek and his threats.
Did you think that Sergeant Kernine or any police officer would be able to protect you from Derek if he knew that you had told them about suspected child abuse?
No, I didn't.
And did Derek always come back regardless of the no contact order?
Yes.
Josie, had you known what we know now, would you have told Sergeant Kernine what you thought happened in the bathroom?
Absolutely.
At some point, there was a conversation that was played of you and Sergeant Kernine talking in the living room area of the house. Do you remember that? It was after Derek had been arrested.
I remember listening to the call, but I don't really remember. Yes.
And it sounded like you were whispering when you were talking to Sergeant Kernine. Do you remember that part?
Yes.
Why were you whispering?
So Derek wouldn't hear me.
At one point in the video, you tell Sergeant Kernine something to the effect of, "I'm just scared of him." Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What were you trying to tell him?
I was scared of Derek.
When you told Sergeant Kernine that Derek just showed up and was very demanding. Was that the truth?
Yes.
Was that typical for Derek when he wanted to come back to the home?
Yes.
And do you recall telling Sergeant Cernine at the end of that conversation that it's still your plan to try and leave Derek?
Yes.
Were you offered any assistance in trying to leave an abusive relationship?
No.
You regret, Josie, knowing what we know now, not telling Sergeant Cernine that Derek had done something to Alex in the bathroom?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to watch the video of Derek as he was being arrested?
Yes.
And Josie, what was your impression of how Derek appeared in that video?
He was high
Why'd you say that?
because I've seen it a million times.
It's a condition that you've seen before.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what he did with his Xanax before being arrested?
I don't.
Now, leading up to Derek being arrested, my understanding is that Deputy Paff called you on your cell phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And he asked you to help them convince Derek to come out. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he say anything about whether or not a SWAT team or the sheriffs would have to enter if he didn't come out on his own?
He said if I didn't get Derek to come out, the SWAT team would come and that wouldn't be good for my kids.
Did you feel comfortable going to Derek and trying to negotiate his surrender for the police?
In that time, my heart dropped and I was terrified.
Did you do that after Deputy Paff told you so?
I did go to Derek and I didn't know what to say to him, but I told him that the cops said if he doesn't go outside that the SWAT team was going to come in and that the kids don't need to see that.
Was that the point that Derek agreed to come out?
Yes.
Josie, when's the next time that you heard from Derek that evening?
When he called from jail.
So he gave you a call from jail?
Yes.
What was his concern at that point?
Me dropping the no contact.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Why?
Because he wanted me to.
Do you recall whether or not any kids were up and talking when Derek called you from jail?
Brantley was up.
Did Brantley know from your observations that his dad was on the phone?
Yes.
And did Brantley want to talk to Derek?
I believe so.
Did you want to have the kids talking to Derek while he was in jail?
Not really, no.
Why not?
I don't feel like that's a place, but
Okay. So at some point, did you text Derek's mother about his arrest?
I believe she called me.
And generally, what was the concern?
She wanted to tell me how to drop the no contact.
This is his mother who was employed as a domestic violence advocate?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you would agree to do that?
Yes, but I didn't want to.
Do you recall whether or not Derek asked as he was being arrested how Alex was doing?
He did not.
So by the time that you went to bed, my understanding is that around 9 or so, your mother would have shown up to pick up Jalen and Major. Is that right?
Yes.
Why was your mom taking Jalen and Major that night?
Because she knew I didn't feel good and she was taking 2 kids for me.
So 3 kids at night was easier to manage than 5?
Yes.
So by the time your mom picked up Jalen and Major, who were the kids that were left in the house?
Alex, Brantley, and Araya.
Now, about what time did you try to start getting the kids to bed?
I believe it would have been around that after Derek got arrested.
Okay. Was it possible to try and get the kids to sleep while the police were there and Derek was being arrested?
Yeah,
Was it difficult to do?
yes,
So where did all of you go to bed?
my bed,
You and all three children?
yes,
Did Araya sleep upstairs on that bed that you had for her that evening?
no,
Did Brantley sleep upstairs in that bed that evening?
no.
Can you describe for us the order of the children and you on the bed?
It would have been, looking at the bed, it would have been myself on the left, then Brantley, then Araya, then Alex.
Okay, so I'm just gonna draw a little diagram here of the bed. So we're looking at the bed. Write for me the order in which you were laying on the bed. I'm gonna have this marked as an exhibit, and then we'll publish.
Objection.
Okay, go ahead. Received.
Josie, I'm showing you what you drew here. So you would be on the side of the bed closest to where. Go in. You were on the side of the bed closest to the nightstand where you had your medications.
Yes,
Was that the medication that you took on a daily basis on the nightstand?
yes,
And it looks like next to you or to your left would be Brant if you're all facing face up, correct?
yes,
And next to Brant would be Araya,
yes,
and at the other end of the bed was Alex.
yes.
Why was Alex on the other end of the bed?
Because he had a walker.
So you had the walker position where you could get him to the walker if you needed to?
Yes,
Did Alex sometimes need to get up at night and use the bathroom?
yes,
Was this common for all of you to sleep in the same bed, kind of like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory?
yes,
Was anything out of the ordinary with the fact that the kids would be in bed with you even after Derek got arrested?
yes.
Or was anything unusual about that?
No.
Sure. And what size bed did you have, Josie?
King size.
Okay, so it was a fairly large bed.
Yes.
Did you do anything in bed with the kids after you all lay down?
No, but I want to correct something. I think I had told Alex to wake me up if he wanted his walker, just to make sure he woke me up.
Okay, thank you. And why did you feel the need to give him that warning?
Just because I wanted to make sure that he had an adult present. I wanted to make sure he woke me up.
Was it pretty normal for you to watch movies or TV shows with the kids in bed?
Yes. It was common for us to have popcorn and watch movies.
Now, did you watch movies or shows that night that you can remember?
Yes, we did.
What do you recall watching?
It was popular for the boys to watch Mary-Kate and Ashley because I called them my twins.
Okay, so they thought they were like the Olsen twins, so they watched that?
Yes.
And at some point did all of the kids go to sleep?
Yes.
Who went to sleep first, if you can recall?
I don't know.
It wasn't Alex, as I understand it.
It wasn't Alex, but thinking back, he wasn't like fully awake.
Okay. What seemed off about him?
He was being silly.
What do you mean?
He was like playing with his hands in the air.
Playing with his hands in the air? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you have any reason at that point to suspect that Derek had given him drugs?
No.
You just thought he was being silly?
I thought he was being silly.
Now, while you were in bed, were you talking to Laura Lee?
Yes.
Just generally speaking, how would you describe the tone of that conversation?
We were just talking about me going on the date with Raphael and
Was it a pleasant conversation?
yeah,
Were you excited to go meet Raphael the next day?
yeah.
Did you do any planning online for first date planning?
Yeah, I didn't know of many coffee shops, so I was Googling coffee shops around in the area.
So was that the plan, just to meet Raphael, get coffee, and hang out for an hour or two?
Yeah.
Just get to know him.
Right.
Were you mad at all at Alex or any of the kids when you were texting back and forth with Laura Lee?
No, I mean, they were all in bed laying there. I wasn't upset at all.
How about at any point in the night were you upset with the kids?
No.
Now, we've already agreed that you had some 164, I think, text messages between you and Raph that evening. How are you feeling talking to Raph?
But fine, I was interested in getting to know him.
Anything about that made you angry?
No.
When you were in bed, do you recall having a phone call with Laura Lee?
Yes.
And what generally was the tone of that conversation?
I was asking her questions about Raph and
Happy?
Yeah, it was a good, happy conversation. We were talking about Derek getting arrested and welfare check.
Okay. How about, did you take a series of selfies with Brantley?
I did.
How did that end up happening?
Well, I was taking selfies and he popped his head in.
Okay. Josie, publishing that's already been marked and received in Exhibit 254. So around, I think at some point between 9:06 and 9:15 p.m., you took a few photos with Brantley.
Yeah, my face, that was a forced smile. I did not feel good.
Was Brantley photobombing you?
He was.
Did he think that was funny?
He did. He said, "Mom, take one with me."
And how does Brantley look to you in this picture?
Happy.
How do you look?
Well, my face was really red. I wasn't feeling good.
Okay. Do you look angry, Josie?
No.
And when you took these selfies, where were you taking them?
In bed.
With Brantley next to you, as you indicated on the diagram?
Yes.
Is that where Brantley slept for the remainder of the night?
Yes, Brantley was a mama's boy.
So, on your call with Laura Lee, do you agree with the testimony that there was some discussion about Alex waiting for you to go to sleep so he could get up and get into things?
Yes.
Tell us how that happened to the best of your memory.
I remember that discussion. That was the last thing Alex said to me. I said, he was playing with his hands in the air, and I said, "Alex, are you waiting for me to go to sleep so you can get into stuff?" And he said, "Yes," like that.
You thought that was silly?
I thought he was being silly.
Were you joking with him at that point, or
I was
there an
joking
element
with him.
I'm sorry.
I was joking with him.
Did you actually expect him to get up and go through things at night?
No.
So, Josie, at some point, well, just to cover the text messages, would you agree that it was pretty consistent that you were texting back and forth with Raph until about 2 a.m.?
I don't remember the times, but yeah.
Until a little bit later in the day, night
Yeah.
is that, or early in the morning, I guess. Would you agree that your contact with Laura Lee was pretty consistent throughout that time frame?
Yes.
And during that period, were you hurting Alex at all?
No.
Were you giving Alex Xanax or any other drugs?
No.
Is that something that happened at all that evening?
No, it did not.
If, knowing your children, Araya and Brantley, you believe that you would be able to beat Alex up in the room and not wake them up?
I believe they would have woke up. They wake up to Derek beating me.
So the state introduced some search history for the drug Ambien. Do you think that you looked that up on the search engine?
Yes, I believe that was a conversation Laura Lee and I were having on the phone, and we were talking about it, and I looked it up.
Did you actually have Ambien?
No.
Did you have a prescription for it?
No, I think she had it when she was in the hospital. I think they gave it to her.
Okay. And at any point, would you have given Ambien or what you believe to be Ambien to Alex?
No. I've never had Ambien, never had it in my possession, never have had it in my system. It was just looking it up. I believe she was given it in the hospital, and she was asking, what is it?
So with Alex having issues getting up and sneaking around, was that what you were referring to with Derek when you said that a parent needs to be with him all the time?
Yes.
Did you eventually go to sleep that night?
Yes, I did.
And I want to ask you a little bit about some of the medications that Alex was taking at that time. Was he taking any medications?
He was taking ibuprofen and Tylenol as needed.
What kind of ibuprofen and Tylenol? The adult version or the kids' chewables?
Kids' chewables.
Did he know where those pill bottles were?
I mean, I don't know if he knew they were in my purse.
How did Alex do taking chewable medication like that?
He thought they were candy.
So he had no problem saying that this is yucky or this is gross?
Mm-mm.
Then a no?
No, sorry.
Okay. Did Alex do well taking other medication that kids tend not to like?
Yeah, he did really good taking, like, medicines from the doctor. He wasn't my struggle compared to, like, Brantley. He was very hard to get him to take medication.
How about that liquid amoxicillin that doctors give to kids? Did Alex ever take that?
He's had to take it, yes.
How did he do with that?
Pretty good.
Did Alex ever eat anything that you thought maybe he shouldn't be eating in terms of food or things on the floor?
I always called him a little garbage disposal because he could eat and eat and eat, and you didn't know where it went. But, like, in the van, I swear finding a piece of candy was like Christmas for him, and he'd pick it up anywhere and eat it.
The other kids think that was gross?
Yes.
So the allegation has been made, Josie, that you were upset with Alex for stealing Taki chips. Is that true?
No, Alex didn't eat Taki chips.
What did Alex eat?
If it was hot, he would eat hot Cheetos.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how the kids said that Alex would steal things. Had you ever caught Alex stealing from a store before?
Yes.
That's irrelevant.
It explains this. It explains the statements and the reputation, Judge.
That's not what the kid said.
You're saying that,
I'm asking who was present for it and what Josie's response was to that.
oh, okay. Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever caught him taking something from a store before?
Yes.
And what did he take?
My object, this is not in other acts. It wasn't noticed. It wasn't,
Response to the testimony of the state's witnesses.
which was known. They had the videos. This is not other acts. This was not offered.
The testimony was not consistent with the videos.
Right. Which video are you talking about?
Where Brantley and, both Brantley and Major talk about being known for stealing.
So it's in the videos and it was known.
Okay. It's late. I don't know. I can't remember what was said in there exactly about the stealing aspect. You're saying that they were saying that
They would have known about this incident when they talk about, mom being upset with him for that.
oh,
Not, Judge, can we have a sidebar because
So, Josie, your phone activity showed that you were inactive for about 6 hours between 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. Why was that?
I was sleeping.
Would you have been able to go to sleep if you had just beaten Alex up?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe at the time that you went to sleep that something was wrong with Alex?
Something was wrong with Alex. I went to sleep.
Now, I want to talk about the next morning. What do you recall doing when you got up?
First thing I did when I woke up was look at my phone.
Is that what you normally do?
Yes.
Would you have looked at your phone if you thought that something was horribly wrong in the bedroom?
No.
So what did you do once you looked at your phone?
After that, I took what medication I had,
Okay.
and then I stood up, and I thought I was going to get ready and take the kids to my mom's.
Did you text Laura Lee at some point when you were looking at your phone?
Oh, yes, I wrote her. She had sent me a message about a sensory swing for her autistic child, and I said, cool.
Okay. And what was your state of mind when you sent that response?
I had just woken up, and I was about to get the kids ready to take them to my mom's.
Do you think everything was fine at that point?
I did.
So when did that perception change that everything was fine?
I stood up, and I turned around, and I only seen Brantley and Araya on the bed.
What did you do when you only saw Brantley and Araya on the bed?
My heart dropped, and I didn't know where Alex went. I started looking around. He wasn't on the couch. I walked to the other side of the bed, and I seen him laying there.
How did Alex appear when you saw him laying on the other side of the bed?
He looked gray. He had foam in his mouth. His hand was sticking up.
To be clear, was he on the floor at that point?
Yes.
What did you do when you saw Alex in that position?
Told the kids to go upstairs.
Did they go upstairs?
Yes.
What did you do after the kids went upstairs?
I started crying, and I went over to him, and he was cold.
Did you try to do anything to help him?
I tried doing what I thought was CPR.
Tell us about this CPR lesson. How long ago was that?
I was young, I think.
And when you said that you were doing CPR, did you have a chance to see the other first responders doing CPR?
They were pushing a lot harder than I was.
So when you started pushing on Alex, tell us about the foam. What did you notice?
Foam kept coming out.
What did you do when the foam kept coming out?
I kept wiping it.
What color was the foam?
White and yellow.
And when you kept wiping the foam and pushing on Alex's chest, at some point did it become apparent to you that he had passed away?
Yes, and I tried blowing in his mouth after I wiped the foam out.
What did you do once you stopped doing CPR?
I held him.
What were you doing when you held him?
Cried.
Were you saying anything to Alex?
I was begging him to come back.
Was it apparent to you at that point, Josie, that Alex had passed away?
Yes. He was stiff. He was cold.
What was it like in that moment for you?
I didn't understand. I thought he was fine when he went to sleep, and he wasn't.
Josie, did you time how long you were doing CPR?
No.
When you said 10 minutes, was that an estimate?
Yes.
You're holding Alex on the floor, you're crying with him, you're talking to him. What do you do after that point?
Call my mom.
Does Alex go onto the bed at some point?
After I called my mom, I held him more and I cried and I begged him to come back and I cried and I told him I was sorry that I wasn't there when he needed me.
Did he?
And
Go ahead.
I knew that they were going to take him when I called 911. And I just wanted to hold him before they did.
Had you picked him up and put him on the bed at that point?
I was holding him on the bed, yes.
Why didn't you call 911 right away?
Because I knew he was gone. And I didn't want them to take him.
You wanted to hold him one last time?
Yes.
Why did you call your mom first?
I wanted to believe that there was something she could do. Something that would bring him back.
Josie, when the police arrived, do you feel like you had a good memory of that day? That was a really poorly phrased question. Let me rephrase that. Do you have a good memory of everything that the police did and asked you about when they responded on February 11th?
Everything's a blur about the police and everything after seeing Alex's face.
What's your reaction when you've been accused of not showing enough emotion when police were doing CPR?
I can't help how my emotions are. I can't help that I don't show emotion like other people do. But I know what my heart feels. And I know that I miss him every day. And I know that I love him with all my heart. And I know that I did not hurt him.
In a moment. Josie, were you crying at points on the 11th?
Yes.
So we saw your interview with Lieutenant Williams. Do you remember seeing that in trial?
Yes.
And how would you describe your emotional state at the time that you talked to Lieutenant Williams? How were you feeling? Let me ask you that.
Felt like a living nightmare. I was in shock.
Did it seem real to you that Alex had passed away?
No.
Why did you tell Sergeant or Lieutenant Williams that you thought Alex got into your medication?
Because I seen the foam in his mouth, and I assumed with the foam in his mouth it had to be an overdose. And
were you paying close attention to your room the night before Alex was arrested, or before Derek was arrested?
no,
Do you know whether or not Derek moved that pill bag and used a bottle to stash his Xanax?
I don't know what Derek did with his Xanax.
So was it your immediate perception that Alex must have gotten into your pills?
That's what I thought.
Were you trying to share what you thought was important about that with Sergeant Williams?
Yes.
And Josie, during that conversation, did anybody ask you about whether or not Derek had ever been violent with Alex?
No.
Did anybody ask you whether or not Derek used illegal prescription drugs?
No.
When you said that it all felt like a dream, what did you mean by that?
I went to sleep, and Alex was breathing, and I woke up, and he was on the floor, gray and lifeless.
What did you mean when you told him that you just wanted your baby back?
That's all I wanted. I just wanted him back. I didn't. If I could do anything to trade places, I would.
Recall Sergeant Williams asking you for your telephone? Take him out. Another minute, Josie. Why'd you give it to him?
Because I didn't have anything to hide.
You give him your passcode for the phone as well?
Yes.
He had asked you for access to the camera apps. Would you have given him access to those?
Yes, I would have gave him the cameras. He could have took them.
Did he ask you any follow-up questions about what you meant when you said that Derek was on bond for choking you and getting aggressive with you?
Can you repeat that?
Did he ask you any questions about what you meant when you told him that Derek was on bond for choking and getting aggressive with you?
No, he didn't ask anything about the violence.
Did anybody ask you for access to Derek's devices?
No.
Would you have handed over anything that was in the home if they wanted to examine the device?
Yes.
So, Josie, you actually tell the officers that you believe that Alex got into your medications. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you blaming yourself at that point?
I thought it was my fault. I thought he did get into something of mine while I was sleeping.
The allegation has been made repeatedly that you staged this scene to make it look like an accidental overdose. Did you do that?
No.
And you have any idea when that prednisone bottle was actually placed on the ground?
I do not.
Did you put materials around the pillows or around the bed or anything like that?
I'm sorry.
Did you take inert pills or medication that wasn't harmful and leave it around as a distraction?
No.
And Josie, I gotta ask you again, why didn't you tell Lieutenant Williams about Derek's behavior the evening before?
I was terrified of Derek.
Did you have any reason to believe that this was anything other than just another day with Derek being violent with you and the kids?
Yes, I did not see what went on in that bathroom. I only know what I heard. And he denied it.
Was it
And
even on your radar at the time that you talked to Lieutenant Williams that this might have been a possible cause of death?
the only thing that was in my head was my baby laying on the floor, dead.
Was it even on your radar, Josie, that Derek's Xanax might have been a cause of Alex's death?
No.
Because you were blaming yourself, thinking that Alex got into your pills.
Yes.
When's the next time that you saw Derek?
At McDonald's after he got out
Do you recall which McDonald's it was?
on Alaska.
Okay, the one on OT or the one downtown, or on 16?
16.
Okay. And why did you meet at McDonald's?
To talk.
Why not talk at home or someplace else?
I don't think anyone wanted to be at that house.
Do me a favor, Josie, just speak up a little bit. I'm having trouble hearing from you, and I'm standing pretty close, okay? What was Derek's... Did you, in fact, meet Derek at McDonald's to speak?
Yes.
And how did Derek appear during that meeting?
He wasn't crying.
Was he upset?
I couldn't tell.
What did Derek... Did Derek give you any instructions during that meeting?
Pause for hearsay.
It's an inconsistent statement to Mr. Pedrin's testimony.
Yeah. Overruled, go ahead.
Go ahead.
He told me to not mention anything about the Xanax or the abuse and to delete anything about the Xanax that I had.
Did you tell him that you had already given your phone to the police?
Yes.
How did he react to that?
He told me that not to mention anything about the abuse or that he buys Xanax and takes Xanax.
Was Derek mad at you for giving your phone to the police?
He said, "Why did you give him your phone?" And I said, "Because I have nothing to hide." I said I didn't have a choice.
Let's talk about those calls that Derek recorded with you. And I'm going to ask you about the telephone calls in particular first, and then we'll talk about the secret recordings he made otherwise. Did you know that Derek was recording you at that time?
No.
So, Josie, we all heard the calls where you said when Derek told you that it wasn't a drug overdose, that you felt relief. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you feeling relieved?
I was relieved that it wasn't my medication that was responsible for Alex's death.
Up to this point, had you been blaming yourself?
I was.
What did you mean when you said that I'm free, nothing's going to happen?
I thought that I was going to get in trouble for my prescriptions being the cause of his death.
Josie, during that call, did Derek start taking an angrier tone at times?
Yes.
Was that a tone that you were used to dealing with Derek?
It was a trigger, yes.
And how did it feel when Derek started yelling at you that you need to tell him what actually happened to Alex?
It hurt because I didn't know.
Why didn't you just throw it right back at him and say, maybe this was because of what you did in the bathroom?
Because I had before and he denied it.
Why didn't you throw it back at him that this might have been your Xanax that caused his death?
I didn't know that Xanax was in Alex's system.
Were you prepared to be questioned by Derek about Alex's death that day?
No,
Did you have any time to process what Derek told you when he said that Alex bled to death internally?
no, and also at that time I was getting no sleep because I was watching my little kids, the other two kids, sleep because I was scared to wake up and find them dead.
So you were watching your kids throughout the night because you were scared of what had happened with Alex?
Yes,
Did you know during those calls at the time that they happened that Derek was trying to set you up and take blame for Alex's death?
I did not know.
You mentioned, Josie, that you've confronted Derek before about what he did in the bathroom. Is that correct?
I did.
How did Derek react to that?
He choked me. He threw me against the wall. He beat me.
Was there ever a time when Derek admitted to you that maybe he should go to prison for what had happened to Alex?
Yes, there was a time where he was at my mom's house and he said that he should go to prison for what happened to Alex.
What was going on when Derek said that to you?
He was crying.
Had he been violent with you earlier in that day?
Yes,
He was crying and he said that maybe he should go to prison for what happened to Alex.
yes.
Now, Josie, did Derek eventually tell you that he had made recorded phone calls of you?
Yes,
What was your reaction to that?
I felt betrayed
Why'd you feel betrayed?
because I didn't understand why he did it.
So, Josie, we've got your prior exhibit that's been previously admitted and published. I'm going to put this up on the Elmo here. This is 217. So, I'm looking at the two last texts of this particular exchange. What were you trying to tell Derek when you said, you people are searching for something that isn't there? I didn't do anything.
That I never hurt Alex and that he was blaming me for no reason.
That was your reaction to Derek telling you that he had recorded you?
Yes,
Did Derek continue to get violent with you after Alex died?
yes,
I want to direct you to a time at your mom's house. Was there a time where you remember a particularly bad incident?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
I was at my mom's and I confronted him about abusing Alex and he pinned me to the wall and choked me and he was punching me and I did everything I could to run away and try to get upstairs where my mom and my brother were. He kept pushing me to the ground. I tried to go up the stairs and he'd pull me down. I eventually made it up the stairs into the bathroom upstairs and he bent my back backwards until it cracked. And I threw stuff on the floor that was in the bathroom and my brother woke up and came out yelling.
Brother's name again?
Gabriel Ehlers.
Does he go by Gabe?
Yes.
What happened when Gabe woke up?
He seen Derek hurting me and he said, "What the fuck are you doing? Get off her." And he made him leave and he stayed with me the rest of the night.
Is Gabe kind of a big guy?
Yes,
Did Derek back down when Gabe confronted him?
yes, and he made him leave.
So you said that Gabe stayed with you the rest of the night. What do you mean by that?
He stayed with me to make sure I was okay. And I went to the hospital.
When did you go to the hospital?
I believe the next day.
Was that one of the incidents where you told the providers that Derek had physically abused you?
Yes,
Did they encourage you to report this to anybody?
they did.
Did you?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
Let's talk about Sean O'Neill. Was Sean your attorney in some family court stuff with Major and Mark?
Yes,
And was he somebody that you turned to for advice on how to approach legal situations?
yes,
And did Sean give you the advice not to talk to the police after that initial interview?
yes,
Were you trying to follow your lawyer's advice?
yes.
Was Derek paranoid at all that you could notice after Alex's death?
He was.
In what ways were you able to observe him being paranoid?
He thought that people were watching us, that the phones were tapped. He was the one at the hotel who thought that the mirrors were double-sided.
Tell us about that. What happened with the mirrors?
He put something with his phone, I don't know how it works, but put his phone to the mirror to see if it was, if the other side could see us.
So he had an app or a device or something that he was looking at the mirror with?
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but
Did you think that the mirror was double-sided in the hotel, Josie?
no, but it kind of freaked me out that he did.
Why did that freak you out?
Just with my anxiety and just, I didn't understand why he was so paranoid.
Was that an increase in the paranoia that Derek normally experienced?
Yes,
And did that scare you at all, that Derek was looking for double-sided mirrors in hotels and believing that your phones were tapped?
yes, and that cameras can hear you.
Well, let's talk about cameras. Did you have a video system in the house?
Yes,
Why was that?
because I knew that Jenna was getting released from prison, and I didn't know if she would retaliate for her going to prison, and just safety in our home.
Was this a free service or did you have to pay for it?
It was paid for.
Did you continue paying that bill after Alex died?
No, because since nobody was staying there, I stopped paying for everything, including Netflix, Hulu, everything that was at that house. I stopped paying for. I needed all the money that I could have.
Could you describe to the jury just generally how these cameras worked?
They record for 7 days and they delete after that.
Does it record clips? Is it of time or is it all
Movement.
live stream?
Movement, I believe. It was movement.
So it was movement triggered?
I believe so.
Who had access to the apps controlling these cameras in the house?
Myself and Derek.
So do you disagree with Derek when he said that he only could access the garage camera?
That's not true. He accessed all the cameras. He would talk to me through them while he was at work and ask me to do things.
So the cameras had a voice function that he could talk to you?
Yes,
Would he watch you from the cameras from work that you were able to tell?
he would. And if I wasn't home, he would call me. And if I was home, he would ask me to do things that I didn't feel comfortable doing.
What are we talking about?
Sexual things.
On the cameras?
Yes, even when the kids were around.
Now, when Derek is talking about cameras in the home, when he's screaming at you on the couch, what cameras was he speaking about?
The cameras in the house.
When Derek was describing catching Alex taking food at night on the cameras, what cameras is he referring to?
The cameras in the house.
Does it make any sense to you, Josie, that there could be multiple cameras from the same brand and Derek could only have access to one of the feeds?
No.
I'm going to ask you, Josie, in particular, and just explicitly here, did you go through and physically delete the files from the camera app?
No.
Did Derek, to your knowledge, still have access to that camera system after Alex passed away?
Yes, he still had his phone. I did not have my phone with the apps on it. He still had his phone with the apps on it.
Did Derek have your password or your login information for that phone?
He knew everything. He knew my email. He knew my passwords. He knew all of my information for everything.
And I don't want you to say it out loud, but did you use the same email and password for a lot of your applications?
Yes.
So, Judge, I have maybe half an hour left. I'm about to go into another section. You want me to keep going or break until tomorrow?
Let's break until tomorrow.
Okay.
Because, yeah, it's already 5 to 6, and I think everybody's had a long day here. So, comment same time, 8:30. We'll try to start as soon as we can. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Just a little question here. Would it make more sense just to finish up your direct and then start with the doctor?
I could. I suspect that cross is going to take some time, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
would need, obviously, I just want to get the doctor back first flight. So I'd like to do him
okay.
first.
Let's do the doctor first, and then we'll finish up your direct, and then you can go the cross. That hopefully. All right. Anything else we need to talk about before we break for tonight? From the yes. What's that?
So the defense in the notice regarding the doctor that's going to testify tomorrow insinuates that they want to attribute some injuries to major. There's been no testimony, no nothing that in any way, shape, or form would attribute any of the abdominal injuries to major, and I'm assuming that's not going to be a topic that's going to be discussed with the medical examiner that they've hired tomorrow.
We're going to ask whether or not some of these bumps or bruises or other injuries could be the result of rough play with siblings, which was certainly the case, but we're not accusing major of causing death.
I'm talking specifically about the abdominal injuries because their notice suggests the abdominal injuries.
Well, it's in the notice then.
It's in the notice, but it's not supported in any way, shape, or form by the evidence. No one has brought in anything about major and the abdomen. And they've given a pretty clear indication of who they're blaming. So
I think the doctor can testify that if are the injuries consistent with rough play.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the abdominal injury would be considered rough play. I think that's sort of ripe for cross-examination, obviously, if he said that. But.
Well, my other concern is that they did not notice major as a Denny. So
yeah, major is not the other.
Yeah,
way.
we didn't. I agree. We're not
Just
blaming him.
Just the siblings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, there is testimony by Ms. Barton that there was rough play in the household. That's the social worker for the county said that. But, you know, I don't know if that's enough to support the injuries. Of course, the injuries that are that Alexavier has is, well, you can ask the questions, cross-examine, but I agree. What I'm saying is I agree with the state that major is not indicated as the other source or the source of the injury which eventually killed Alexavier, so.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's correct. I would also note that Mr. Pedrin admitted that he described Major as, quote, fucking rough and really, really rough with the kids as well. So there's that bit of factual support as well.
Well, and all I can say is that that's not for the doctor, that's for
Of course.
closing argument.
Yeah. Judge, I want to make an offer of proof and just put the sidebar on the record as well.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the presumption here is that Ms. Dikeman viewed Alex as a thief and that this was the reason why she was angry at the kids. What I intended to elicit from her on the record was that both Brantley and Araya were present with Josie when she observed Alex taking a pack of gum from Quick Trip. She made Alex go back in front of the kids, apologize to the storekeepers, return the gum, and then talk to the kids about why stealing is wrong. And if the kids had an impression that that was Josie's impression of Alex, that was an explanation for it. And that's why I was offering that testimony.
The argument was that it was other acts that should have been noticed beforehand. Obviously with kids, it's a little bit bizarre to say it's other acts. I didn't allow that testimony personally because I wasn't sure exactly understood. Let me ask this question of the state. If the question was there an event where a child was disciplined, not necessarily Alex, child was disciplined, although you'll probably argue that it's vague, and that Brantley, Araya, and Alex saw this, that would give them the impression that no, it doesn't work.
Judge, I think it's pretty clear from the forensic interviews that the kids were talking about him getting up at night, sneaking, and stealing or taking food when he wasn't supposed to. Those were the events that the kids were talking about.
Yeah.
Not
actually, the more I think about this, Mr. Pedrin actually even testified to that. So I'm fine with just leaving it as is.
Okay. Yeah, just so the offer of proof is on the record.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you, everyone.
Make sure that the official court exhibits all go back tonight. Thanks.
Do I have a Staples?
I'll bring them up tomorrow. Hey, I left it in the middle, so you could at least reach